2 long, hard-fought days of poker against the best and brightest in the business have brought us to this point. It is the final table, the stone bubble of Super High Roller Bowl 7, a $300,000 buy-in event coming to a close here on day 3. Welcome inside the PokerGO studio at Aria Resort and Casino. Ali Nejad joined by Nick Schulman, and there is a look at your final 5. 4 of them will be paid. Currently, Chief Daniel Negreanu, $46.2 million, actually just a bit behind Nick Petrangelo as it stands, but I think the term Chief is a fair one in terms of the way that he has navigated everything to this point. But Petrangelo enjoying the chip lead by about 400,000 as you get a look at the official chip counts brought to you by Hair Club. Short stack belongs to Justin Bonomo, who won this thing in the 4th edition. Obviously, with 40 big blinds, he will be looking to climb the ladder as he, Orpen Kisacioglu, and Andrew Lucky Chewy Lichtenberger somewhat clustered. 5th place, $0. 4th, $720,000, and on we climb. 7-figure paydays up to $3.3 million plus. Of course, the beautiful ring and all of the prestige associated with being a Super High Roller Bowl champion.
All right.
Blinds at 10 and 15,000 with the 15K big blind ante. Negreanu begins on the button.
Gracias.
Easy release for the Turk. Chewy as well. On my way in this morning, Nick, had an opportunity to check in on Poker Twitter, where there was a tremendous amount of support for Daniel and a number of people who had taken note of his somewhat deviant procedures in terms of the limps and the 4 or 5 X's. Somewhat unstandard, and he's ridden it to some glory thus far, but certainly the job not done as we are on this stone bubble. Bonomo from the small, off of the short stack, limping. Petrangelo says run it.
Saw that as well, Ali. Top pair here for Nicky P. Spade working for Bonomo. A little bit rare for players to hit the pillow on the stone bubble, a 700K some odd stone bubble at that. So, you know, it's real out there.
Have you experienced that yourself?
I was thinking about it. I don't think I've ever called it on a stone bubble, but here we are. These 5 did.
15,000.
In some ways,
Petrangelo.
It does afford one the opportunity to sort of evaluate very thoroughly the landscape.
Some preparatory type stuff. It used to be a thing in chess where games would adjourn pre-computers. You go look at the position, so on and so forth. All of these players discussed and formulated ideas. Dynamic turn card here as Bonomo slides into the open-ender and the nut flush draw.
After check calling 15,000, he checks once more, 75 in the middle. Nicky P, spadeless, checks back. And now the 10 of spades will give him top 2 pair in the most inconvenient manner as Bonomo makes the nuts.
I would think in theory Bonomo might be more apt to bet here than he would under normal circumstances, just given that his range is a bit tighter, so the ace is in it more often. And for Nicky P, the 10s and 9s, he looks them up, and good start for Justin, Ali.
Yeah, sizing was such that Nicky wanted to make sure his man was honest.
2 hands.
And in addition to that, Bonomo is, of course, the winningest player in tournament poker history. $57.7 million earned across his career. Just a staggering sum of money to have compiled
Start with the nuts.
at the age of 37.
Yeah, not a bad way to start.
Spending a lot of time north of the border in Vancouver, originally from Fairfax, Virginia. Spent a semester at the University of Maryland studying mathematics before recognizing that wasn't for him. Did it mostly for the social experience, he said. Been playing online a long time, and obviously a lot of technical acumen can be ascertained in that arena. Here, Chewy.
Open here from Chewy,
King 10.
Winner.
I'm gonna keep you in.
Getting it through. What were your earliest interactions with Bonomo, Nick? Put a pin in it as we're going to explore Lucky Chewy's background here. New York, rise up.
Shout out Northport, baby. Shout out Strong Island. One of the best of all time. Nice to see him out there in this event. He really belongs amongst the best players in the world. That's just a place that makes sense for Mr. Chewy. As far as Bonomo, it's all kind of blended into one. Ali, I've known him for a long time. And he's been extremely tough to deal with for a long time on the poker table. 6-7 suited for Negreanu here. Under the gun / hijack.
He is no bargain, that is for sure. King deuce in the big. And Negreanu's suited connector is going to take it down uncontested.
Okay.
And Jeff Platt had to contend with him prior to play.
685 or 680.
Good blind, guys. 10, 20, 20.
Well, Daniel, you predicted good things were coming at Super High Roller Bowl 7. That prediction seems to be correct so far. What have these last couple days been like for you?
Really nice. No, I'm just kidding. Right? Sometimes, you know, that's a good question. It's a fair question. No, it's been great. You know, I really feel comfortable. I've been confident. I've like I was saying before, you know, my inner alpha dog's coming out. I'm just doing my thing. I'm confident and feeling like I'm in control, and without very few hiccups. It's been mostly a smooth ride to the final here.
Give us a sense of the kind of advantage that a big stack provides you with on a huge bubble like this.
Yeah, no question, right? Having chips in this spot like alleviates some of the added pressure of like, oh, I gotta fold some of these hands. I can still play my game, right? You know, 3 of the players at the table a little on the shorter side, but really not that short. One of the beauties of the Super High Roller Bowl is they're different than a lot of those other tournaments where the average stack's like 10, 20 bigs. We're talking like 80 big blinds, 100 big blinds deep. There's still poker to be played.
We're looking forward to that poker. Thanks for the time. Appreciate it.
You're welcome. Check.
Resuming the action, Orpen opened the button to 50,000 with the 8-9 suited. Negreanu chose to flat, defend his big with the ace-10. And you heard him talking about the depth of play here in terms of big blinds. With those blinds now at 10 and 20,000, some erosion, dilution, if you will, as both players check the flop.
I think you're going to fold like that. Yep, you're going to fold.
80,000.
Note
Hard to call on
Negreanu.
that card if you check back the flop.
Yeah, I've
Very
enjoyed this,
difficult.
Ali.
Yes, I was right. I had you anyway. I should have re-raised your pre-flop. Should have. I had a good hand.
Very unorthodox narrations throughout hands that he's done
This his
delivering.
whole career, you know. It's nice to see him do it on this stage amongst this lot. Kind of just sticking to his roots, if you will. Chewy on the button, Bonomo in the big. 10-20 now on the blinds. Their hands are somewhat forced, if you will, but still quite deep, as Negreanu alluded to in his interview with Jeff. Petrangelo and Orpen out.
And here on this stone money bubble, such a pivotal one, by the way. It's $1 million in difference between dropping off a 300K package or picking up 720.
Interesting scenario here, indeed, Ali.
Go.
One would imagine
Fling it in there, see if it comes back.
that these two big
Well,
stacks
just
of
for you, you get a free check.
Wow.
Negreanu
Just for
and
me?
Petrangelo would be
Well,
very
for others
apt
too, but in this spot, just
to
you.
get involved in pots and apply pressure. 6-5 tray rainbow, Chewy checking back the ace-king and promptly hitting an ace.
I think I have to check that card. Computer says. Spoke to Landon this morning. He told me, don't bluff Chewy, let him make the money. You know? That's what he said. So, check.
Check.
So don't bluff Chewy, let him squeak in the money, and then you can bluff him.
The Landon in question, of course, Landon Tice. Young phenom. And note that Chewy did check back the ace-king on the turn that now goes to work.
Very slippery from
I'm not
Chewy
fold. Landon might have screwed you.
winner.
Because he told me not to bluff you, so I didn't. You might have picked up more chips if you had something. Landon, you screwed him right off the bat. Oh.
Daniel
He did
just
tell me
on
not to
him,
bust.
Ali. You know, he's everywhere.
Kid's got a big mouth.
He what?
He's got a big mouth. Or a loud mouth, I guess.
Yep.
He's somehow just always communicating with everybody. It's very bizarre.
Yeah, he's like on there all the time.
Yeah.
A little bit cuspy for Chewy under so much ICM pressure, but with just south of 50 bigs.
Raise 55,000.
Shoots it up, and note the sizing approaches from Chewy. Under some normal circumstances, we might size down. He deems this size up appropriate on this bubble. Nicky P elects not to defend the 10-7, respecting the kind of responsible range from Chewy, if you will, under a lot of pressure given that he's in third on a stone bubble.
He loved that I called about Lex Friedman.
I know.
I called him a slave to the sim. That's his new name now.
He takes pride in it.
Yeah, meme it.
Yeah. He's a good kid.
Yeah, I meant it. I wasn't mean-spirited. I was just...
No, I know. Yeah.
Raise 50,000.
50 to go.
King 9 suited for Orpen in the big. Fourth out of five, rather.
Ten seconds. Go.
Goes for defend.
Heads up.
Certainly enough hand with which to do so, Nick.
Absolutely.
Ace-Jack 6 here in
Check.
favor of Chewy. Action check to him. 130 in the middle.
35,000.
Love Chewy's just rhythm and affect at the table. He really just sort of looks like he's at home, comfortable. Huge bubble, but he doesn't seem to, you know, just another day at the office, if you will, and a great start for him, north of $1 million now.
I think one could say the same about Daniel as well, though the affect is much different. Very much just an animal in its natural environment.
That's right.
Habitat.
Cuspy with Petrangelo on the button.
Raise
Deems it an
50,000.
open, 50 to go. As he said before in his interview, him and Nicky P are so deep, real poker to be played, if you will. Full to bound.
Now pocket threes out of the big for Chewy.
Highly defendable off 55 bigs, albeit the stone bubble.
Gonna go set mining.
Heads up.
975, not providing said set. Negreanu with backdoor spades and a gutter. Action check to him. And despite Chewy being a great swimmer
Where's
in
the camera?
terms
Sorry,
of
Landon.
75,000.
post-flop
Sorry, Landon. I had to do just one little one.
procedure, Nick,
Nothing big. Small pot.
and
Right?
easily capable of wading out into murkier waters, at this juncture,
Did you,
With-
though? Did you have to?
Have
Orpen
to
and
do it there?
Bonomo.
Yes, I had to bet that flop. I just, you know, I didn't have a pair, but I had stuff going on.
Good stuff.
Yeah, all kinds of things.
On the shorter stacks with the ICM stone bubble. It's okay to play a little bit more passively, is it not? If not appropriate?
Well said, Ali. The underlying mechanics are what they are, given the stack situations. 9-7 suited for Petrangelo here in the cutoff. Looks like he's going for 45.
Raise 45,000.
That guy's got a whole mountain of chips. I know better. I know better. On the bubble, you crazy? I'm going to play with him? Forget it. Take it. Here. Oh, no. We're playing nice, right?
I'm down with that.
Okay, cool. I'll stay out of your way. Look at that. Look at me. Oof. Is it collusion if we said tell you guys that I'm going to be scared of him?
I'm down with nice.
Poker Integrity Council. Is that okay? I said to him, I'm scared. I thought I would have best one.
Other founding member? I don't know.
Right. Am I okay if I said what I said? Okay. We'll let this one slide.
Yeah.
But if it happens again, oh, all right.
Was he going Chicago there?
You might be lying.
It did
Yeah,
feel
that's true, too.
Chicago.
Yeah.
That's not part of integrity.
like
No, that would be then. Then we really launched the investigation.
It's not my first rodeo.
Nicky P and Orpen out.
the late night shift over at the Wiener Circle. Very famous hot dog stand. Look it up. Or
Raise
don't.
75,000.
75 to go here from Negreanu.
Jack 3 suited, dominated by Bonomo's Jack 10, and we are getting a glimpse of some abusive behavior in terms of range.
Go.
Bonomo
Heads up.
gonna hang in there off of this short stack, and this is going to be somewhat costly for Daniel, barring the arrival of a 3. Bonomo has him outkicked.
170 in the middle, just south of 4 times the big blind to start. Nice start for Daniel to this one. Let's see how Bonomo proceeds. Sub 30 now. Stone bubble. A lot of hand for this situation naturally. Goes for check.
King presents a gut shot to Bonomo.
$50,000. Go.
50. Bet and called. Another 100 into the middle. Now an 8 on the end. Once Daniel gets called on this turn, the Jack 3, not really the kind of hand he would want to pursue value with on the end, or perhaps he disagrees.
80,000.
Well, indeed, he does disagree, and he'll be getting snapped in relatively short order. A lot of hand blind on blind. Justin can still have inferior pairs, so on. Among the murkiest spots in poker are blind on blind, albeit a stone bubble where Bonomo's range is quite a bit more narrow, perhaps, than usual situations. I suppose he's toying with raise, but
They're jacks.
Instead, he does come with the flat and earns himself an added 130,000.
And note the kind of, you know, aggressive scoop in of the chips and
Saw
such. It's getting a
Saw
little bit real now. These two haven't always. I don't want to create something that's not there necessarily, but let's just say it's on.
Exactly.
You know?
a million G.
I wouldn't mind creating something, whether or not it's
Shade
there.
over.
Truth be told.
1,020,000.
Fair enough, Ali. You know, the puppet master here, Ali Nejad.
King Queen now for Chewy.
55 to go, cut off.
Take it down, sir. And for Chewy, his zen-like approach was one that was on display when he checked in with Jeff prior to play.
Well, Chewy, you don't strike me as the type to feel too much pressure entering these kind of moments, but what are your emotions like going into this final table?
Yeah, I honestly just feel grateful. Just excited to be here. It's a lot of fun. Get to play my favorite card game today, and yeah, we'll see what happens.
What are the dynamics going to be like approaching the bubble with two big stacks in Daniel and Nick, and the three of you kind of sort of even?
Yeah, it'll be really interesting. You know, there's obviously some significant risk you take on by playing any pots nearing the bubble, where if you go out, then you don't cash. So it's sort of the most tedious part of a tournament. But I like my bubble play.
Thanks for the time. Appreciate it, Chewy.
absolutely.
You got it.
I'll have what he's having.
100%.
Petrangelo.
And it's legit as well with Chewy. Sometimes people sort of, they say it,
Posturing.
but you can tell. So we see Petrangelo putting some heat on. Orpen perhaps toying with everything.
He is now the short stack after Bonomo won that last pot against Negreanu. Declines to proceed with King 5, and you get a look at how ICM plays out there. The 10-3 suited able to just raise and win such a large percentage of the time.
Obviously this silk shirt, or whatever this is Nicky P is wearing, strong, you know?
Is it silk?
I mean, it looks like it might be silk.
A rayon?
Ace 10
perhaps?
off for Negreanu.
Do we have an idea? Is that zigzag?
Yeah.
The rolling papers?
Highly strong. Respect, sir. I mean, one of the best ever here. Perhaps thinking about leaning on Daniel. Of course, Daniel under all sorts of ICM pressure as far as entanglements with Petrangelo are concerned. His stack is simply worth so much real money.
Cool.
Goes for flat.
How many proofs of purchase does one need to accumulate to redeem for the zigzag button down? Lovely. Neither player improving on the Jack 7-6 board, and the shorties love to see it anytime the big boys want to collide.
Yes, they're all just saying one time.
Yes,
you
right.
know, Jack 7.
Set of
one
sevens, set of
time, yeah,
jacks,
straight
please.
flush, nut flush,
Right.
please.
50,000.
Note the stab in a spot where perhaps he wouldn't stab as much for chips, but with ICM covering stone bubble, we'll take a hand such as this and just sort of test the waters. Daniel with some very key interaction in the form
I'll
of the
just
ace.
fold.
Okay, fair enough.
And worthy of note, Daniel's unwillingness to follow through on the pre-flop raise. Well, Nicky P took his turn with Jeff Platt
True to your
before
word.
play. Here's what he had to say.
You don't want to get involved.
Well, Nick, you enter this final table as the chip leader. Do you feel pressure in that sort of role in a big spot like this?
Of course, like any big situation, yeah, there's some expectations and nerves and stuff, but it's not very different than what we're doing all year round. It's same game, new day, so just kind of take it one hand at a time and go from there.
The job won't be easy today. How would you sum up the competition that lies in this final five?
It's super tough competition. It's also unique because it's very rare that we're this deep stacked around a bubble or just a final table in general. So it is different in that regard. And yeah, it's going to be fun and more dynamic than other final tables where there's a bunch of short stacks, you know. So yeah, it's going to be tough and it's probably going to be a battle and a long one.
And finally, Nick, I don't usually ask these kinds of questions. Who are you wearing?
So my boy, one of my Dutch boys that plays all the Tritons, Tom Vogel, sang. One day he just dropped this by my table in Madrid as a gift for no reason, and I promised him I'd wait for a big final table to wear it. And now I'm going to owe him one in return if I win today. So hopefully be buying Tommy a shirt after tomorrow.
This qualifies as a big final table. Looking sharp. Thanks for the time. Appreciate it, guys.
So the always sartorial Tom Vogel's saying, who really, in terms of silk and rayon, is at the very top of the totem pole,
Raise 50.
regular on the Triton Tour, gifting the zigzag shirt.
50 to go, and there it is. You know, said he'd wear it, and here he is. Note the snap release from Bonomo. Again, bubble dynamics, so on.
King Salmon on the button, making sashimi of the blinds. You a
Did you-
salmon guy?
Yeah, I like salmon.
Hate it.
Well. Okay, you know.
Just, you know, I think it's overrated.
I'm not going to argue with this because it's subjective, so sure. I could care less, Sully, you know?
Black cod. Now there's a fish. Fit for a king.
Fit for a king, he says.
Ace-5 suited on the button for Negreanu now. Surely it will be opened.
Go.
Goes for limp, highly unconventional on a bubble, fair enough. And for Bonomo with just south of 40, ace-10 suited, let's observe the procedures. Perhaps limps behind, perhaps a big declaration. Odd little spot here, Negreanu coming with the limp. Does just raise, fair enough, 4x.
How often does one expect Negreanu to be taking this line in a trappy manner? In this spot?
Behind that?
No, 705 back.
It's hard to say, Ali. You know, he's out there. They're flowing with him. It's very hard to speculate from the booth. He does go for call, 200 in the middle, flops the wheel draw. Not a great flop for either man, naturally.
All spades, king high. Bonomo in front, but this really is not his board. Try telling that to him, though, as he goes to work on Negreanu, and now the ace-5 of clubs stops looking so good.
He goes for quarter pot, and I will say this about Bonomo. One thing he really has going for him, he has shown a propensity to not be scared to bust on the bubble, so it allows him, look at this, Ali, we have a meaningful reach from Daniel.
Raise 200,000.
Excellent sniff here on the heels of the wheel draw, and barring something obscene from Justin, this will do it, Ali. Bravo, sir. Take it down. Next hand. Interesting.
This one's for you, Serge. Limpin' is pimpin'. He gave me that this morning. Limpin' is pimpin'.
Who gave you that?
Huh?
Who told you that?
That's my buddy Serge.
Oh.
I've known for many years. Came up with that in our hockey chat. Limpin' is pimpin'.
Shout out,
the
Serge.
ace-5 of clubs on the all-spade
Shout
board.
out the hockey chat. You know,
That's pimpin'.
limpin' is pimpin', baby.
You in that hockey chat, Nick?
No, I'm not in there, but, you know, kings for Chewy. Big-time bubble moment here. You sort of have mixed feelings about a hand such as this on the stone bubble, but we move forward.
Raise 50,000.
And he's been very active, just the way the kind of cards have come out. So perhaps the big stacks are getting a little suspicious, although folds abound.
But note the chips that may have otherwise been deployed pre-flop can be repurposed post-flop when making that particular move and rationalized in terms of they were always going to get spent. Let's see if we can put them to work in this spot here in position with more leverage.
Fair enough, Ali.
Well, if you like yourself some Hold'em, we got it for you for free. Where else but the PokerGO Hold'em app? Use promo code SHRB22 and we'll slide 100,000 in free chips your way. Void where prohibited. Friends and family. I don't know. I don't think it's prohibited anywhere. Note, by the way, though, that the smallest stakes on the app are 25, 50,000 blinds. So that 100 really not as attractive.
Holding around to Orpen here in the small blind.
That's not true, of course.
I honestly haven't listened to a word you've said for at least 30 seconds. Borderline. I mean, not one. It was really, I went elsewhere, so I can't even indulge. I can't even mess around. I'm not even here. Goes for the limp. Likely very sound procedures from Orpen with the chip dynamics. It's also interesting, just the overarching theory. Naturally do what you want out there. Chewy leaning on him.
70,000.
10-4
Sure is.
off. This kind of speaks for itself. Goes for 3.5 times the blind. And for Orpen, a real decision in regards to re-raise or call.
I think he's always prepared to face this sort of question when limping the king-queen.
10 seconds.
A lot of hand. And he also knows that Chewy's the kind of guy that can be dancing out there,
Heads up.
getting a little frisky, as we see the 10-4 has done. Now the ace-7-3 board, 4 of hearts working for Chewy. But that king-queen in no man's land, so to speak.
Check.
Very much no man's land, and one could see something like quarter pot simply doing it in a situation like this.
40,000.
Does go for the QP, and just king of diamonds, queen of spades. Very difficult navigations on the stone bubble.
Much like chess, it's the future moves
Bravo, sir.
that cause concerns despite being late 5-1. What do we do even if we hit the king on the turn? So Orpen into the muck, and Chewy. A bit of molestation there with the 10-4. Today's coverage brought to you in part by StormX, the easiest way to earn crypto.
Raise 45,000.
Upstairs to 45,000 from
I'd like to
Petrangelo suited
exhibit
connector.
evidence to the Poker Integrity Council, and I'm a man of my word.
So far, so good.
So far, so good.
We got eyes on you, though.
I know. I have 2 of them. You guys got your work cut out for you of late. It looks like. My goodness. What the heck is going on?
By the way, shout out to
I don't know,
Paul
man. It's a good question,
Lahainen,
though. Kind of an evergreen question.
I have no idea what's going on anymore.
David Capico, and Waffle Crusher at Thin Value on Twitter, all 3 of whom have stepped right up to advise that this zigzag shirt that Nikki dons today, a $1,200 garment from the House of Amiri. So Vogel saying really stepping up with the big gifts. Playing the long con. Nikki, by the way, baby, I didn't bring my wallet to this high roller. You got 300 I can borrow?
75 to go once again, small blind, big blind. Not surprised to hear this shirt. I mean, look at this thing. I believe it's silk. Hear you on the long con. And a lot of hand for Bonomo in the face of this small blind open. He is in once again. These 2 meet again, Ali.
I mean, not a birthday, not Christmas, just a gift. Hugely generous, the Dutchman. Meanwhile, Ace-King 5, not particularly generous to Bonomo, whose required jack is blocked and has been outflopped by bottom pair as Negreanu follows through.
I like this sizing approach from Daniel, too, going for the kind of meaty size. It's fairly thematic when you see the ace and the king on the board, that the aggressive range gets to just be very annoying immediately, if you will. And for Justin with queen 10, it's a little bit more hand than it may appear at first glance.
Sizing also
Bubble
provides
considerations, nonetheless. He is gone. Very nice, sir.
the benefit of taking a guy like Justin, who we well know, bubble or not, is capable of floating and weeding that part of the range sort of out of there.
Justin, is that 550?
Yeah, 550 behind.
Dissuading it at a minimum.
Indeed. Dissuasion.
At round 5.
Thanks.
Go.
Once again, Daniel employs the limp.
Mm-hmm. And once again, Bonomo wakes up with something in the small.
Go. Check.
3 ways to the flop.
3 players.
80 in the middle. Oh, Nicky P slides right into trips out of nowhere, if you will.
Check.
Improbable outcome.
Check.
An involuntary one at that, given it is the product of Negreanu's choice to limp, and here we see the perils of that choice. Unfortunate for Bonomo as well, of course. This board texture is not a bad one for his 4s. Negreanu now takes a swing.
Nice release from
Yeah.
Bonomo, just sort of respecting the situation, if you will. A lack of visibility on essentially all turns aside from the 4. And for Nicky P, let's observe. Does just go for raise
105.
right now.
Mhm. There is murkiness on the back end of this call for Negreanu,
Heads up.
who is really peeling. Any prospective kicker issues have been resolved upon the arrival of a deuce, giving Petrangelo the boat now. And the ace high doesn't mind it either.
Daniel keeping an eye on the 100% starting range of Nicky P. Well, a little less as we can remove really great hands. But again, Daniel limped. Anytime you limp and the big blind plays back at you, you invite a kind of
70.
complicated
70,000.
situation, if you will. Nick goes for just south of quarter. Ambitious procedures here, Ali, from Daniel, drawing dead. 430 in the middle. Queen of diamonds on the end.
These two big stacks are really not looking to get involved with one another. In that context, perhaps, would be worthy of consideration for Negreanu, pending this barrel
10 seconds.
from Nicky P.
110.
Downsized.
This strikes me as a guy who knows his opponent has an ace. Really a lovely sizing here. Very annoying for Daniel, so on.
Ten seconds. Ten seconds.
2 time banks spent. Obviously, that could come
Fair.
into play down the line.
Fair enough. Exactly. It's not that big of a pot. Have to be careful. The time banks can just sort of evaporate.
10 seconds.
Does get away. Nice pickup for Petrangelo there. Just south of 3 million now for him.
Well, credit to Negreanu, who obviously hung in there on a couple of streets, but didn't chase that price being
Any
laid.
of these, I'm using them. I'm proud of myself. Good boy. Because I changed my mind, and I'm on this one. I was going to pay, and then I didn't pay. Maybe it, you know, it's good or bad. We'll see.
Time will tell.
Think long, think wrong, some say, but
Ace high.
yeah.
Good fold.
Thank you. Had other ideas, maybe. Said, "Fuck,
Raise. 45.
maybe I get crazy."
Could have.
And then I remembered my oath that I made. So that didn't do it.
Negreanu did mention on both days 1 and 2 that he'd had a conversation with his wife Amanda, who had kind of urged him to take a little bit more time, utilize those time banks. That's what they're there for. Happy wife, happy life. You know the story.
Cool.
You don't know the story?
I know the story, Ali. It just, you know, it didn't make sense in the context, but that's right. Taking a little time out there to keep Amanda happy is what you were saying. And then happy wife, happy life. There he is. King Queen off for Negreanu. Stone bubble here, Ali, 300K. Goes for limp. Negreanu really, I mean, riding the limp in his pimpin' strategy clearly.
How much do you have now? Sorry. It was like 2?
Was that? Yeah, a little over 2. 2.1.
Touch off his start of 2.225. Currently sitting with just about 2.1. Look at Petrangelo torquing this limp a touch from the button. Sends Orpen's King Jack right into the muck.
Pick me.
A thematic surprise, I would say, Nick,
Checking
in
in the
terms
dark
of
once again.
Check.
collisions between these two. Petrangelo soliciting this one from the button.
You know, these suited king low cards are just kind of coveted for activity at times at final tables. Does flop the diamonds. Position so paramount, forgive the obvious, but when you're the covering stack against the second place stack, position is
Choosing to lose
worth
minimum.
a tremendous
potentially once
amount.
again.
Does bow out, play another hand.
King of diamonds.
Shows a key one, Ali.
Yeah.
Does give him a little show.
So I had a
Nicky P.
king too.
Negreanu says he's
Very good.
So did
choosing to lose the
I. You might
minimum.
have the diamond draw.
I did.
Oh, I just had a king.
A little bit more real estate put between Nicky P and D-Negs. Almost $1 million in total now, as Petrangelo seeking to emerge as one of the lone chip leaders. Chewy, 1.2, and really it's a focus upon Bonomo and Kisacioglu as we eye a bursting of this bubble. 720K, 27 bigs and 23 bigs respectively for Justin and Orpen.
And the hand of the week.
I've chosen not to limp.
with the right suit in the club.
The infamous blocker. There it is.
I had the blocker. You didn't have shit. That's what you said.
I didn't.
I had the blocker, and
Once
you
again,
didn't have shit.
the truth remains.
Yeah. It's not about what I have. It's what I know you don't have against me.
Yes, I'm sorry. How much is that?
This is 500.
That's 500.
Yeah.
Raise 40.
Suited connector. Takes it upstairs to 40,000. Now Bonomo out of the big with king queen. Defends against the min. Everything fairly standard to this point. 9 trade deuce. Doesn't improve either holding. Trademark check there from Justin, by the way. The fist, a couple of light wraps on the rail.
Everybody has their own style. He does have the fist wrap the rail a few times. 7, 8, 9 work in the spades winner.
Stephen Chidwick comes to mind as another with a very unique brand of check, that eerily long, I believe, middle finger that he just kind of lightly wraps on the felt as he cages his holding.
Thank you. I'll get you on my way out for everything. Thanks.
Remember when Tom Dwan was going with the pinky? He was on high stakes. He was checking with his pinky like up and down. Eli Elezra said, "I never see someone play for millions of dollars check it like this," and just doing his pinky up and down. That was a, you know, everybody's got their own style though, Ali.
Yeah.
Queen 10 off for Orpen here. Hijack Cuspy. Him and Bonomo neck and neck in the bubble boy position, if you will. He is out. Chewy
War of
with just
attrition.
south of 60 bigs, indeed, Ali.
Kind of jockeying to stay in front by a nose of the other guy.
Just go for raise this time. 3 times the big blind. Sheds Bonomo. Not Petrangelo, though.
Nicky P
150
hanging
in the
tough yet again. We see the 2 biggest stacks in a confrontation. Ace-Jack 5 does put Petrangelo in front with bottom pair. However, initiative and the 5 of diamonds interaction for Negreanu. Never mind position. All coming together for 2/3 pot.
Note that just hard got to run over this Petrangelo.
Sticky P. It's hard to flop a pair. And after the call, it's 2 quick checks. Daniel completely unimproved as running deuces arrive. And this is one Petrangelo just wants to get to showdown free of charge, right?
I would think so, Ali.
5.
Good.
And Daniel
No pair.
content to allow him to do that. Checks back.
Oh, well, you can just leave it there. Or you can bring it to me. And, okay. I'll put it in my bag.
That hand was something of a message as well to Daniel. three times the big blind, 5-6 offsuit, he's still coming. So he's very much, the players understand. Petrangelo isn't scared to take flops. 160 bigs for him now. Chewy under the gun.
King, queen. Has queen 8 in a bit of a stranglehold.
How's the spades working though? Peels.
And a queen high board is a troublesome one for Orpen as he is outkicked. 9 of spades interaction is nice, of course, and there are some chop outs. Goes check, check rather quickly, Nick.
I was a little bit surprised to see Daniel check there. The 9s are quite nice for the cutoff range. Queens and 9s with a king, of course, is a great hand. But he extends a little rope to things beyond just what we're looking at. Orpen wisely checks again, and I would assume we'll hear from Daniel. Now checks one more time, so content to just kind of small ball it down. This one certainly could have gone differently had Daniel bet flop. Perhaps turn as well. 130 in the middle, 475 back for Orpen. He's weighing whether to pursue value or just check.
I was going to do 80 and you did 75. Maybe I should put more in. Maybe I should put more in. I was going to put 80, so you might have cost me 5 with that bet. I'll just call. What you got?
Queen 8.
Huh?
Queen 8.
So after 2 checkbacks, Orpen understandably pursuing a little value with his holding. The 75,000 gets flatted. Backdoor diamonds in the presence of the 9s. Coming together to leave Daniel as a caller on the end. And that is an unwelcome development for Kisacioglu as he is down to just 16 bigs, Nick.
Very unwelcome in that line. Check down to the river, his pursuit of value, understandable.
I guess I might cash my thing.
Indeed, he is down to 16 blinds and change.
There are the payouts. Keep an eye on 5th. Notably lacking $0. Stone Bubble. Here at the 7th edition of the Super High Roller Bowl. Such a technical phase. Ace 10 suited for Orpen here. Do we go sailing for 16 bigs?
This is what Orpen is asking himself, Ali. It's certainly worthy of getting the stack in. The road to getting the stack in is what he's marinating on. Looks like he's going for a normal raise.
55.
Interesting maneuver off of 16.5. And for two with ace-9 suited, very intriguing one brewing. Under normal circumstances, of course, it's just getting in one way or the other. But again, we know the situation. What a great start to this one for Chewy, going with the just call with an awful lot of hand. Sub 17 BBs. Nut flush draw for Chewy. The gut shot in the back door working for Orpen. Note the very strange equity we're looking at. I don't know about all that, but perhaps that's, you know.
Backdoor clubs, Broadway gutty, and the better of the
it
two
just-
ace highs
fair enough.
versus
And
the
then
nut
chop
flush
outs.
draw.
Fair enough.
10 seconds.
Navigations here seem much more clear for Chewy than Orpen. Not clear in regards to how to proceed, but we know we can get it in. For Orpen, stone bubble, odd little spot.
$35K. The follow through from Orpen.
The ranges at this point are hyper condensed for this situation. Again, sub 17, but these are real deal ranges playing this pot, if you will. Chewy goes for call, 200 in the middle.
Oh, and the 7 of spades slides right in, leaves Orpen drawing dead.
Certainly does. The only saving grace for Orpen is that that's really not his card in this line. 240 back for Orpen, 200 in the middle.
10 seconds.
And for Chewy, we could see check. We could see something like 15, 20% pot. He does go for the hyper sneak and allows Orpen to slide into Broadway. A
But a
rather
fourth
interesting development, if you will. Of course, it's the 4th spade, but Chewy can still have things like Jack X suited, King X suited. Highly tricky spot coming up for Orpen. He may elect to go for value to the tune of 10% pot, so on.
10 seconds.
Orpen's about to be in a very awkward spot. I would imagine all time banks might get used here. Crafty little check from Chewy there on the turn.
Calling.
Boy, this is just pure bluff catcher territory now. There is no value that does not contain a spade for Chewy, presumably, Nick, in this spot.
Correct. Note the stare down. Fair enough.
This call is for Orpen's tournament life. Orpen made it 55 pre. Chewy called. He followed through for 35. Got called. 2 checks on the turn. Now he checks on the river and gets asked for it all.
He actually sort of blocks the ace of spades as well, Orpen. He blocks ace-ace, which is possible in this line, and ace-10 offsuit. A little bit interesting. Maybe that's reaching too far, but devilish little spot for Orpen here.
Yeah.
I could see paying off, albeit the bubble. It does get away, bravo, sir.
Bit of a sick feeling there, but
Your face looks so skinny without a beard.
Orpen settles on the right
And you lost
decision
weight too, right? Or just
and fights on,
Fluctuate all the time, yeah.
albeit
I do too a little bit.
off
Not-
of just
Mostly depends
12
on
bigs.
Poker travel, like
Right.
I'm home.
Yeah.
Like
Right.
I was just home for 2 weeks before this, so obviously better. And then if I've been in Europe for 2 weeks, I'm fatter.
100%. Yeah, I totally align with that. It's just
Like when we go on those trips, it's just
play.
tough to we just play.
even with these, like when I play these every day, I just play.
Yeah,
I don't
it's
do
tough.
anything.
It's tough. Try to go for walks or something.
Yeah.
A little bit.
Oh.
I get too tired if I work out and then play.
Sorry.
King of Hearts.
Folded around to Chewy's small blind, queen 9 off suit.
Let's see.
Limps in there.
Raise 75.
I like this hand. Good hand.
Daniel punishing with that 10-9 suited. And despite being dominated, he manages to get that one through as Chewy concedes. Well, on the topic of concessions, how about the PokerGO shop, where from now through October 7th, we're going to give you 20% off our entire inventory. Shirts, hoodies, hats, even special collectibles. Just head on over to shop.pokergo.com for this limited time offer. I got a little fringe benefit. I don't know about you, Nick, but I don't need 20% off because
Note the hijack open from Petrangelo, Jack 8 off. Go on, Ali.
my swag came for free. You on that program, or you have a little rider in your contract, perhaps? No.
I don't have a contract.
If you tell me your
I'm a
size,
day-to-day kind of, you know.
if you tell me your size, I'll put a request in under my setup, and then I'll kick you down.
Good looking
know what
out,
I mean?
Ali. Yeah, I hear you. Game is a game, baby.
I got you.
Petrangelo on the big now.
Feel like I probably shouldn't have said that on stream. Now they know.
Naturally, Orpen with 12 BBs now. 12 BB kind of hand. Chewy. Negreanu, of course. And Bonomo, very much so, have to tread extremely lightly as the bubble bursting prospects are so real. Especially Bonomo, it's an interesting spot. 21.5 bigs. Orpen has 12. Orpen weighing normal raise or jam.
$40,000 from the button on the strength of the Queen 7 suited. Five deuce. Petrangelo flops the gut shot after taking the price pre. Note the cautious approach from Negreanu, who spanks the 7 of hearts on the turn. Petrangelo improving to a two-way straight draw now.
And the Orpen release as well with the King 10 suited was a little bit surprising.
165.
Note the overbet from Petrangelo, and Negreanu Sevens and fives with a queen, a lot of hand button BB, but scary opponent here. Silk shirt Nikki. Zigzag. Got the watch going.
He's zigging and zagging. 165 into 110, and that overbet does get called by Negreanu, and these are somewhat unexpected confrontations. Now the third 5 on the river. Petrangelo without a paddle.
Yeah, I would think Nick would bluff an awful lot of rivers. This one is particularly poor for him. It minimizes the amount of 5x that he can have greatly. And it's just a good card for Daniel's overall range. A la Nick's bluff yesterday on the trip queen run out versus Wari, where the aggressive range has the good stuff, if you will. King, so on. But still just 6 high, weighing it over 440 in the middle.
$105.
Phew. I thought he was going to do the big 700 or something, but for $1.05, are you kidding me? The prices, the bargain basement prices you get in this spot, so scary. You got to just pay.
Yeah, I was just hoping you had a flush draw.
Yeah, that's what I was like, okay, that's good news.
Okay.
You come with the 800, I go, oh, shit. I don't know.
By the way, highly intriguing
Bargain
procedures from
basement.
Nick. That actually seemed like a nice find, if you will, onward. Just targeting things like 10-9 of hearts, so on.
Right, with
You
6
know?
high.
That's right.
You got to put something out there to show your opponent the exit.
Yeah, that was slick, actually. And some well-needed momentum for Daniel. Hasn't been the best start to the day for him, albeit still over 100 bigs, but nice little pickup for him there.
Yeah. Now in the black on the session.
Raise 50.
Queens for Chewy, picks up Negreanu, hijack cutoff here. Chewy, of course, under intense ICM pressure, but queens are queens, and for Orpen, a real decision.
Yeah, all queens accounted for, and
The-
off of 12 bigs.
The Chewy range is alarming for a situation like this, but I do think, as you said, 12 bigs, ace-queen off is just strong enough,
10 seconds.
likely to just go with. Does put it in, Ali.
Sure does. As a line has been drawn in the sand. And now for Chewy, he has choices.
I believe we just go for call here every time. It isn't as if Daniel can just outplay us with impunity. He still has to show great respect for the 12 BB jam of Orpen. I could be mistaken. Perhaps a click is preferred if we're in Chewy's seat. We certainly want to deter Daniel. It is interesting.
Time.
Maybe we do click.
$390.
Let's go for the
I
click.
hate this part.
Daniel is
I
out.
didn't know what to do if he folded.
Ace?
No more queens coming. No more. I had a queen.
Diamonds?
Queen, jack of diamonds. So,
Well, a big 2-to-1 shot here, Ali. Orpen all in for his tournament life.
good luck, Orpen. Nothing personal.
Good luck being issued by Negreanu,
He's all in. If you were all in, I'd say go.
who bowed out. And now the Turk plays for his tournament life. Avoided disaster with the ace-10 against Chewy. But this is a somewhat disastrous spot to find himself in.
What a day.
Yeah.
Ace queen is run into it, as they say. There are aces in the deck, though. Not on this flop, however.
Has the clubs working? Orpen, that is. And indeed still ace hunting. Jack King would do it as well.
Yeah, opportunities if the straight begins to materialize, which it does not. Board pairs, and it is 3 outs once here on this money bubble. Can Orpen find the ace? No, it's the jack of hearts.
Yeah, man. Thank you.
And it is a somber and melancholic affair.
Sorry, bro.
It's all right.
Yeah, tough day, but good run.
Good game, bro. Good game.
A lot of respect and a lot of love, a lot of sympathy and compassion being shown by his compatriots.
Indeed, a very good
play
game to
five
you,
or
sir.
two.
Somebody has to stone
Queen, jack of
bubble.
diamonds.
Yeah, we would have.
Look at that. The run out. I don't think it would all got in though.
Occasionally, it just is what it is. And now, as the bubble bursts, all 4 of these players
Amen.
can relax a touch. $720,000 has been locked up courtesy of 4th or better. And the departure of Orpen Kisacioglu. Those walks are long.
That's a long and lonely walk out of here. 720 for 4th, 0 for 5th. But alas, there were 4 podium finishers, if you will. Bonomo, our clear shorty. No, Petrangelo sizing down a little bit, if you will. They were going with bigger opens on the bubble, but now that we've reached the money, perhaps back to min, unclear. We only have 1 of Nick's cards as it stands.
How are things going to change now as Bonomo inherits the short stack, but the bubble has burst? Is he going to be far more freewheeling, or are we looking at this pay jump and presuming that he will continue
Very nice from Chewy here with the ace of hearts, deuce of clubs.
to proceed cautiously in cobble?
He certainly is more apt to get it in than he was on the stone bubble. So things sort of just proceed
Just open 1-5.
the way one would expect, if you will. 80 BBs for Chewy. 140 some odd for Nicky P. 120 and change for Negreanu. 110 rather.
Raise 45.
Nicky P going to work on the button. Chewy with a couple of red deuces. Queen 9-5, not furnishing the set that Chewy was seeking as Petrangelo outflops him. Decides to check back, Nick, and I'm a little bit surprised given the ability to leverage the short stack of Bonomo, despite us being on the inside of the bubble here. Still the pay jump lurks.
But a lot more wiggle, naturally, being in the money. As Petrangelo slides into 9s and 8s. Chewy with just the ducks. Sometimes the ducks are keen on activating in these kinds of situations. Does wisely go for check.
Two pair, such a lovely development for Nicky P.
130.
After checking back 2 streets, he goes full pot. Chewy easily into the muck as Nicky P knocking on the 3 million threshold here. Petrangelo again going to work, this time with an ace-10. No takers. Is Nicky P really able to cage Negreanu and Chewy here with the pay gap? 720 for fourth, 1.152 for third.
They're a little bit caged, but it's also very expensive for Nicky P. If he just wields the stack around with reckless abandonment, he himself risks moving into second or third. So it's, you know, it's a delicate dance, but indeed they're a little bit caged with Bonomo having sub 20. King 8 suited limp here from the Negreanu button.
Not feeling imprisoned, but not feeling emboldened either. To be fair, has been working the limp in his pimpin' strategy. King 7-6 here, and he will work top pair. Always had Petrangelo in a bad way. Nicky P.
Limping is pimping. Limping is kinging. King limping.
Check folds.
Kinging and limping. Top pair, bro. What are you gonna do? Gotta protect my hand.
That was a bluff for Orpen, right?
On the 4 flush? No, I turned it.
Oh, wow. You did nuts?
Yeah, I turned it.
Oh, the hand against Orpen?
Wow, he made a good fold.
You have a spade? No.
No, I don't know.
I mean, it's a good spot to bluff.
That's what I mean. It looked like, I'm like, this is a really good spot to have nothing.
Surely could have, but not this time. It's the beauty of the deck, right?
Yeah.
You're at 1.5, right?
I think I'm slightly over. Yeah, no, it's right around there.
Petrangelo limping an ace, sharing a 6 with Chewy, who says run it. Queen 9-7, second pair for Chewy here. Are you surprised by Petrangelo's limp there, given the presence of Bonomo's short stack? Should he not be getting aggressive?
I'm not surprised by his limp. Again, there still is a little bit of reverse collision going on. If Chewy had 30 BBs or 40, we get to kind of, Chewy has 75 BBs in position here. There's still a lot of play left. It isn't as if you could just run him over with impunity. Check down to the river here. 9 of clubs working for Chewy. 60 in the middle. Let's see if he goes for value in the face of a Petrangelo check.
Yeah, both players did knuckle after picking up straight draws on the turn with the 6 working. Backdoor club arrival, and Petrangelo checking one last time.
Winner.
Yeah, he's out of there. Nice little 45K.
Just this hand?
From Chewy, getting the job done. Chewy into yoga, hiking, traveling and rock climbing. You ever
He
climb
is
any
an
rocks?
avid rock climber, Chewy. I never got into it, but he's in the rock climbing gym all the time. You, Ali?
Done it a couple times on those fake walls.
Mm-hmm.
Not for me.
King 10 off here for Petrangelo.
Actually made it to the top of one of those things one time. Not just the bare wall, but kind of a bouldering kind of deal.
Go on, yeah.
Got to the top and then asked, well, how do we get down? And there really was no way to get down. You just either scale your way back down, which is far more terrifying.
Look at this, by the way. This
Or
is a little terrifying as well. 9-6 offsuit. At the very least, he's reaching. Does go for defend. He was reaching, though. I think, at least.
Last minute pivot, perhaps, as Nicky P went to work from the button with the King 10, picks up the customer.
Check.
And it's an open ender for Negreanu. Note the 10 arriving would be awful for Nicky P.
You know it. Thank you so much.
D-Negs checks it.
It goes for 80 into 120, 783 rainbow. Indeed, the 10 is a disastrous card for Petrangelo.
Wow.
Daniel Wang call or raise here.
See another one.
See another one declared.
Yeah, extra 160 in there. And now the turn, an interesting one as Negreanu jumps in front with top pair. Petrangelo, however, develops an open ender. Check back from Nicky P. Allows backdoor clubs to come in. Just naked king high for him. As D-Negs checks one last time.
9.
And a check back from Nicky P, allowing Daniel to continue to narrow the gap.
Take it down, sir.
Break, yeah.
They're going to be separated by just 400,000, both north of their starting stack on the day, as we have lost one player and burst the bubble here in the 7th edition of the Super High Roller Bowl. There are the chip counts as we head to our first break. Don't go anywhere. Nick and I will return as we seek to crown a champion. Stay close. 5 began the day on the Stone Money Bubble, and now only 4 remain. 7th edition of the Super High Roller Bowl continues. Final table action from inside the PokerGO studio at Aria Resort and Casino. I am Peanut Butter, he is Jelly.
You know what, Ali? I'm getting real like Kim Jong-un vibes from that biopic. Can we flash that on the screen one more time, guys? Kim Un-Nejad over here.
Is it the Mandarin collar?
It's the collar and then the middle part. We see the chip counts here. Petrangelo in first, Negreanu in second, Chewy in third, Bonomo very clearly in fourth. Those are brought to you by Hair Club. You can see there at the bottom.
You know that you've just empowered me with dictatorial-like authority.
Can we? Maybe not. I'd love to flash that pick of Nejad up one more time. I just noticed it.
I'd love to be in the top 4 as these guys are, where $720,000 has been assured the combatants. $3.3 million up top, and a not altogether negligible sum of $430,000 separating 4th and 3rd as we advance to the 15 and 25K blind level. And that is bad news for Justin Bonomo.
Limp check here.
Sitting with 14 bigs roughly at present.
15-25, as you said. Open ender working for Bonomo. Top pair, backdoor diamonds for Negreanu. Interesting. 75 in the middle.
60,000.
D-Negs comes out swinging.
He's swinging to the tune of 60 into 75, a kind of uncomfortable size to navigate against. Bonomo eyeing his chips.
All in.
All?
And Justin choosing to jam here with the open-ender.
But he was Ali, and he finds himself as a 3-2 dog for his tournament life.
We're going spinning. 715K in the middle. Justin Bonomo currently in need of a 4, 9, or a jack to complete a straight or make a bigger pair. Instead, it's the queen of diamonds, and unfortunately for Justin, that will remove some outs from the top of the screen, as any diamond variant of the aforementioned no longer serves his purposes. That smirk is with good reason, as he has 9 outs once to stay alive. Burn down. The river is a jack.
It does come right in, the jack of spades. What a welcome sight that is for Mr. Bonomo, Ali.
And conversely, not so welcome for Mr. Negreanu.
After the diamond on the turn as well, you know,
Right.
felt a little extra cold. But the cards run out the way they run out.
Tough to get rid of that man there. Just look at these results. A super high roller bowl mercenary of sorts. Likes to show up for these things. Most modest payout, $510,000 for an 8th place finish in the Bahamas, but in additions 3, 4, and 6, notching 7th, 1st, and 2nd place finishes respectively. And of course the championships in China and online as well. I mean, 57.7 doesn't happen by accident, Nick.
Talk to him, Ali.
Winningest
No, it
player
doesn't.
of all time.
See the Lichtenberger raise here in the cutoff. Queen 10 off, and the defense from Petrangelo, Ace-6 offsuit, King, King 4, 2 spades on the flop. 10 of spades working for Chewy, 160 in the middle.
Well, what am I supposed to do now?
It was just I was mid, and then the flop came. You know, I'm not trying to step on your toes, Ali. Ali gets very sensitive when I call the flops. He really does. He kind of pouts, sort of sinks down in his chair.
I got like a couple of things I can do here.
You're the best,
I
Ali.
can call the
I
flop.
was mid. We were talking about Bonomo, and then the flop, it just sort of appeared. I'm not trying to believe me, pal.
And then the only other thing I can do is get under your skin. I have 2 lanes on my side of this street.
King 3 suited for Bonomo here. And I'm not trying to swerve into your lane, pal, whatsoever.
Because note that if you take that one away from me, the only other thing I can do in here is annoy you. You don't want that. There you go. Let me handle this. Bonomo opens to 60,000 on the button. Take it down, sir. Onwards. Then this is your opportunity. You can say something if you'd like about the great Justin Bonomo. Nice gap here.
Just marinating on how to play this one, Ali, you know? Sometimes I have to just stay silent. King 3 suited for Petrangelo here.
Raise 55.
Upstairs we go. 55,000. Ace 10 suited for Chewy. Deliberating.
That's it.
Chewy's had a nice little ascent since the onset.
235.
We see him 3-betting here. He came in with 880K, Nick. Now sits to start this hand with over 1.6, 235 of which has been delivered.
What did you start with?
Just under 1.6.
Yeah, it's been a fantastic day to the start, naturally, for Chewy, as you said, coming in with 800 some odd.
Seconds.
490.
Look at this
Really?
from Nicky P
490.
with the king and the 3 of the club variety. Coming for the 4-bet, and for Chewy with ace-10 suited, naturally, it has shrunk up an awful lot, Ali. See what speaks to Andrew here.
Look at Petrangelo leveraging that big stack.
And a nice shot of Bonomo peering on intently, of course.
Yeah.
Meaningful pay jumps.
That's a man that would be all too happy to see Chewy get it into the middle against a man who has him covered and potentially find the exit. Prematurely, one might think.
60 some odd bigs to start. Just north of 2x. Open from Nicky P. 9 point some odd from Chewy. And then this, 18 BBs from Petrangelo with king 3 suited. Intriguing.
10 seconds.
Massive flop coming here, Ali. Chewy peels. 1,030,000 in the middle.
490 invested, courtesy of the 4-bet from king 3 suited. And you did mention these suited baby kings.
Something of a principled idea. He has a 3, he doesn't have a 10. Chewy has a 10. Some interesting blocker effects going on at final table specifically. Deuce, deuce, queen of the red variety. No connection for either. But Petrangelo with the initiative. As you say, Ali.
Action check to him.
10 seconds. 250.
Does go for quarter just south, and with just ace-10 of spades here, perhaps the battle is over for Chewy, barring an exceptional read. Quite difficult to proceed here.
And Petrangelo really riding the big stack and position in conjunction with one another to glory. 4 bets pre, a C-bet post, and taking down a very healthy pot as he
Bravo, sir.
seeks to reside all alone at the top of the chip counts. 1.2 roughly separating him and Negreanu at present. Another 1 million down to Chewy. And Bonomo looking to maintain contact with the peloton. Chip denoms. 5Ks, quarters, 100Ks. All in action.
Raise 50.
Winner.
Back to back for Nicky P.
Raise 60,000.
Petrangelo in the big blind being targeted by Chewy's ace-5 suited. Oh, and he wakes up with a king-queen.
Goes for defend.
Heads up.
These two meet again.
10-7 deuce. No pair anywhere. Petrangelo checks the 2 overs. Backdoor diamonds and wheel prospects. Coupled with ace high, which is best. And in position, Chewy follows through.
And I would think in the face of quarter pot, we have a call for Petrangelo. King Queen, still a lot of hand. Keep an eye on the inferior broadways, so on.
Beautiful 9 of diamonds now on the turn. Helps Petrangelo as well as he picks up the gutty. But Chewy, already with the best hand, now adds a nut flush draw to the equation.
Well said, Ali. Petrangelo toying with lead, perhaps?
Okay.
65.
65.
Does go for quarter some odd just north. For Chewy with this nut flush draw. Obviously, we're not going anywhere.
Seconds.
255.
255.
Very interesting navigations from Chewy there.
Shot it up.
Bit of a
as
finger wave to the quarter pot, if you will. Winner.
Petrangelo, yeah, took a little
Yeah, he 2 seconds over on him.
65K swing at it, understandably.
He said time is.
Might have sensed he had a bit of a range advantage on that 10 high board. Did Nicky P. But finger wag indeed. Yes. We're going to be adding at least 720,000 to that 13.4 in career tournament earnings for Chewy. He'll move up and over 14 million as a result. Spent some time out in India recently, did Chewy. Had a vision for a platform that would bring something new to the market in the creation of his poker site, Lucky Chewy Poker.
Shout out Lucky Chewy Poker, shout out India, you know. Suited paints abound, Jack 5 for Chewy. Queen 6 for Bonomo, both of the black variety, Ace King 9 red. Justin goes for quarter pot. Winner.
Following through on the 60K pre successfully is Bonomo. Chewy, by the way, doesn't strike me as a sportsman, but growing up, worked at a bowling alley, hosting kids' parties.
Pretty sure he's bowled a perfect game as well, by the way. Good athlete, Chewy.
Justin, you entered today looking for your 4th super high roller bowl ring. What will it take to get that done today, besides, of course, being on the right side of card distribution?
I mean, that's most of it, right side of card distribution. These are tough players. Like, I think they have different styles that I have a good idea of how to navigate. The situation can change so quickly, so I think it's going to require a lot of dynamic play and dynamic thinking from me.
You've taken a step back of sorts from poker over these last couple of years. With that said, do you still feel the passion for the game, especially in big moments like this?
Yeah, one thing I've felt like blessed for throughout my career is like sometimes I need to take a break because I'm just burned out, and I'm fortunate enough that I can take those breaks. But what I feel really fortunate about is every time I take a 2-month break, I'm just like dying to get back in there. And that's where I'm at now. I'm just like dying to play more poker, dying to study more, and just really loving it.
That's a pretty good sign. Good luck today. Thanks for the time. Appreciate it. Cass.
Raise 50,000.
Notably absent from that exchange was any discussion of bowling.
That's right, we were handling that in here. Apologies, the interview came out of nowhere, if you will. 8-6 suited for Petrangelo, Ace-2 suited for Negreanu here. You a bowler, Ali?
I think I've broken 200 one time, but the answer is no. It's the joints, kind of a disgusting thing to do as well, I think. There's a lot of bacteria in a bowling alley, the balls and the what have you. Meanwhile, King Jack 4, Negreanu's ace deuce, failing to improve. Petrangelo seeks not to follow through. Picks up a gutty on the turn.
Check.
See whether or not the deference continues. That's not the board for ace deuce, as Petrangelo will fire 100K on the strength of the acquired draw and take it down. Back to Chewy with the bowling. I'm not done here. Growing up, Lichtenberger was really into it because he used to play with his family. He was on his high school team. And the reason the story's important, Nick, is because the owner of that bowling alley that he worked at, hosting the kids' parties, played on Party Poker. And that's how Chewy was introduced to online poker.
You know, I didn't know that. There it is.
It's these sort of establishments, the pool hall, the bowling alley, gateways.
Cool.
Ladies for Bonomo here comes with limp. 7 deuce off for Petrangelo. Actually, a raise it right now kind of idea. A very fair amount of the time, 30 effective.
Raise 75,000.
And that's a lovely sight for Bonomo.
Indeed it is. And some of the idea behind raising here, it's actually defensive. You'd love to not be forced to take a flop with a hand such as this. Multifaceted ideas, perhaps.
That's it. Cool.
The excessive sneak here from Bonomo.
8-8-4 as Bonomo lays in wait. Extending rope to Petrangelo, who took his shot pre for 75K. We'll find out whether or not he has further aspirations, and it certainly appears so as he reaches out and touches 40,000, sub-quarter pot.
Second.
Bonomo going deep into the clock here. This posturing?
No, I think he's legitimately weighing call or raise, and if raise, what size? Note the snap release from Petrangelo.
Like 135.
Fair enough.
Yeah, he wasn't altogether interested, was he? Nice check raise there. Managed to get quite a bit off of a 7 deuce by taking the line that he did, inducing pre-flop. Now an ace on the button for Justin,
Raise 60,000.
putting some of the newfound chips to work. Tightening the gap between himself and Chewy, by the way, which is a little bit inconvenient. If we're Chewy.
Certainly, Ali. Such is the nature of tournaments. Bonomo not one to go quietly historically. Just south of 40 now. Little stack adjustment.
Raise 55,000.
King 6 on the button. Nicky P shoots it up.
55,000.
And Negreanu
Started with about 2.
deciding to push back on the strength of a Jack-10 suited. 3 bets to 255K.
We saw Nick earlier with the King-3 suited against Chewy. Just King-6 offsuit now. Just slide it.
Finally did a 3-bet thing.
Oh, congrats.
Yeah, that was a good hand. Finally said, you know what? Sometimes you got to do it. Do the 3-bet thing.
You had enough. You had enough.
And good cards. But then again, when you say good cards, like it's people's definitions vary.
Yeah. Can be a little subjective for sure.
Yeah. I think they're very
Raise
good.
50,000.
Some subjectivity, I suppose, in terms of what people deem good.
We have seen that over the years. Pretty one for Bonomo here.
Computers kind of have stepped in to create a little bit more objectivity, perhaps.
Suppose so.
King, queen suited, facing the 50K, mulling it over.
10 seconds.
Bonomo really has performed quite well after hitting his low water mark.
205.
Raise 205.
And now 3-betting, and Petrangelo might be growing a little bit tired of some of the tenacity on display here. Sometimes we get the sense as the big stack that the opposition should acquiesce, but we know that Bonomo, not the one, so to speak.
Raise 60,000.
Queen Jack off for Chewy. 60 to go. Queen 7 suited for Negreanu button. Interest seems to be peaked. And another 3-bet from Daniel here to 225. Interesting. A gear switch of sorts from Daniel. Started off
spades, I think.
limping. Now he's...
Oh, sorry.
It's okay. Just
Enjoyed yourself so much the first time?
Yeah, it worked the first time. I was like, let's do one more. Hey, we're on a roll. 3 spades, right?
Yeah, 3-2.
That friskiness
Was that the right suit?
manages to get through the
I had
Chewy
the
Open,
spades in my
It
hand.
might have been 3.
despite being
I
smothered
saw black.
Yeah,
by the
I think I
Queen
had the
Jack.
spades in my hand.
Yeah.
as that's not enough kit. Says Chewy.
Yeah, I thought you were calling that.
Well, there's the history of this event,
So confused.
Nick.
How was that possible?
Knicks.
Yeah, I got it. I got it.
Back in Super High Roller Bowl 4. Bonomo and Negreanu finished 1-2. A lot of those same
Raise
characters
60,000.
still
We've run
taking
out
a
of
swing
million,
here in the 7th edition, obviously. Made their way to the exits
850 back. Sorry,
prior to the
950 back.
final. And we've got an issue here for Bonomo, who's been running somewhat pure. Everything kind of going his way since being down in the sub 20 BB range. But this is going to be a problem.
240.
240.
Indeed, a problem for Bonomo just south of 40 BBs. Button big blind, four-handed.
Seconds. Time extension.
Going to a time bank is Bonomo here after the 4X.
Seconds.
All in.
Oh, and he does jam.
Call.
Chewy snap calls.
Yeah.
Bonomo will see the bad news.
Trouble.
Chewy finds himself as a 4-1 favorite.
Too deep, perhaps, to make this play with the 8s, or it's sound?
Not certain. Ali call sort of spoke to me. A lot of things speak to you from the booth, though. It's understandable. A lot of hand. Button big blind, but 40 BBs.
And a frisky, lucky Chewy at times.
A
out of
very
the big.
frisky, lucky Chewy. That's a great point. Seemingly reasonable procedures. And again, Chewy finds himself as a 4-1 favorite. Deuce 3 queen, clean. Spades working for Chewy as well.
Those jacks beginning to take a flamethrower to the snowmen as you can feel the melt. Bonomo binked a jack to stay alive against Negreanu
that'll
earlier,
do it. Good
and the
game, sir.
turn is a jack for Chewy,
Doesn't
which
get
leaves
much
the
cleaner
8s.
than that. Very good game to you, sir.
Drawing dead.
Good.
Love shown,
And then there were 3, Ali.
just like that. A handsome pay jump of 430,000 has been realized.
Brings you to 2.2, 2.3.
But a fourth place
I think it'll
finish,
just be a
720K for Bonomo.
Yeah.
So 2, 2, and 3. Is that what we're playing?
I did not.
He did, yeah. So he's I got 2, 2.1.
It's 2, 2, and 3.
You got 3, we got 2. Okay.
I mean, there's 7.2 in play.
Yeah, but
Well, the music is somewhat jovial. Mood seems right for the remaining 3 players who are deep. Neck and neck are Negreanu and Lucky Chewy after Andrew absorbed the remainder of the Bonomo Bucks. And Petrangelo sits in the lead with 3 players left. 1.15 million on tap. And the jump to second place money, Nick? 850,000.
Real deal. And as Daniel was alluding to before, as we see Chewy with black 10s in the small blind, Petrangelo dead man's hand on the button. This is deep stacked poker. It's exciting to see a 3-way, 3-handed final table this deep with real flops, turns, and rivers upon us, if you will. Intriguing, enjoyable to watch, and part of what makes this tournament so special. Chewy goes for just call, 170 in the middle. 3-4-7 rainbow.
From jacks to 10s for Chewy. Choosing to just flat from the small pre. Check post. Despite the mighty overpair on this board texture. Petrangelo does not follow through. And now another set on the turn for Chewy. Note Petrangelo drawing dead. Rainbow card. It's all working right now. Lichtenberger unable to induce on flop or turn. Will he take a third crack at it on the river with yet another check?
you owe me.
Goes for a little cobble, Ali.
45K. Is it small enough to keep this ace-8 interested?
We shall see.
For Petrangelo, he may be wondering how much of the 3x, 4x, 7x on the flop would be in Chewy's range, having flatted from the small. If he removes that stuff, then the question becomes more, does Chewy have a 10 or a king?
Nicely done from Petrangelo there.
Didn't
And the
strike
heater
me as
continues for Mr. Chewy.
the greatest spot for the ace-8.
You'd have called in about 2 seconds, Ali. Just stop.
Nah, come on. Let's throw it down to Jeff with Bonomo.
Well, Justin, of course, not the results you ever dream of, but you do survive the bubble. So how would you assess how this day went?
Yeah, I mean, coming in as a short stack, I can't be too upset with fourth place, but obviously I was, I had my eyes on the fourth Super High Roller Bowl win, so it's mixed feelings, of course.
What's driving you in poker nowadays?
Honestly, right now, I feel like my game's not as strong as it could be, so like the studying and the learning is what's driving me right now. I don't feel like I'm one of the top 10 players in the world anymore, and I want to get back to that level.
There's that motivation right there. Thank you for the time, Justin. Appreciate it, guys.
Fair enough. GG, sir.
Real humility being shown there. Doesn't feel like he's one of the top 10 in the world. I would imagine those who might feel that they're in the top 10 might disagree.
Well, part of that is fun. There's no flush draw out there, right?
Negreanu finds himself in third now, albeit very close.
Ace on the button.
Off.
Yeah.
85 to go, by the way, Ali.
Keeping an eye on the beat of that drum for Negreanu, which has a different rhythm to it.
What's
than
the
the
idea?
rest of the
All
field.
this limping, and then you want us to pay you all that?
Wait, it's one or the other. I don't know.
One or the other?
Go big or go home, right? Go big or just go call. I don't know.
I guess so.
Everyone
Facts
knows
not
the
lost on
2.2,
Chewy.
this, that. So I'll just go with something random. Comes in my head. Go boom. I don't know. How about that much?
Yeah, fair enough.
How big would I have to bet to get you to fold that queen 7?
Yeah, exactly.
No, I was asking you.
I was like thinking you're like my thought was you're thinking the 600-700 range.
Yeah, I was.
But yeah, that was it. Right? But I'm like, man, I think I have to pay now because, you have a 5 or you have the hand you have 6-4 or.
Even if I went 700, you'd have to pay, right?
I don't know. Like I was planning to, but I wanted the number to be small. When you bet 100, I said thanks so much.
I was just hoping you had Jack 10 of hearts.
Of course, yeah. Then, yeah.
Note that Don Vito from
Like when you bet that, I almost thought like, okay, that's 6-4. That's fine.
Sure.
Southside
Or
Pizza
7.
over there in Chicago was invoked yet again
Not a 5.
at some
I don't
point.
think, ever.
Or I could have been trying to trick you into raising an overpair.
True.
Ace
Chose
10
not to.
6. Gut shot for
Well,
Daniel.
not that one, but if you had like queens or something.
Two knuckles and now 2 10s. Still no betting. Queen high holds on all the way down.
Queen.
Take the money.
Okay.
Take the money and run.
Gets to showdown.
What if I don't want to run?
Oh, yeah. Just take what you've earned. Oh, there we go. Hey, you paid your. I like that you pay your debts. That's all. That's respectful. You owe me, you pay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Anything
Oh, is
for
that 2
you.
coffees?
Well, no, I got a black coffee and a hot water.
Oh, I don't need the hot water. Just
Oh.
the coffee. I'm
That's
sorry.
some
I said
heart.
just the regular
Just
water.
hopping in
That's fine.
15K.
Yeah.
What's that?
Thank you so much.
Hopping in the 15K for Justin, that's some heart.
Oh,
Get the
yeah,
sense
that's
this
it.
young lady
I
may
mean,
have been
those
sitting
look-
at the front of the
those look
class.
pretty nice.
We didn't ask for the hot water,
yeah.
ma'am.
Thank you.
Nevertheless.
Hey, can I have a Pellegrino?
Are you trying to ingratiate
Pellegrino,
yourself?
want the Pellegrino?
She knows the
Thank you.
payouts, perhaps.
Ali.
Needless.
Then check here.
King 8-5. No connections. Now the 10. Very meaningful for Daniel, picking up the lone spade draw. And the second pair. Fires. Takes it. Well, what should we anticipate from this point forward here, Nick? 114 big blinds deep is Nicky P. Chewy at 89. Just a couple clicks in front of Negreanu, who's got 84. I mean, we're in for this kind of long haul, aren't we?
Yeah, one thing we can anticipate for sure is likely a long one. Negreanu's been very unpredictable. Nicky P just world class as always, and same can be said for Chewy. Great three-handed battle here. Ace-Jack off for Petrangelo small. The slightly bigger small blind in the 15-25 level as well. A little north of half. Chewy goes for check.
King Jack 9, Rainbow, both players with second pair. Advantage Petrangelo in a very real way in this blind versus blind limp pot pre. Nicky P comes out swinging for a quarter. 1/3 pot, as it were. One green biscuit flung in there to make the call. Improvements for Chewy upon the arrival of the 9. Plays the king kicker, which is still inadequate against Petrangelo. Nick electing to check this card. And that'll put Chewy to work.
Indeed, it puts him to work, as you said. Kicker issues. Chewy drawing dead to the chop. Petrangelo likely squarely in the sort of bluff catching zone. Does cut out the call.
Another 80 into the middle. After the check call of 40, Petrangelo still
check.
checking
That
and
wins.
I would assume so.
sort of disheartening development. Yeah. Check back from Chewy does indicate that the ace jack is best more often than not. Well, NFT lovers, our PokerGO Genesis collection is almost sold out. Fewer than 200 NFTs still available that get you access to special rewards, exclusive experiences, and a $25,000 free roll. Join the PokerGO Discord for more info at discord.gg/PokerGo or mint your own at nftstadium.io. Now, I've been reading that particular copy for a while, and it stays stuck on this fewer than 200 available. While that may be true, don't we want to update it? You know, fewer than 150 now, fewer than 100. Or is what's left just kind of the scraps? You know, day old baked goods basket kind of deal.
Again, and I'm not just saying that. I haven't been here for the last minute. I'm only re-arriving now, so I don't even know. You know, I just haven't been listening to anything you've been saying for about a minute. So
280.
King Jack for Chewy here, 280 to go. Come on, man. Stop being on. I was looking at my phone. You know, you did the copy, and I was, you know what I mean? Nothing personal. Was it the NFT collection? Is that what it was?
Oh. Maybe.
I have a lot of PTSD from the crypto, like a lot of people. I don't mess around with any of that, including our very own the PokerGO. I'm good on any of it. I'm okay personally, you know.
So you were listening.
Cold hard cash for me, old school baby, bills. That's it. I don't need a furry panda. I don't need a
Bored ape.
I don't need one of those 7s for Chewy. I don't need any BTC. I don't need any of it. I'm fine.
You got Benjis in the mattress at the house? You that old school? You got to keep pace with inflation, Nick.
Ace-10 off for Petrangelo here. Defends.
Just saying. Don't let it decay. Couple of good ones here for 60K a man. Chewy dictated the price. Ace-10-3. Lovely stuff for Nicky P. Top 2. Holding the deck a touch. Chewy activating, though.
Chewy goes for a quarter. Let's see how Petrangelo proceeds here quite deep.
$160.
Does just raise it right away. These spots are very interesting. Chewy seemingly not interfering with bluffs of the 4-5 variety and has such a clean out in regards to hitting the 7. But the flip side of this coin, just 7s, if you will, on ace-10-3.
Right.
Let's just let it go, fair enough. And as you said, Petrangelo holding the rich part of the deck at the moment.
7s wasn't exactly lean, but on that board, obviously, in the face of the check 4x.
See, gentlemen, we're going to be here for a while.
Out of there.
That's
Yeah.
my premonition. It's,
We have a lot of chips.
yeah. Don't make dinner plans. Unless they're late night dinner plans.
Well, D-Neg's suggesting, Nick, that we shouldn't make any dinner plans. But who needs dinner when we've got a 3-piece dessert like this final table here?
There you go, Ali.
Ace
Petrangelo
queen.
comes with limp.
Yeah, laying in the cut.
It's very much an idea for the small blind to limp an awful lot with these stacks. Petrangelo limp in some trashy stuff, and he'll limp in some stuff like this. Double gut shot, the overcards, ace of spades working. Just the red 4-5 for Chewy. Nick's hand so good, perhaps he extends a little rope, if you will. Chewy with a veritable snap check behind. Bottom end of the gut shot now for Chewy.
Not the most exciting development.
Indeed.
Pot remains small, courtesy of a second check from Petrangelo. And a lovely king of clubs delivers the nuts to Petrangelo. Oh, it looks like he's going to slip things to Chewy one last time with no showdown value. Chewy's just playing the board here. Might he seek to take down this 75,000? And the answer is yes. 60K smolders.
Goes for 60. Note the slippery maneuvering from Petrangelo. I know a lot of you guys would have snap fired the flop, and God forbid you checked, you would have snap fired turn. You see a hand such as this and just automatically put chips in. But note, the great Nicky P came with some checks. You got to mix it up, keep them guessing.
I confess, guilty as charged, Nick. Both,
right, you
both
would've just
flop and turn.
460.
One of them.
That's right. Winner.
So in comes the check raise, and over goes the pot, and it's the little things in these upper crust echelons of the game that come together to deliver $24.6 million in career tournament earnings to a man like Petrangelo, who, when asked about whether or not he studies individual opponents, said he never misses a stream, Nick. Everything is streamed nowadays, even the online final tables. And between watching online and everything that happens in the studio,
Interesting.
he feels it's a really important tool for understanding how the player pool behaves.
Interesting. That kind of goes both ways amongst the elite from what I've seen. Some never miss a stream, and some kind of never watch one. I don't want to name names, but I know some very top players who don't watch. Of course, they do their own, you know, formulate tremendous amount of ideas, high level of dedication. You see this in other sports as well, as Chewy limps. Negreanu shoots it up. Some boxers say they never watch tape. Others watch everything. So on and so forth. It's interesting.
And it's not an objective disadvantage to keep your eyes off of the game film?
I don't know. There's some mental, you're like a little bit free out. I don't know. You know?
It's an idea.
9-4-3, 2 spades. Fairly commanding lead for Chewy as it stands now.
Facing a bet from Negreanu after he limped and called the 85K from Daniel. 150K into 195. Chewy hanging in there. Another 300,000 slides into the middle. And now a 5 on the turn. Negreanu squeaks in front. Chewy does pick up a wheel draw, checking a second time. A lot of coordination, 2 tones out there. The 5 could sense discomfort quite easily on a multitude of rivers, but nevertheless deciding to check back, play pot control, and an uncomplicated queen of hearts delivered on the end. And Chewy looks like he is going to...
Tricky one here for
Like you have a
Daniel.
pair of 9s.
Well, there it
I
is.
don't, so I check.
4.
5.
I would have thought perhaps Daniel would be compelled to value bet, albeit thin. But again, third pair, very tricky. And he put him on 9s, fair enough. A man who trusts his reads, if you will, you know?
Rightfully so. We've seen him make some terrific reads throughout the years. Sometimes we've seen him call a man's hand correctly, then call nevertheless, sort of a hedge.
Many times.
It's tough. A lot of forces acting upon us when we're making these decisions. There's your gut, there's the pot odds, there's what the old computer tells you to do.
Tight is right. You had me, obviously. 6 high, 6 low.
Petrangelo gets a walk.
How much would I had to bet to get you off that hand? 8-5 of clubs. 650?
250.
250? That was the number? 225, you're like, eh.
Maybe not. Yeah, maybe. That seems like a good hand to play in position for 250.
I think so. Yeah,
Be
why
fine
not?
with it.
Why not? You're deep enough, right?
See what happens, yeah.
Nicky P, by the way, much like the great Alex Foxen, an athlete, as we see him with the 2 jacks here, started playing seriously his sophomore year of college.
Note the limp again. Go on, Ali.
Got sidelined, however, and forced to retire due to a concussion.
You have 1.7, right?
And
just
in
a
trying
bit
to
over.
fill the void and get his competitive fix, he was lured in to poker. And a very similar story for Mr. Foxen with the concussions and looking to kind of get his competitive juices.
You ever get
flowing,
concussed,
get his
Ali?
fix.
You ever take a bad concussion? 25 into 75 here.
I bang my head against the wall before I come in the booth every time. I prefer to operate concussed in here. It shows. But maybe in Little League one time. That's it. Took that 41-mile-an-hour fastball right to the head. Could have been worse. Impact still being felt. Ace, King, Queen, 3. Mostly by you. By proxy. This one was limped pre by Petrangelo. He came out swinging for 25,000 on the flop. Both players checked the turn. Here we are at the river. Advantage Chewy with the queens. One last check. Just no fear of the ace or the king.
Chewy with a very thin value bet. Limp check. Third call, check, check.
Ask yourself if you know how to bet Queen 7 on this board as played. When you see you're up against the jacks sitting at home, feels fairly straightforward, but put some backs on those jacks. And it
I
gets
didn't think you were
tougher.
going to fold this time.
Queen.
That's good.
Really nice from Chewy there.
Just done it.
Instantly
Petrangelo
Nick-
speculating aloud about possibly bluffing.
It
Didn't
was
think you were
easier to
gonna fold.
fold last time, that's for sure.
You didn't have nothing.
Yeah.
Great little bet there from Chewy, third pair, 7 kicker.
Kind of a gross feeling for the jacks too when you get told queen. Really? Queen? Okay.
Not at this level, Ali. You know, in your game down at Circus, maybe it's, but at this level, biggest tournament in the world, best players in the world, it's a little bit, you know. Ace-8 off for Petrangelo here. Chewy out.
Circus, you say? Okay.
Negreanu with the defend, prolonged kind of fingers towards the pot.
Well, I see a deuce and 2 threes, which leaves Negreanu in front, having binked the duck. Dominated pre and now dominating, but look at this. The ace of clubs is actually not a good card for Negreanu, as Petrangelo will play aces and threes with the 8 kicker. And now a third 3 on the end draws these hands level with threes full of aces.
$350.
Negreanu's bet of 100, getting popped to 350, and Daniel snap
You
calls.
actually worked on the turn. I had you on the flop. Oops, I should have just moved in. Threes have been hot. How much is there? 80? You got 80, right?
That one was lightly seasoned.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Looked a little weird, but it is correct.
A little sear.
Absolutely it was, Solly. Well said.
Oh, you're doing the thing.
Nice try, split screen there. Got the golden kind of lights going on, you know. Chewy on the button.
Feel like I should crowdsource the best way to combat your new strategy.
Absolutely. That would be a great idea.
All right. You're out there streaming us live. Go ahead. Perhaps equip me to combat this new gratuitous
the 10-4 off here.
affirmation.
We saw Chewy do it to Orpen earlier on the bubble. That same 10-4. Ideas being shown. Negreanu undeterred with King 8. 225 in the middle.
Pricey passage. Second pair. Ace high board.
Curious to see Petrangelo's size or lack thereof.
Could make
Just
things
goes
expensive,
modest.
but
Yeah.
you're right. He offers a real Black Friday sort of doorbuster here.
Uncomfortable for Daniel, but of course we're in. At least for now, if you will.
Oh, a lovely king on the turn. Now we'll leave Negreanu breathing much easier in the event he was up against an ace, which would be plausible.
I like this check from Daniel. Very easy to just lead your trips 100% of the time in these sorts of scenarios, or an awful lot. But he does rightfully sniff out that Petrangelo has the stone dust, if you will. 7 of clubs on the river. This one is probably a wrap, but let's see.
$325 out there. 10 high wasn't interested on the turn, and if Daniel does his own bidding, it's unlikely to be interested on the river either. Snap fold there. Kind of a professional courtesy. You know, these guys are well aware that from time to time, your man has air. No
Well
need
said,
to
Ali.
posture, make it seem like you don't. Part of the game. Super High Roller Bowl 7, final table action. Podium is set, running order is not, as Petrangelo holds the chip lead over Negreanu, and in turn, Daniel over Chewy. 1.15 million plus secured, 2 million plus available to second, and of course 3.3 to first as we see Daniel open the button with the 2 9s, 60K to skate. No thank you, say the boys. We really might be here a while. 75-minute levels, Nick. 114 bigs for Nicky P, 100 bigs for D-Nick, 73 for Chewy. And the kind of guys who don't go blasting off all too often. There's plenty of heart there. One could see a scenario, but it would have to be just right.
Fair enough, Ali. Daniel's been talking about it all week. Just the nature of this tournament being very deep. And indeed, the players don't just stick it in with reckless, but some blasting for sure. Saw Nicky P 4-bet the King 3 earlier.
Now Daniel.
Chewy 3-bet the Ace Deuce off. RFI call here, 7s for Chewy, 10-5 suited for Negreanu.
Clubs arrive, giving Daniel the flush draw. Unpleasant overs, staring at the red 7s.
Chewy agrees, Ali.
Two checks and now 2 queens.
Comfortable-ish card for Chewy. There's certainly trickier ones to navigate. Seems he could go either way as far as value bet or just kind of check and see. Goes for the former, and let's see if Daniel in the face of this 60 into 225 semi-bluffs his 10-5 of clubs or just goes for call. Both seem like possible ideas from my vantage point.
And the bluff
Let's go for call.
It doesn't need to happen here necessarily. One has the luxury of flatting and then with position on the river unimproved, as we see that reality come to fruition for Daniel, might Negreanu hatch a plan?
I think there's a chance Chewy just goes for value again, targeting the 4, 5s and 6s, deuces perhaps, and a sticky ace high.
The Tiger Woods. Fist pump. Whoa.
Better than most, Ali.
Makes no sense. Why is he fist pumping and folding? What is he so happy about? Makes
That's
no
the
sense.
Tiger Woods, you know. And
Happy you didn't make me bluff.
never mind.
That's what I'm happy about. You would have, you checked. I would have had to done it. But now, you just take it.
I know that feeling.
Huh?
I know that
Yeah,
feeling.
yeah. That's 2.3. Yeah. I was like, he checks. How much do I got to bet? I was thinking 200. You would have got 200 on the nose. 200 straight. I would have came with. 200 straight.
Ace on the button for Chewy. Upstairs we go to 60,000. neighboring ace-5 in the big for Nicky P defends. And neither player hits the king-jack-6 two-spade flop. One of those affairs where typically the man in position tends to emerge victorious.
Nicely prophesized, Ali. Perhaps 40 into 160 winner.
Bomb pot? No. I've never played one. Everyone talks about bomb pots.
Oh, they're
What is it? You
incredibly
just put
fun.
everyone puts in a number and then
And then you just
you
go
see
to
the
the flop
flop?
blind, yeah.
it's like everyone puts $100 in, for example.
Yeah.
And then you
Yeah,
play.
sometimes a lot though.
But you can't raise. Like
No,
the
no,
flop.
it just goes right to the flop.
Yeah,
Everyone
yeah.
has all the hands.
So everything. Jack 9 deuce. I'm like, 2 pairs, all the things.
Have you played many bomb pots?
Couple sessions, not a ton.
I played quite a few. I enjoy them. Heads up, bomb pots. That's really something.
Ten-9 offsuit, dominated by Petrangelo. No flat. Now Chewy wakes up with a delightful ace-king of spades.
Sizing is interesting here. 2.4 from Negreanu, call from Petrangelo in the small. Goes
Take
for
your money.
6 BBs. 5 rather.
solo kidding.
Take it down, sir.
Oh, solo kidding.
Just too much heat. for
Excuse me,
those
12
hold'ems.
BBs. I don't know why I said 6 and 5. I meant what I said, but onwards, Ali. Little sip here for Negreanu.
So what's next for the big guys, big high rollers? For you guys?
There's
Nothing?
stuff here.
Oh, the Bellagio and then win or something like 10K?
Win in December, yeah. I mean, I'm sure there'll be other stuff.
You're done.
Bahamas in January is next.
Oh, you're
really.
waiting until next year.
Well, no, I mean I'll play, but I just mean the next real big thing.
But you live in Vancouver, right?
Canmore, Alberta,
Oh,
up there though. But here also, so I'll be here.
nice.
But for the summer up in near Banff.
60 to go. Chewy out, dominated.
60's the bet.
Negreanu goes for call.
To the flop we go. Ace-8-3, rainbow. Quick check from Daniel. Having flop top pair. Follow through from Petrangelo to the tune of 40 is promptly called. And now nut spades picked up by Daniel. Check back from Nicky P, who appears to be done with it.
Daniel goes for the 10% some odd. Nicky P with queen high.
$25K. This is the clearance rack.
Okay, take it.
You can't call that much. Couldn't bet less. Bet 10.
Nicky P out of there.
Big hand I had on the turn.
Then nothing.
No, nut flush draw. Ace.
Ace nut flush, right?
Yeah. It's a pretty big hand. I think. Had three-handed, top pair, flush draw. What are you gonna do? Put the money in. But I didn't put any. I put 25 and he couldn't play. What kind of garbage is he playing on the button? Huh?
Maybe he had a great hand and he just got
He
unlucky.
just laid it down, king, queen. That'd be awesome if you had king, queen and just folded. I'd feel so owned right now.
Yeah, I mean, that's not what happened.
No,
But
I know, but could you imagine he did? Investigation. Right?
Yeah.
Dirty diaper for Petrangelo. Negreanu covering the 3. All spade affair here. Petrangelo with the straight draw and lone flush draw out of this 2-pack.
I never wanted this pot. I didn't want to put 2 chips in. I didn't want the pot. You know, sometimes, I don't know, you know.
I know.
It's like, I really want this pot. And other times you're like, I don't.
You don't, yeah.
Those are not my kind of hands, the one I just had. I don't like those hands. They don't do much. Drawing to a full house. 40% of the way there. Where are you? Well, I guess you're always 40% with 2 cards.
You always are, yeah. I gather you had some of the building already complete.
Yeah.
Not just the blueprint.
Strange epiphany. Why does it feel, Nick, like despite the fact that these guys are as deep as they are, which means that they can kind of afford to enter pots, maybe barrel a few times, be wrong, lose a few, and still have plenty to operate off of, that things are kind of on the snugger side at present? I don't know if you share that perception.
I think you're a bit thrown by Petrangelo's propensity to limp the small borderline exclusively, which actually is just the main idea at this depth. We're at a position we're so deep. And Daniel, some of it is shtick and some of it is legit, does sort of stylistically gravitate towards keeping the pots small, kind of dictating the pace, if you will. And there just haven't been any dramatic collisions in the last 15 to 20, but I don't think it's an excessive small balling, if you will, as Petrangelo slides into jacks up. Chewy with bottom pair, 125 in the middle.
Excessive kit up against 7-3. Chewy did have the lead on the Ace-King-7 flop. That would explain his call of the 25K probe from Petrangelo, who had nothing to speak of, but now suddenly he has landed on 2 pair. Comes back out swinging for 125.
You win.
Chewy makes the call of 125 on the end. Nick promptly announces 2 pair and takes the pot, but facing 4 overcards. What was the idea there?
Little window into these limp check blind on blind entanglements. Any shred can be enough at times. See the chip counts there? Petrangelo's still in the lead. Negreanu and Chewy right there. Everyone north of 2 million. Just 25,000 on the BB for now. Ali is wolfing down jalapeno potato chips right now, so I got stuck with the chip counts. Brought to you by Hair Club.
Well, to be fair, we were both engaged in a chip count of sorts. Mine kettle, yours poker. And also
for Chewy, we don't know what Petrangelo has. Queen 9 off, there it is. Yes, go on, Ali.
I believe you were the one that introduced these addictive delights into the booth.
That's a terrific chip there. Ace 10 off for Negreanu, squeezable, defendable as well. Goes for the ladder. A
lesser
somewhat
seen.
rare three-way affair
Thought
here,
the
Ali.
same thing. I can't even remember.
Yeah, one of the first, honestly.
8-5 tray rainbow. Nobody hits it. Negreanu choosing to get after it with ace high. Happens to be the best hand and no resistance encountered. That is certainly ensuring that we're good to the last drop on that beverage.
And a little Fiji to watch it down. Queen 6 suited for Chewy here. A lot of hand on the button, if you will.
Certainly the kind of kit that Chewy will happily navigate in position as he shoots it. Computer love for Petrangelo. Defends, and the 7 greets him, along with a deuce and a jack behind it. Well in front of this Queen 6. Nicky P. Knuckles. Chewy choosing to check back, and the 3 of diamonds provides the flush draw. 160 out there.
Interesting spot, button BB 3-handed, two-tone. Straight draws are plentiful. Chewy with the queen high flush draw. 160 in the middle. Does go for a very big bet, perhaps 150% pot. Let's see. I believe it is 240. And for Petrangelo, middle pair queen kicker, blocking some of the heart draws that may have checked back. Curious spot. Still a lot of hand. Does
Agreed.
call.
It hasn't particularly represented the 7 in any way that would discourage Chewy from barreling a multitude of holdings on this turn. 5 of clubs does have some straight interaction.
Tricky spot for Chewy. Queen high. Misses the back door. Open button, BB defend, check, check, flop, check, B150, check. And here we are, Ali, if you will. $640 in the middle.
480.
480 declared, the sort of normal value size, so to speak. And for Petrangelo, a real decision. It looks like he has a rather good 7 to call with. Perhaps he wants to block a straight, but the queen strikes me as a good card to have. Tough spot, though. We fall to all the value, certainly. Maybe a mix of sorts.
Fold.
Oh, it does get through. Lovely execution there from
Jacks.
Lucky Chewy.
Nothing.
Yep.
He goes, yep.
Nothing. What?
Nothing? Yep.
Very well done from Chewy there, Ali.
Oh, yeah.
What was nothing there? 8-9.
Four hands? You said 4 hands, Paul? Okay.
6 deuce suited. Limping the small. Little finger wag there from Chewy to 100,000, and Petrangelo just puts it into the muck.
We're like pretty close, everybody here.
We are.
We sure are.
Got 2.4. You got about, everybody got about 2.4? What's the average?
Yeah.
Huh. Look at that, huh? The three amigos. Look at that. The three amigos all tied up in the bottom of the 6th or something, whatever we're in.
Appears to be the 13th.
Huh? Yeah, 13th inning. That's a good point. That can't be the right, though, is it? Total levels we've played? 7 and maybe.
Another limp pot, blind v blind. Been a theme of sorts here, and Negreanu flops the joint.
Straight. Any good?
Straight to the muck.
Straight. A straight to the muck. My man had nothing. No piece of that. Why don't you have Jack 7 there? We could play a big one. Jack 8. You know? That was possible. We could have had that.
It's totally possible, but
Felt like a straight
it's just
one.
not that likely.
Pretty good flop there.
Limping an ace from the small. Choosing to barrel with the nuts. Chips are tough to come by right now.
This crew not giving it away, Ali, if you will.
Really not.
7-4 off here for Daniel.
I do wonder, though, who will be
just
the
out.
first to put the clutch in, shift a gear, maybe get a little speedy. Who's the candidate if someone were to do it?
This is the fourth
Daniel?
hand, right?
I suppose Petrangelo perhaps is the candidate. Chewy as well. I would say those two are neck and neck to get a little speedy.
More so than Daniel.
Well, we just saw Chewy, for example, go overbet turn, 480 on the end with Queen 6. We saw the 4-bet earlier from Petrangelo with King 3 suited. Daniel is very chiselly. When he grabs the big stack, he tends to not really want to let it go. A very principled kind of idea, if you will. He has a lot of go for it in him, don't get me wrong, but case in point, we have a limp, so on. I think Petrangelo or Chewy are more willing to kind of say goodbye, if you will. Just watching them stylistically, it doesn't mean... Anyway, Petrangelo completes the small, King 9 off for Chewy in the big, checks.
Limp on the button from the Jack 10 allowed this to happen as we take another lesser seen three-way pot. 6-5 deuce. Not in anyone's neighborhood, really. Now Petrangelo picks up an open-ender. Still no betting. As Chewy hits a 9 for a winner. King high was already in the lead, of course.
Interesting. Overbet here from Nicky P.
$1.25 into 100.
And for Chewy, that top pair king kicker certainly is a little bit nervous, but a lot of hand.
3x makes the straight.
Break time.
Does get through
Telephone,
from
por
Petrangelo.
favor.
Very nice execution there.
King 6.
Crafty little bluff, Ali.
Close.
Yeah. I had Queen Heart 7.
Crafty indeed.
All that every time.
Yeah. I had Queen 6 diamonds.
As the chiseling continues here at this clash of three titans who remain in the 7th edition of the Super High Roller Bowl.
They're not going anywhere, Ali. They might play heads up till Daniel gets back. You know, they're just planted there, post-mortem.
It is break time, however. Nick and I will step aside, as will the boys, but we'll return with more coverage of this final table. Don't go anywhere. More to come after this. Welcome back to continuing coverage of the 7th edition of the Super High Roller Bowl from Aria Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, Nevada. Ali Nejad, joined by Nick Schulman and three of poker's finest. Nick Petrangelo, the chip leader by a hair, followed by Negreanu and Lucky Chewy, Andrew Lichtenberger. What a tight cluster we have on our hands with the blinds at 15 and 30,000. Real depth to these stacks. Those chip counts brought to you by Hair Club, and strap in, my man. We got a long one on our hands.
Very much so, Ali.
Looking to award 3.3 million plus the beautiful ring, all the beautiful cash. 7-figure payouts. Guaranteed 1.15 on tap.
Most of the stuff like the bracelet, so on, personally I wouldn't rock it out and about, but that ring, you know, maybe get it sized for the pinky. I mean, the ring is serious, Ali. A Chewy limp here. Negreanu shoots it up with 8-6 suited. Chewy out.
Some punishment. Little assertion here at the new blind level from Negreanu. There it is, level 14.
Freeze for Chewy here, button.
It's 70,000.
Upstairs we go to 70,000.
Nick defends. Note he's gone t-shirt now. Put the silk away, you know, for now.
You know,
Petrangelo, that is.
I don't think I remember the last time I saw a wardrobe change. Perhaps a jacket over the top of something, but a full-on change.
45,000.
Peculiar.
Chewy double blocking the suited queen. A lot of equity to deny. Stabs. And for Petrangelo, ace of diamonds, 5 of clubs. He's just out.
Murky waters. Not the type that you want to find yourself in. Against a man like Chewy. Out of position, no less. He doesn't have the affect of a stone-cold killer, but make no mistake. Chewy is out there sinking his teeth into you.
I like that, Ali. Limp check. Suited for both. Petrangelo slides in to a commanding lead in the form of the bottom two on the back door.
Very much so. Lovely little development as we continue to see a reasonable amount of small blind limp with a multitude of holdings. All of the different looks really being furnished. Small blind limp, big blind raise with good end of the range, bottom end of the range. Small blind will limp and then lead from time to time with something, as we saw on this occasion, with nothing on others. And it's that sort of lack of pattern development that does present a challenge to anybody that would seek to square off against these animals.
9-8 off now for Petrangelo on the button. Chewy out. Negreanu out in short order as well.
$120.
Raise 120.
Aggressive maneuver there from Petrangelo, 10-3 offsuit. Essentially neck and neck, just
Good
a
pace of play,
small
gentlemen.
small
Bravo,
lead
we're
for
doing
Nick.
good.
Yeah.
Very good compared to what we've seen in, you know.
What's the point?
Yeah, you sit there for 30 seconds before betting. Wow.
Button.
Goes for limp.
Tough to pass up the big white puck three-handed. Such an advantage. Petrangelo, baby pair. Limps as well.
Triple. Check, check.
Ace, 8, deuce. The 4 is still in front, but Negreanu just, with the strength of position and perceived disinterest.
Goes for half pot, and a little bit of decision for Petrangelo not closing the action. Still perhaps keeping an eye on the limping range of Negreanu. He does slide it, fair enough. And for Chewy with King of Spades 9, he's already gone. Bravo, sir.
Nickels, quarters, and 100Ks. The 3 denominations in play as the 3 amigos roll on.
Raise 70,000.
850K pay jump from 3rd to 2nd. Certainly a tense affair. Petrangelo running into an ace-queen out of the big blind here. This 10-8 suited. Shot it up to 70,000. And it's going to cost more to proceed.
Quite cuspy for Nick.
Worth the extra 200?
It's very close. 8-9, 10-9, absolutely. 10-8, final table considerations. He's in.
Heads up.
Ace 9 deuce rainbow. Lovely flop for Negreanu, perhaps so strong that he may look to provide Petrangelo with a free peek at the turn in this 585K pot. Or would it just be too suspicious? Seems to think the latter as Daniel follows through for 250K.
Good kicker, too.
Very nice.
See? 3-betting hand. It's fair, right?
Gives
3-bet,
Nicky P
ace-queen.
free peek.
Not disrespectful.
I could've
He's
won.
offended.
Certainly could have won.
And just like that, we have a new chip leader. D-Neg slides back into the chip lead. Fairly commanding, if you will.
Presided over it for much of the run. En route to the final table, Nicky P came in as the chip leader. 2.63 to start the day for Petrangelo, 2.225 for Negreanu. Chewy has really outperformed them both, having started with 880,000. Here he is on the button, ace-4 of clubs. Raise and take it.
Okay, 75,000.
$75K to go, says King 6 suited. Another suited king out of the small.
$10 seconds.
370.
370.
Petrangelo.
Oopsie.
3-betting, sending the pocket threes into the
Supposed to limp
muck.
that hand, and I just said, you know what, let's get frisky. I limp call, and I get him. Get him, all of it. Or
Daniel.
get got.
Out of there as well.
Too rich for your blood, though.
Yeah, well, that was because I raised. If I wouldn't have raised, what did you do? 150, 200, big deal. Okay, let's see. But now with the 370 talk, come on. That's like big boy talk there.
That was big boy
370.
talk.
Boom, pow.
He used his outside voice.
Huh?
He used his outside
Yeah,
voice.
he did.
Yeah.
370, bro. Gotcha.
Okay, 70.
Meets no resistance there. Daniel elects not to defend the king 3. Chewy out with the dead man's hand.
Daniel's wearing the yellow jersey right now, but truly, this tour de force could see anybody claiming the crown, or the ring as it were, which you mentioned you would rock. Forgive me, didn't really indulge you in a response there, but yeah, I think you got to rock it. I think I'd wear the Poker Masters jacket with the ring, you know, a Burger King crown. I mean, anything.
Could wear the ring on a chain as well, as we see the Petrangelo defense spades everywhere.
I like the regal stuff, you know.
Yes, Sultan Nejad.
Telling you, Nick.
I could
Thailand.
see you with the purple kind of.
Ace Jack 8. 100 dimes ahead. Requested by Negreanu pre. Nothing requested post, though, as he pumps the brakes. Petrangelo checking back 2 streets with the 5 high. Now 4 to a straight on the board.
230.
230.
King
You're
high.
saying 2 pair. I'm like, yeah, it's good.
Right into the muck.
Dentist time. You must know dentist time joke.
What's dentist time?
230.
230?
230.
230. 230. I get it now. But that's a dad joke right there, huh? You're not a dad yet.
He
You
hit
can't
me
tell
with
those.
dentist time the other day as well.
That one.
That's definitely a dad joke.
That one strikes me as out of bounds.
Did you get it from Jeremy?
Yeah, it makes sense, right?
No, but he's actually, I think, maybe divorced.
You got a go-to clean joke, Ali? You know, like a kid's kind of joke. King 10 suited for Negreanu here.
That's a big ask.
10-6 off for Chewy. He's in.
Dominated, defending the big. Ace 5-3, king high, remains in front.
60.
And remains active as Chewy defended. Check folds. You feeling a gear shift at all at this level out of Daniel?
Not particularly. He's kind of doing his thing. He's been fluid throughout, where he's sort of, I am not expecting a gear shift, if you will, but I don't think it's overt. Just sort of sticking with his style. 10-4 off for Chewy, goes for limp.
He's been wily out there.
Another ace-queen for Daniel.
Upstairs we go. Out of the big. Chewy tried to slide in there. Small blind has really been doing that with great frequency.
Go. Heads up.
6, 7, 8, all spades. Both players connecting here. Reasonable hands to have maybe sought to put some more in the pot pre-flop, but both check, and now the monotone board draws a fourth spade, which makes things less attractive for both holdings.
Intrigued to see if Petrangelo goes for value on the end. We have our answer.
You're like, I beat nothing anymore. Good hand.
Seemingly reasonable.
Knuckled all the way down. Modest pickup. Let's talk about what 300 dimes will get you right now. You could stay for a year in a 2-bedroom sky villa, sky suite here at Aria. A little over 1,200 shares of Tesla post-split. Table at the Met Gala, 15 Bitcoin almost, or the Huracan. You have a personal favorite out of that list there? Do you not remember them all?
Yeah, I don't really.
15 Bitcoin, the Met
It's
Gala,
a
a year at
It's a ridiculous list.
It's an objective choice.
Want to move on.
You got to go with the lamb chop. That, of course, being the Lambo.
Top two for Nick. The Lambo's not really my thing, but I hear you. That's more your speed. You seem like the kind of guy pulling up in like a, you know, I mean, I know you've fallen on some hard times via the market and your gambling endeavors, but when you run it back up, you seem sort of like a Lambo kind of guy. As we see Chewy fighting with the 10-5, Petrangelo top two.
Go on record right now.
Chewy with a very key card, form of the 10 of hearts. Yes, Ali.
Yeah, we see it. I got that lamb chop on the resume already. 6-year run. Had to turn it in. I'm in my 40s now. Looking for the Bentley, you know. But onwards, as you like to say. I'm just saying, out of that list, that's what I'm getting. That's the one. 45,000 on the turn here out of Chewy. Petrangelo didn't like the dampness of that Jack of Hearts. Just kind of calls the 45,000 The 4 of diamonds is a welcome sight, though. And heavily underrepresented, this ace-queen, courtesy of the limp pre.
And seemingly Chewy with something of a mandatory bluff, barring a read, and Petrangelo with a mandatory call. Perhaps a very extreme sizing choice from Chewy might do it.
360.
And he does go for B150.
Call.
Does get snapped. Petrangelo will see the good news, Ali.
$360 is a very meaty figure indeed on the river, and that'll certainly be a welcome introduction into Petrangelo's tokens as Chewy just sort of slip out of touch a bit. Just north of 50 big blinds as we look at the chip counts on the heels of that one. Brought to you by Hair Club.
Daniel defends.
Almost. There you go.
I got it. I knew I was getting there.
Cool.
Yeah.
Heads up.
4 or 5 off. Spends an extra 40 to take a peek. Pairs on another monotone flop. Just like the last altercation between he and Petrangelo. Heartless. Petrangelo showing heart.
Note the 1 big blind stab from Petrangelo on the monotone board. 3/4 of the deck misses, for lack of a better. Thus that kind of size down is sort of interesting idea. And for Negreanu, a very comfortable check call, queen of clubs on the turn.
$175.
Nice little lead on that turn from Negreanu after check calling the 30K, earns himself the pot. And he and Nicky P sort of distancing themselves here from Chewy.
Yeah, Chewy's still north of 50 BBs, but indeed they've created some distance. Petrangelo back into the lead. Still very much anyone's game.
Cool. Check. Heads up.
10-5 deuce rainbow here. Neither player connecting in the limp pot pre.
30,000.
$30K
You're in the east side of Vegas or west?
position bet from
Summerlin
Nicky
South.
P.
Oh, you are Summerlin. You too, right?
I'm like right by the Whole Foods.
Me too.
Oh, yeah.
Really close.
Nice.
I live near, you know, like where Suncoast is.
Yeah, nice. I love that area.
It's great. Yeah. Been there a while.
I love it over there. Like Summerlin South, there's like newer stuff going on. It's really kind of feels like the middle of nowhere.
Summerlin South. What does that mean? Like,
It's just like
Cool.
way over towards the edge of the mountains, like on the way to Mountains Edge or whatever. I don't know.
okay. Yeah. I
That
think
way.
my
Towards
lives there. Blue Diamondish or no? No.
no, but like on that way, in
Yeah.
that direction is what I mean.
Button limp here, Petrangelo in from the small. Chewy checks the big with 10 deuce, 6 deuce 7 rainbow.
Check.
We're talking real estate with 850K and pay jump available here. Not sure how much of this, by the way, Nick, perhaps non-zero, is tactical on Daniel's part. Keep the boys thinking about something other than the poker, but always affable Might just be natural as we see tens and deuces slide in on the river, and this is trouble for Negreanu potentially, as no bets were placed on the flop or the turn by Petrangelo's gut shot or the deuces of Lucky Chewy.
Big time river for Chewy. Suppose he's debating whether to try to check raise Daniel or just go for value straight away. Goes for full pot. Really don't see how Daniel can fold here. Chewy could conceivably have king 10 in this line. It's quite tough. Would be a great fold if he finds a tens with an ace. Limp check all the way to the river.
Fold.
He does get
I was
away.
gonna bet 100.
Bravo, sir.
And then I folded.
He got you.
And I wouldn't have been bluffing. If you checked, I would bet 100. For sure. I was already had in my mind, okay, they checked at 100. And then you bet 120. I'm like, wait a minute, hold on. This could be a problem. Chewy might have something better than me.
Petrangelo. Ace queen off. Upstairs to 70 we go. Now 2 blackjacks out of the big for Negreanu. We'll see how he proceeds. Negreanu feeling very dialed in, choosing to flat and top set here against 2 overs in the Broadway gut shot. 185 in the middle.
Petrangelo going for 65 into 185. Obviously, there's a nightmarish turn card for Daniel that does lurk in the form of the king and a non-board pair, but as it stands, starts with a little slow play. Very clean turn for Daniel.
Oh yeah. No flush draws to be concerned with. Negreanu checks a second time. This time Nicky P checks back, and the queen on the river does present an issue for Nicky P. We'll see whether or not the chips enter at Daniel's behest or Nicky's. Well, it's going to be the latter, if at all. Ace-queen feels like a lot of hand.
Well, certainly he'll be value betting the ace-queen ahead of things like queen 8, queen 9, jack X, 10X, so on and so forth.
285.
285,000.
And I would think, as uncomfortable as it may be, Daniel should raise here. Naturally, Nick has ace-king more than Daniel, but we see it is possible that Daniel has it, given the slow play with jack-jack. A raise targets things like ace-queen, queen 10. Goes for call, fair enough. Nick will see the, that's a lot of hand there.
Yeah, you're like, don't lose the minimum.
Was a raise an option?
I would have thought it was for a choice. Raise and then just decide if you get piled on, I suppose, fold. But understandably uncomfortable against a player like Petrangelo, who might take some ace-x and turn it into a bluff, given that he has ace-king a little bit more than Daniel. But again, given that they're so deep, Daniel really could just call ace-king off. We move forward.
Indeed,
3
we do.
million now for D-Negs, Ali.
Yeah, forward the key word in terms of Negreanu's stack as he vaults Petrangelo up and over 3 million. And some distribution begins to emerge between the 3-pack. Bonomo, of course, out of there in fourth, 720,000. How about this? Black needles on the button for Chewy, but no patrons.
No action, Ali. No action for Mr. Chewy.
He's the kind of guy that can deal with it. Man such as myself. True steam. You know, can I get a customer?
You ever ask the dealer for a big scramble, Ali, when you're running bad? No, that's not your. Okay.
I mean, the only time I think I could ever ask for it is if they literally would just recollect the cards.
I don't mean that. I mean to just mix up the.
No, I don't care about that.
A7 off for Negreanu. Note the big sizing here, 100 at 30K BB. Petrangelo with 10s. Goes for call.
It feels as though there's a thematic sort of don't overinflate anything vibe that I'm getting. The choice by Negreanu to flat with the jacks, the choice to check call on the river, the flat here from Petrangelo.
Well, there's
with the
big pay
tens.
jumps, you know. I mean, we've been touching on it the entire final table. Look at this, by the way. Chewy disagrees, Ali.
Yeah, sure does. Almost as though he wanted me to kill that noise. He takes it up to 375, and the ace-7 does shrivel.
Fold. How much do you have back?
Started right around 1.6.
1.6 you start at?
Yeah.
I would think if we're in Petrangelo's seat, we just go for call here. Close to every time. A lot of hand, though. He's sort of near top of range for this kind of line. Button open, small blind call. He's definitely weighing whether or not to back raise. It's naturally understandable. 10's a great hand. Goes for call. We have a big one brewing, Ali. 880 in the middle.
Jacks all the way through the aces a possibility for Chewy in this spot, or do we assume that the aces and the kings maybe like to flat?
Of course, that's yes. All of those are squeezing pre.
Ace, jack, 8, couple of diamonds.
Very much Chewy's board on the strength of the gut shot, the story pre. Conversely, not Petrangelo's.
Chewy has sort of purchased the right to represent this texture.
Takes the free one.
If he wanted to, but indeed does check back. Now the very dry 4 hearts arrives.
I think he's quite respectful of Petrangelo's range, which probably contains quite a lot of ace-x suited proportionally. I don't think he's simply going to check down all the way, but starts things off with a kind of take the free one. Might do this with some ace-x as well. Certainly would do that with kings. G sort of card matches. On to the turn now.
280.
Look at this, 280,000.
Snaps 280.
Folding pre.
Love to get the snap fold and winner.
I had that old ace ball.
But then you got there. Damn.
Not quite.
I should have ripped it. King, queen.
Note that on the heels of the fold, a snap inquiry from Petrangelo as to whether or not had he taken that line of a 4-bet
Yeah, and Chewy
or
not,
3-bet rather.
Chewy not exactly, you know, answering fully. He nodded his head to king queen, but I think Chewy thought Petrangelo was saying he had king queen, but he was actually semi-inquiring. Chewy out with the jack 5. Great little pickup for him there with that king 10. And Negreanu out with 5 deuce off. Just like that, Petrangelo and Chewy essentially tied for second. Negreanu just south of 3 in the lead.
Just when it felt like Chewy might have lost touch a bit, bounces right back. Now he's got an ace on the button.
Raise 7,000.
Nice timing here from Daniel.
320,000.
Ace 4 off clears ace 4 off. You could tell Chewy was a bit skeptical of that one, just based on his affect, but does indeed release.
Just when I think I'm able to put my finger on the pulse of something out there, the boys just break free of that theme. It makes it really tough, not just for me in trying to draw some sort of thread, but also if you're out there trying to chisel. These guys are all over the place.
A spirited battle indeed, Ali. King 5 suited, Negreanu goes back to the limp.
Check. That's it.
This one will be a limp affair as Negreanu slithered in from the button with the king 5 suited.
60,000.
Fold.
Position sprinkle. Gets her done against the queen 7. They're bobbing and weaving out there. Number 3 on the all-time money list is Negreanu. He can start knocking on that 50 mil door.
That's a real deal number, Ali.
He takes it down. Yeah, no doubt about it. Multiple bracelets on the resume. Hall of Famer.
Gets a walk here.
Were you 40% of the way to boat there?
Just when?
Just now?
When I 3-bet you?
No, just now.
Oh yeah, it was.
Yeah, me too.
40%. I needed like a 10-5-5 or a 5-5-10.
Yeah.
I'm there.
Yeah.
So two parts there.
Arrival was looming.
Yeah.
I was playing baseball.
That three, what's that?
9 innings, 3 outs.
93. Did you ever play a game called Blind Baseball?
No.
It was 7-card stud, but 3s are wild. But if you have a 3, then 6s are wild. And if you have a 3 and a 6, then 9s are wild too.
That's pretty intense.
So you could like sit there with a 9 and a 6 and just be like, come on, 3.
There's a lot going on there.
There is, yeah. Pregnant 3s they're called. Pardon me, not Blind Baseball. Pregnant 3s was the name of that game. Makes sense. 3, 6, 9.
Pregnant 3s.
Yeah. But I never played that game, Ali. You?
Can't say that I have, Nick. Where were we? King 10 suited on the button here. Chewy shot it up to 65. Petrangelo hung in with the ace 5. Neither player connecting on the queen 8-3 rainbow board. Nicky check folds to the 40K. Feels like a lot of jabs in the ring right now, but haven't truly seen the knockout punch kind of pot develop. But on the topic of knockouts, we got a real winner in the PokerGO podcast. News, commentary, interviews, and more. You should be listening to it. It's available on Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, and Spotify. You know, we could have had a podcast, Nick, you know, during the pandemic. Remember ringing your number a few times? We weren't having it. There's only so much of me you can take.
That's exactly right. Nail on the head. Limp check here, 7-5 ace. Chewy still in the lead. King high.
I tried, guys. I really did. There were a lot of calls for it. On the topic of calls, Petrangelo did so out of the small. Check, check. As the third heart rolls in. Binking Petrangelo. Tens still not wanting to bet. Four on the end.
Tricky spot for Chewy. Maybe bluff catch sometimes.
You win.
He shared the sentiment. So nice chisel on the end there for Nicky P. As the king high got curious, extra 30K.
Suppose we had a podcast, you and I, Ali.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think? What would we, you know, fill the hour with, or what have you?
What wouldn't we fill the hour with?
Right, that's the thing. You're thinking, here I am, world. You know, these tidbits are going to be fascinating and so entertaining. We're hilarious. We're just going to do our thing. It would be terrible.
You're so wrong. You can talk about what
borderline career ender type stuff here. I saved you from yourself here, pal.
You're so wrong.
I'd have been okay, straight man, hovering. I would have survived. But you, in a platform such as that, it could have gotten really,
Check.
just, you know.
Wildly entertaining.
Deuce is still in the lead.
Should we ask the fans? See what they have to say about it?
They themselves don't realize. I can tell. They don't quite understand how capable you are of sort of losing control, if you will. You know? Bluffable for Negreanu. Certainly bluffable. A lot of interaction here. Draw to the stone nuts.
Petrangelo, the pre-flop villain. Both players check the flop. Both players with gut shots on the turn as D-Negs knuckles it over. Quick check back there from Nicky P. Board pairs on the end.
Check. 9 high. You got it. Big deuces.
Full check down. Petrangelo. I think you may be guilty of a very kind of rare misread with respect to the podcast.
I'm not.
Nick, it would be glorious.
There's a pair. What do you mean?
It truly, I mean.
You guys remember Nick and Ali, right? Yeah, they commentated for a while. But then they started that podcast.
Yeah. Rogan got 100 million from
You see what I mean?
Spotify.
This is where the delusions of grandeur, this is where the mental illness.
You don't think we're 1%? as good as him. That's $1 million, Nick.
This is where the mental illness comes in.
Right. Kevin Hart. Well, we were in the booth during one of these super high roller bowls. Kevin Hart was playing. I think we looked it up, 88 million or something like that he had made.
Let me check here.
And I advised you that we're at least 1% as funny as Kevin Hart. That's worth 880,000. Anyhow, pencils out. King 9-5 here. Petrangelo comfortably in front with top pair. Facing a swing from Negreanu's 10-7. Nicky P flats. Board pairs on the turn. Daniel checks once more. Nicky P with the check back.
No, Daniel rather drawing dead. Nicky P with the rope extension, and the 10 does come right in, 2-10 in the middle.
And these are the sorts of ideas that we have with the King 8.
That's right, and these checks are, you know. And by the way, against this 15% some odd.
Oh.
It does
Got a
go for
10.
call. Winner.
King beats 10. Good.
King indeed does beat 10.
Astute. He's a 35-year-old economics and finance major from Skidmore College who lives here in Vegas. Professional poker player by trade. Nicky P, 24.6 million in career earn. Number 27 all-time. You think we're looking at a top 10 kind of guy when it's all said and done?
Certainly in regards to skills. Never know how long these guys are going to travel around and so on. I think so, Ali.
He's drawing live to it if he stays at it, right?
Definitely. I mean, look at this guy.
It's hard. I mean,
Limp for Negreanu, Petrangelo out of the small. Chewy checks the 5-3.
we overheard Bonomo in his exit interview talking about when he takes a couple of months off, things like this. You ever find yourself in a place, as we see the King-Queen-4 still favoring the deuces, board pairs on the turn after a couple of checks, Nick, where you just kind of lose a little passion for the game, or you get a little burned out, tired of grinding, need to kind of recalibrate, or maybe even reevaluate whether or not this is where you want to be on like a more macro level?
I think we all feel it in a variety of walks of life. Anyone who's extremely serious about something for many years, the burnout phases are natural, you know?
Yet you always find your way back to poker, I feel like. Whether in a recreational capacity, because you just enjoy the sort of intellectual sparring, or, you know, the fraternalism of it, old friends. I mean, the World Series feels like grown-up summer camp to me. People I only see once a year come to town, great to catch up, grab a bite, play a little cash. You know, it's tough to walk away from that. Not a lot of substitutes. Ace-5, takes it upstairs. Negreanu defends.
Check in the dark.
Helmuthian dark check. Top pair for Petrangelo, second pair for Negreanu. We're going to see some more streets. 60 biscuits into the oven from Petrangelo. Negreanu bakes along. King on the turn. Like that one. Don't encourage me. Check back from Nicky P in a very textured sort of jack of diamonds on the end. Flush gets there. Tens make a straight.
Queen.
Highly textured indeed winner for Nicky P.
Yeah.
Not exactly his river
What a
there.
run out. Sick run out. I mean, it's like, no, you can't even put a chip in.
Boys
Got
both
lucky, I
zero
guess,
in.
with the turn and river.
King, King 5, limp pre. Ace 10 certainly had the option to raise it up pre, but a function of balance. Negreanu giving us all kinds of different looks, limps, big raises. Comes out firing with air, comes out firing with the nuts. Here he is, check calling the 30K as Petrangelo took a shot and then binks the deuce on the turn to take the lead.
Really a nice value bet here from Nick to the tune of half pot, just on the strength of the kings and deuces. Targeting exactly what we're looking at. Daniel does fold. Had 9 outs though. 5 as well.
Is that tournament over already?
What's up?
Is that tournament over, the one that they played?
Yeah,
like it.
they had a faster structure than us.
I think so. Yeah, it makes sense.
Ike win?
Round and round we go in this very grindy affair.
Highly grindy. Once the blinds reach 40, and of course 50K, so on, things will get a bit more conventional, if you will. Typical idea here from Chewy. We take some of our trashiest offsuit hands, BB small blind, and go for the right. What's that now, Ali? Lubricated, you say?
Yeah, the gears just kind of feel, like we said, grindy right now. Maybe we throw a little WD-40 on the party.
When it comes from Sultan Nejad, I'm always thinking you're going a different direction.
Rightfully so, by the way.
5-9 king, 2 hearts, middle pair for Chewy. Ace of hearts working for Petrangelo. And so you're off to Korea tomorrow or something like this?
Originally it was tonight, but as you've borne witness to, I've been having to make some on-the-fly adjustments to the travel because I'm not sure when this one's going to be done with. That red-eye may not make it.
Going to Seoul, or?
Yeah, I got Seoul.
You have business out there, or what's the story? I'm just wondering why you're going. You don't have to.
I mean, I've spent years sort of experiencing the obfuscation of your private life in a public forum. And
Goes
feels
for quarter,
good
some odd.
to be able to potentially reciprocate. I don't know, Nick. Maybe I do have a little business out in Seoul, you know?
Fair enough, Elliot. You know, I apologize for prying. My bad.
We're going to shoot Poker After Dark out there, actually. It's going to be pretty exciting, along with GG Poker. Meanwhile, 65K plunked in there by Chewy, called by Petrangelo, whose ace is a bit curious.
Was a bit curious. Note Chewy has 9-3 off. He could easily have 8 deuce off and so on. So Petrangelo keeping an eye on the bottom part of the deck, if you will. Chewy with a good 9 to value bet, perhaps. Has that 3 of hearts blocking flushes. And for Petrangelo, at the very least, we consider raising in the face of a bet, I would imagine. Although, we shall see.
285.
Goes
Remember,
for 285 into 400.
Chewy did make it 120 to go out of the big after Petrangelo limped in. So
that's right.
The King X is reppable.
I would think all 3 might be on the table for Petrangelo as far as fold, call, or raise. Doesn't seem abundantly clear which route to go if we imagine ourselves in his seat.
$725.
And he does do it, Ali. 725 to go. And for Chewy, we have a real decision here. Tough one. Might be time bank time. It does get through. Lovely execution there from Petrangelo. Really nice.
We're really doing it out here.
What are we doing?
You suspected
Y'all having fun?
Nicky P might put
good.
that
Glad
ace
How
of
come you don't
hearts
play any big pots?
It's weird, isn't it? I don't know how that happens.
to
I'm
work.
trying, you know? Look at me. I'm in there all the time. The pots just stay so small. I don't know why.
Played a big pot with those jacks.
Well, it could have been a lot bigger if I played it like a normal person.
I honestly, like, I don't even, I mean, like, I have so much ace king.
Oh, on the river, I'm not raising. I'm saying pre-flop.
Oh, yeah.
Like I could have
sure.
3-bet bet.
I
But on the
was-
river, why would I ever raise you?
That seems insane.
It's like, what's the point? That's
Yeah.
like suicide. I don't have ace king, probably. So
Honest
maybe you'll
question.
pretend you do, and then I
You're-
fold the best hand.
You're allowed to have whatever you want, but yeah, I wouldn't raise the river.
Yeah, you know what I mean, though, right?
Yeah.
Nicky P pops it with the ace queen on the button. Are you and I guilty of being desensitized? And I'm referring specifically to that last pot there. Somewhat of a heroic, granted sensible, explicable check raise on the end by Nicky P, but nevertheless, with the 850 pay jump, playing the super high roller bowl, 300K, 3.3 up top, it really is
What do you have
an
total?
exciting move.
Poor
Not
timing
exactly
from
sure.
Chewy here. Yeah, I would say so. We might
But
be.
we just
I
kind
have
of
1175 behind this.
expect it and maybe don't get as fired up as we should in a spot like that, which is credit to these boys kind of executing
So
that
it's
stuff
1.4.
with such regularity before us.
1375, yeah.
We see it on display here with
Call.
Chewy 3-betting the king 10, getting called by Petrangelo. And let's see. They've inflated this one to 560. Barley and hops has one bruise.
Oh, man.
You know that was a new one, right?
A lot of interaction for both in the front door and back door flush draw. And indeed, Barley and hops here. 560 in the middle. Chewy going for straight half pot.
Ace of
Petrangelo,
hearts.
I would imagine our only option is to call.
Yeah.
Based on that ace of hearts that you just mentioned. I suppose stranger things have happened than raise, but this seems prudent. 1.12 in the middle. Oh, and the king does slide right in for Lucky Chewy.
What a
That's
lovely
Lucky
development.
Chewy, they call him.
With good reason. He had just 6 outs to hop in front on this street, and there's one of them. .1 in the middle. Petrangelo awaiting Chewy's decision, it would seem.
Yeah, I could see Chewy going for something like quarter pot. It's an interesting spot. Again, seemingly a lot of stuff is on the table. We would love to have a size where we can continue bluffing sometimes.
315?
He goes for 315, and for Petrangelo, this is far from clear. We have a lot of interaction with the king. We have a card we can utilize for bluffs on the river. Sometimes we feel compelled to continue just to have enough bluffs. And we have outs against a lot of stuff. I think there's a very reasonable chance Nick goes for call here, although folding, of course, is understandable. Interesting spot. Does get away, bravo, sir. Great pickup for Chewy Ali.
Kind of creating his own good fortune there. He is young Lichtenberger.
You know one of my favorite poker books?
What's that?
It's called The Yogi of Poker.
Yoga.
Yoga. Well, Yogi. I thought it was Yogi. In my book, I thought it said Yogi. Okay, Yoga of Poker. It was written by Andrew Lichtenberger, and it was a really fun, interesting read. You know, it's really like, I like the idea of opening your mind to just what we don't know. you
Yeah,
know?
me too.
So many people are not willing to do that. You're like, nope, it is this. Well, maybe. Depends.
Yeah.
Could be this. Could be that.
I know you vibe with it.
Oh, it's interesting. I don't know why people are so resistant to it in a lot of ways.
The unknown can be scary.
Yeah, exactly. People like to know what they know. Like this, you know, new ideas are.
Limp check here. Top pair for Daniel, middle pair for Petrangelo.
Limp to fair pre.
Check. He checked. I checked already. I don't waste.
Now this straight card could slow things down even further than the flop check had, and the jack grinding it fully to a halt, one might imagine.
Pair of nines with an ace. Just the run out I was thinking.
Well, if you're going to fill your bucket, it's going to be just a drip or two at a time out here for the most part. Granted, there's been a couple of deluges, but it's all earned.
Should we tell each other what we had in those hands?
Sure.
Okay. What'd you have, blind versus blind?
When the 8 of hearts rivered,
Yeah.
I had 9-3.
Okay. I had the ace of hearts.
The ace of hearts.
Lone ace of hearts.
Ace of hearts 6.
All right. Nice hand.
But now you have to tell me the next one. Jack 10.
Which one?
King 5-7 king.
I turned a king.
I fucking had you dead.
Note the boys divulging, solving some mysteries for one another there. In particular, the ace, queen, king 10 that we just played, a rather big one. Fair play.
See it, Ali. Everybody's different in that regard.
Meanwhile, the 8 does play for Petrangelo on this check down run out. Both guys limping pre, small blind limp, the check back from Chewy. Sort of a foreign experience.
Ace. Does that play?
8. No, yes.
Yeah, it does.
Does play.
Damn. Unless you turn a king with ace king, then you hit me dead.
No.
Yeah. Send us 3 cards. Put them in the middle. See what happens.
Fair enough.
Small one's pre for the time being. King 9-5, both players with bottom pair.
Sure.
2 rounds of knuckles, king pairs on the end, and the jack plays.
50. Jack 5.
Paul, could I actually have my...
A jack plays too, huh?
Yes. He had a 5 also. Huh?
Chewy with some kicker issues.
Yeah.
Last couple of hands on.
Yeah. There's been a few NFL teams that have also experienced that phenomenon. College teams.
Shout out Brent Hanks, early 90s.
Norwood.
Shout out B. Hanks.
Big Buffalo Bills fan. It's a tough little run there. They were nice, but didn't hoist the trophy, did they? A lot of visits to the dance, but didn't happen. Oh, it's the college kicker issue. That's the real. I mean, when you got action on a college game, and they
You
step
never
out there
know.
for that 30-yarder.
You never know with the kids, you know?
So it makes me like college football more, be honest, you know?
Limp check here. Jack 8 for Negreanu, queen jack off for Nicky P. Gut shot for Negreanu, the overs for Nick.
On the strength of the draw, Daniel will take a swing.
60 into 90, close for Petrangelo, probably continue. Queen jack high.
Board pairs on the turn. No longer as keen to bet as Daniel.
Check.
Jack high. Queen jack high. Take your money, sir.
Where's the jack?
Yeah, the jack gets you some money.
Knuckle down, and Nicky P nicely able to roll the queen jack over for a W.
Indeed.
Well, Daniel seems no worse for the wear as we get deeper into the day. And draw your attention to the game's hottest news show. It's right here on PokerGO, and it's action like you've never seen before. Huge stakes and bold personalities come your way. New episodes of No Gamble, No Future happen every Tuesday, exclusively on PokerGO. See, like that could have been our lane, Nick. But then you had to let Platypus and B. Hanks slide in. Now they got merchandise.
They cultivated the show all
know?
on their own. What do you mean slide in?
That
Great
was,
show, by the way.
That was a vacuum we could have filled.
Winner for Negreanu.
You know? I'll do all the work. You just show up. Be you. You know? How hard can it be? Just an hour with me.
I think I would fall into such a crippling black hole mentally if we did something like this. There would be no, you know, I know how this would go for me, pal. Not good.
So you're making a decision for your health, is what you're saying.
That's right. You know, I have a family now. I have to kind of,
Right.
you know,
Well, I guess I can respect that. As
raised
insulting
from
as it
Chewy.
may be. Not altogether cryptic.
Fair enough, pal, you know.
It's all
I
right.
try to be a straight shooter nowadays. Come to admire the kind of just blunt sort of, you don't want to be mean, but, you know, defend here from Negreanu.
I don't have a lot of feelings. Right?
Well, you're very sensitive,
This
but
is
real feelings and emotions, no. You're essentially void of those, but you are very sensitive, which is interesting. It's a kind of, you know, top pair for Negreanu, open-ended for Chewy. Dual suit interaction now for Chewy and a very kind of big bet board. At least it's possible. One could probably have other sizes as well here, I would think.
Pre-flop, Chewy shot it up to 120. A 4X. Negreanu called the extra 90. Both players checking. And with top pair, Negreanu now facing a barrel.
No Chewy going for 150% a size that he's utilized quite a lot today. And just in general, and of course for Negreanu, we have a call. And Chewy has a sort of fun plan for this one. Maybe make the nuts,
405, right?
or maybe bluff a spade or a diamond. 1.08 in the middle.
Call is made, and Chewy fails to connect.
Now Chewy's blockers become sort of poor, albeit blocking the 10-8, which of course is very relevant. But naturally, the other side of this token is just queen high. I would think we give up here a very fair amount.
Check is a good price. Check.
He does wave
Queen
the
high.
white flag, fair enough.
Jack.
Great pickup for Negreanu there.
Once the 405 is called,
Well, we really want him to have a draw when we're trying to construct bluffs on
You
the
have 2
end.
stacks
So
of green behind or 1?
while he has
Oh,
good
just
blockers
one.
on the
I
turn,
have-
on the river,
It's fine. I just couldn't see.
blocking all these flush draws is not exactly our
I have
friend.
1-3.
Thanks.
Perhaps we would prefer ace deuce of clubs and so on.
1-2-9.
Oh, here we go.
nifty pickup there for D-Negs, who is up and over 3.3 million in chips. Widening the gap between himself and Petrangelo. Chewy now down to a little over 40 bigs. Obviously more than enough off of which to operate. As you get the chip counts brought to you by Hair Club, and you get a couple of girls on the button for Chewy, the follow-up act. Unfortunately, that is not going to be a full rebate, as he just picks up blind and ante money.
Ladies here for Chewy, winner.
3 hands, okay.
The way I look at it when I don't get action with a hand such as queens, kings, or aces is they wouldn't have had those trashy cards if I didn't, or you know what I mean? I wouldn't have had the big pair if they didn't have the 3-8 off. So
Right.
it is what it is. The cards just keep coming off the deck. Relax out there, guys. You know, some of you guys, you raise kings. Nobody calls. Flicking the cards against each other, angrily showing. What's the matter with you? It's, you know, who do you think you are?
Ace King in particular, getting upset about that one. You know it's a drawing hand. Like you just
You don't even have a pair yet, pal.
Right.
Limp from Petrangelo, 8-9 suited. Ace Jack off here for Chewy. Sub 50 navigations now for Chewy. Blinds, that is. Goes up to 105. Nick with all sorts of hand. Let's take a flop. 240 in the middle. Top pair for Petrangelo. Still ace jack high for Chewy.
Really favorable texture for Nicky P here. The hearts could be pesky, but for the time being, he'll be very into this 8-9. If not quite as much into this C-bet, though, size-wise.
Looks like third.
Yeah, it's okay. Thought about it for a second, but Nicky comes with the call. Deuce on the turn. Chewy picking up the wheel draw.
Chewy possibly with an either way. Pardon me, I thought Nick had checked already. Note that he's just coming with lead.
100K into 400, laying 5-1.
And I think on the heels of that price, we do in fact go for call with the ace of spades, jack of diamonds. Of course, the 5 isn't extremely comfortable, so on. But again, you just mentioned what a great price he's getting.
Now it is trip 8. It's a beautiful river card for Petrangelo. And before we proceed, dare I ask whether or not an 8-9 with its vulnerability on a deuce 3-4 2-heart board might not want to size up a touch in an effort to maybe clear some riffraff.
You know, a flip side of that coin is that it's a very comfortable bluff size with something like Jack 7 of clubs, where maybe Chewy is occasionally just out. You just go for jam here, the very polar declaration. No Chewy giving him a once over, just ace jack here. Poker being played, Ali.
Hand one, right?
Winner.
No fear with the trips on the end, understandably, out of Petrangelo. Queen Jack here for Chewy. Hobbles. Negreanu says run it. 6-4 fails to connect with this flop. Same story though for the Queen Jack high. 2 quick checks. Now a Broadway draw arrives for nut no pair. More quick checks. 8 on the end.
Queen, Jack.
2 pair. I'm kidding. Imagine if I really did. Like, oh, well done. That's good.
Yeah, oh, wow.
Bravo.
What are the odds?
Good job.
Have the stone white flag there from Daniel
Be
Winner.
careful.
Yeah.
Gave him a little no dose. A little adrenaline shot. Oh, 2 pair. What? Huh? Not mad at it.
I used to play with a guy in New York who would just call with the nuts on the end from time to time, just for the slow roll.
Do you think there was
Just
more
to get the
value?
slow roll in.
Well, if we evaluate the merits of it from a financial upside, EV sort of standpoint, do you think there's more value in the steam that one delivers to that stack?
Maybe from time to time.
Or
Telephone.
Winner for Chewy, last hand of the level, Ali.
trying to take maybe the chips right then and there. Well, we'll chew on it. We'll chew on it. And indeed it is the last hand of that level, and the blinds starting to get very significant. They'll be going up once we come back from this break. And as we do, we give you a look at the chip counts. Chewy down under 30 bigs, and things are going to get diluted when we get back from this break. Those chip counts brought to you by Hair Club. Nick and I will step aside, but don't go anywhere. We're working towards a champ at Super High Roller Bowl 7. Well, it's taken a minute or two, and it may take a few minutes more. Third day of Super High Roller Bowl 7. 3 amigos remain inside the PokerGO studio here at Aria Resort and Casino. Count us 2 among the amigos. Maybe there's 5 of them remaining. Ali Nejad alongside Nick Schulman.
Well, Daniel, you take the chip lead into this next level. What's it been like battling these guys three-handed for already quite a while now?
Well, you know, it's been a lot of fun. I got a question for you. Are you a sports fan?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you've heard the term like defense wins championships.
I have.
That's even more true in the playoffs. You see, in hockey, there's a bunch of teams, they score a lot of goals, whatever. They look flashy, they look cool, but in the end, it's the grinding, gritty ones that come out on top. So I'm going with defense first.
What does it take to close the door to win a ring? Defense?
Well, you know, being smart, avoiding bad situations, looking for my spots. You know, these guys are great, right? Flat out. You know, really nice guys and great to play against. And I got to say, I'm just, you know, super confident right now. So I feel good about the way it's going.
Are they talking way too much for you? Or are they annoying you? We can get Paul Campbell out there.
No, when people ask me who's like the nicest guy in poker, I always say Lucky Chewy, and Nick's not so bad either.
We'll send you out there. Thanks for your time. Appreciate it. Let's get those cards in the air, Ali.
Exactly. I just basically just have to peer it.
Yeah.
Thanks, Jeff.
Size is weird.
Daniel,
but, like,
always such a good sport in those spots, by the way,
Yeah,
Nick.
makes sense. That was well played.
Really has kind of earned his ambassadorship of the game as we go to the 20 and 40,000 level. The 15th
Hey boys, we've been hanging out.
of
We've
the
been
event.
hanging out for a while.
Yeah, I think we're here for a while, gentlemen. We're gonna hang. Let's play. Let's keep it going. This is fun. This is what we play for.
True. I've won 145.
1145,
Yes.
140.
It's 140.
Upstairs we go, says Petrangelo, from the small blind here at this new blind level. Currently sits 400K roughly behind Negreanu as Chewy defends with the king 6 and flops second pair on this coordinated board. No bets, and now a lovely 6 presents itself to Chewy for some comfort.
Petrangelo kind of shutting down as it stands now with just the stone middle of the deck. Oh, what a sneaky check from Chewy there with kings up. Beautiful. Given that Petrangelo, of course, had a snap fold, if he elects to bluff the 9-7 now, which seems somewhat normal in this line, maybe he finds a really crafty just stone give up. But if he does elect to bluff it, what a great little check that was from Chewy on the turn. Kings and
240.
sixes. He does go for 240 into 320. Highly devious procedures from Lucky Chewy there.
Just so nice that Chewy would find that check on the turn and now have this 240 gift wrapped.
That makes sense.
A little bit of elevated breathing, it would
Probably
seem.
going for it all. Minus a chip or two. Winner?
Minus a few chips, but absolutely
Like 900,000.
a big request there from kings and sixes. Petrangelo, of course, cannot indulge just the 9 high.
Chewy back up to 40 bigs, just south.
Jack Rabbit's
Petrangelo
good.
with 60.
Thank you.
I actually had something, believe it or not.
Negreanu, the clear chip leader. 3.2, Ali. Can he close it out? These are the questions. King 8 for Nick.
Not if these two have anything to do with it, he can't, that's for sure.
It's 90,000.
And there will be many landmines to be avoided. Ace 10 of clubs not to be avoided
90.
as the king 8 on the button.
That's it.
Has him playing for 90 a man. And advantage Petrangelo on this board here, where the king of spades works in conjunction with second pair. Wow. 60K into 240 quarter pot and the ace 10.
Borderline impossible navigations from Negreanu there, but he was indeed in very poor shape. Bravo, sir. Just gets away, Ali. You know? Queen 8 deuce. I mean, as you said, quarter pot. Just ace 10, but three-handed, so on. Big blind ante.
The prospects certainly of just getting it checked down from that point forward by a hand that doesn't have too much ambition.
Queen 3 for Chewy here.
Really nice. Lack of a club on board, obviously, a part of the process. King 5 limping. Nicky P gave it a thought, but nothing more with the suited connector. That one looks a little similar. This time advantage Negreanu with top pair. Gutter for Nicky. $40 pack. 1/3 pot. Gets called. Turn card is coordinated in nature. Negreanu checking once more. Petrangelo with the check back. Make it 7 high on the river. River bet of 40 from Daniel. Draws a curtain on the affair. Could be a while before we draw the overall curtain, though. During the break, we kind of like to place some predictions, some over-unders. How long until we're able to crown a champ? And this is just kind of a really deep stacked affair, this deep.
I mean, we're getting there, though. You know, 40 KBB, Chewy sub 40, Petrangelo 60. Things can happen. It could go for a few hours, certainly. But it could end quicker than you think also. A little bit unpredictable. 9-6 suited for Chewy here. He's in.
The deck strikes me as needing to deliver some real frost someone's way.
Three-handed frost is sort of unavoidable, but I hear you.
These guys just not giving anything away. Negreanu on the heels of the 100K open from the button. Follows through. Second pair, 9-6, not interested.
You're at 1.4.
1.4, yeah. Yeah.
What you got there, Kiki?
I'm doing 2.5.
The spade 6-7 being tried on for size this time from the button. Queen 10 for Chewy, and we've seen him 3-bet these Petrangelo button opens with the likes of King 10, but the Queen 10 deemed inadequate. When you see the Queen 10 put into the muck, but the King 10 3-bet, is it that big a difference in hand, or is it just balance that we see on display from Chewy as you get a look at Petrangelo's bio board there? Two-time bracelet winner.
It's definitely a stronger hand, forgive the
obvious, yeah.
You know. But there's also some balance and some mixing it up. A lot of times a hand can do something X amount, something else B amount, and we just happen to slide into whichever frequency we do, if it makes sense.
Whatever the randomizer of choice
Something of the sort. 6, 9, 5, 2 spades, middle pair, ace of spades working for Negreanu. Jack of hearts, 3 of clubs for Petrangelo.
$80K coming off, or 100K rather, coming off your stack every orbit here. Nick, are you of the camp that thinks that the big blind ante should be commensurate with the number of remaining players and sort of scale down as the field whittles at the final table, or?
You know, I haven't given it too much thought. I know the big blind ante's short, and certainly heads up provides some challenges. It's a format that one needs to appreciate the gravity of the ante existing. Petrangelo limps the 9-5. Chewy with a pretty one in the big. Ace-4 suited. Might sneak a little. Does. But I hear you, the size down of the ante is logical as well. Whatever it is, I'll play. You know, I don't really care about stuff like that too much.
Play it all. Petrangelo out in front here with bottom pair. Two quick checks. No change on the turn. Backdoor diamonds arriving.
Nick does go for value to the tune of third pot. For Chewy, ace of spades 4. These are tough.
Saw him look up a king high in a
similar kind of spot here.
I mean, we just don't have a ton of information. It's the limp from the small, 2 streets of checking, and then now suddenly the 40.
Does get away, bravo. That's right, Ali.
Maybe we kind of flip a coin every now and again. We look them up every now and again. We don't, sort of affair. If you're streaming us live, by the way, love to hear from you. You can shout Nick and I out. It's at Nick Schulman, at Ali_Nejad. And a lovely submission came our way, Nick, from What's the Premise?
Go on.
He suggested that we should do a bit where we act like one another for a hand, where you play my role and I play yours. Are you game? I mean, they say it keeps the magic alive in a relationship, a little role playing. You know?
Oh.
Maybe this is the spark we need.
Absolutely.
Nicholas.
Oh,
you
God.
concur?
Yes.
This isn't going to be the hand, but just chew on it for a minute. 985.
Just to, you know, briefly, I did chew on it, and I'm okay. Thank you, though. What's the premise for that? For that nice suggestion. But deuces with an ace here for Chewy. Deuces with a 4 for Negreanu.
Remember when you were fun?
100.
Back in the beginning?
Negreanu with something of a value bet, mergey kind of situation. Chewy with the call, 320 in the middle.
Check.
Deuce.
Any kickers?
Yes.
Uh-oh.
The kicker.
You got the kicker, bro. Here, take that deuce with you. Nice hand.
Thank you.
He's like, absolutely do I got kickers.
This time I came prepared for kickers.
You did, yeah.
Windbreaker going on for Nicky P.
Yeah. Fur came off a bear. Nicky P apparently paid a recent visit to the Montclair store, if I'm not mistaken.
He had the hoodie going. He's got the... I see it, Ali. No shades today. He had the shades going day 2, but put him away. Ace Jack off for Chewy here.
Darth Petrangelo, that alter ego that he brought our way.
90.
Ace Jack on the button here for Chewy.
Interesting spot for Chewy, provided Petrangelo doesn't enter.
360.
Looks like Nicky P is out.
Wow, and a king-queen shown the door by Negreanu's 3-bet.
This is an awkward spot for Chewy. Oh, man.
That's an industrial strength zipper.
10 seconds.
Referring, of course, to Nick, not Chewy with the...
Chewy goes for call. Understandable procedures here. 800,000 in the middle, 3-bet, small blind button, 3-handed.
This one's getting big quick. Chewy just operating off of 1.1 back. Ace 9-3 his board, though, as Negreanu is very much without a paddle.
Indeed, battleless, Ali.
Check.
Start for Daniel.
Given the weight of his pre-flop 3-bet, Chewy's willingness to stay involved does feel predicated on something beyond simply position in terms of range, and that
No
would
ace, no
certainly include some
No
ace
no
X.
Take it.
Goes for quarter pot,
Good hand.
winner.
Thank you.
That
Indeed,
stupid
Ali.
3-bet thing. See what happens? Everybody else does it all the time and they work. I don't know. It worked a couple times, but this time, nope. Okay.
Works until it doesn't.
Yeah, that's the thing. And it feels painful. It's very sick. Boom, here.
D-Neck's fighting clean, stepping away from the 360.
Sometimes you have to step away.
Raise 100.
So you knew my ex, is what you're saying.
Kings for Chewy. I don't quite get it.
I had to step away.
Right. Yeah. That's what I thought you meant, but it was such a bad joke. I
No, it
figured
wasn't
there
a joke. It
there
was
must
just
be
the truth.
3-bet incoming.
Raise 400.
Doesn't strike me as the one.
You would think if he's willing to check fold for quarter pot, ace 10 on queen 8 deuce, he won't be defending this 3-bet with just 8-6.
Confirmed.
Winner.
Yep.
It's all right.
Chewy, by the way, proving to be pretty pesky as a short stack, not willing to just wither away.
One of the very best in the world here. Certainly a little bit pesky, Ali.
Well, if you haven't already, it's time to join the fastest growing community in the game where you can talk poker and more 24/7. It's all happening on the PokerGO Discord server where you can hang out with thousands of fellow poker fans, talk strategy, join watch parties. Head to discord.gg/PokerGo to join. If they tried to slide that Discord business into my contract, like I got to get in there, I confess, not for me. Might have pushed back on that line item. But Godspeed to the Discord streets. I think they were involved in that GameStop nonsense, the AMC, the meme stocks. That's kind of where the chatter was happening, as I recall. A lot of short squeezing, as we see. Chewy squeezing some more chips.
On a rush.
Off of Negreanu, a rush of sorts indeed.
Sub 40 a moment ago now.
Or 9.
8.
Over 50 BBs.
An enviably thick mane, by the way, on Chewy.
Very thick.
Lustrous.
Very lustrous. And the heater continues, Ali. The rich part of the deck, if you will, as you said before about Petrangelo.
Raise 90.
I'm getting thin up there, Nick.
Well, perhaps you should join Hair Club for Men, one of our sponsors. You know,
It's
speed
just
limit
Hair
here for
Club,
Nick.
by the way, and it's just fives for Petrangelo, who is asking for a count here.
2.1.
Thanks.
It might have to.
Petrangelo defends.
Queen 6 tray, 2 overcards to the nickels, 1 to the jacks.
Check.
Kind of a nice card for both boys.
Check.
2 tones out there.
Check.
Still, Chewy does not bet. And that 3 also strikes me as quite nice. Might Petrangelo be targeting some ace high with a bet here? Or just check and look to induce bluff catch? Maybe the latter preferred?
10 seconds.
$120.
He does just go for half pot. I was wondering myself, thus the silence, Ali. And in the face of half pot, I would think Chewy just goes for call. Perhaps against block, he toys with raise. Even here, he's clearly thinking about it, of course not folding.
Seconds.
360.
He does find the raise even versus half pot. Some very advanced tactics going on out there. Spirited match. These two have played some really interesting pots.
Seconds.
The awkwardness of this situation for Petrangelo, not lost on any of us.
10 seconds.
Call.
Go.
What a great play from Chewy there.
Begrudgingly, but the size was so right, and the line was so plausible for an ambitious ace high, maybe.
Maybe.
Or worse, right? Like the ace highs maybe just like to call.
Yeah, I think simply against that half pot, Chewy thought he had a 6 a lot and so on. Maybe if Nick had gone for a full value size, he wouldn't have. There is a size where Chewy kind of can't raise anymore. But terrific execution there. We see it's his 19th live cash of the year. And just like that, he almost overtakes the chip lead. Neck and neck with Negreanu. Petrangelo comfortably in third now, albeit still 50 big, some odd.
Chewy has won 34 pots, Petrangelo 35, Negreanu 40 since the onset.
Daniel coming with the limp. Ace king suited, Ali. Chewy goes for check, queen 5 off. So you were asking before, can we expect Daniel to have something really trappy when limping the button? So here's a little window into that.
He's up against top pair for Chewy, who checks it over to his 2 overs and nut flush draw. $75K. Bet and called. Now a second check in front of Negreanu, who picks up a Broadway gutty.
Check.
Flex to take free one indeed, and it does not come in for Daniel.
4 to a straight out there.
So many outs.
Wawa weewa. Let's just check back and lose.
Queen.
Yeah.
You had a lot of outs, it sounds like.
As you can have. Jack, king, ace, diamond. Any one of those.
Wow. You had the
That's a lot.
bazooka, huh?
I had the ace, king of diamonds, setting the old limp trap.
New chip leader, Ali.
originally.
I see that.
Yep. And it didn't work out.
I'm fortunate to
Gotta
have
make
not
those
fallen
flushes.
into it. Yeah.
I gotta make those flushes.
Don't adjust your screen. Somehow, the scrappy Chewy finds himself at the top of the leaderboard in this threesome for the first time. 2.8 million roughly in front of Negreanu and Petrangelo assuming short stack duties. First occasion. Lovely one in the big. Taxes being imposed.
40% to a royal flush.
Chewy's out of there. Well, look at that stat. Negreanu has sort of openly talked about the last couple of years not being great. This is going to be, regardless of his finish, his largest cash since all the way back in July of 2019. Granted, we've got a little lockdown and pandemic business happening for the bulk of that span.
These stats are misleading, though, for that reason. The pandemic did shut things down for north of a year, but indeed.
Make sure you're connected.
Great tournament here for Negreanu. Kind of called his shot.
Check.
Queen Jack 6, bottom pair for D-Negs. Check back from Chewy, whose ace-9 does not improve, as very wet king of diamonds splashes the turn. Still no betting, and a 10 of diamonds on the river will give Chewy the ace high straight, but of course flush available.
Chuck.
Pair of sixes? That can't-
Straight.
Yeah, that's. I was like, on that river, there's no way I could possibly win.
That's a 6-card straight.
it was like, okay, what do I beat now? Nada.
You bring a water bottle to the table, Nick?
Sometimes, but
One of these canteens?
no, but it's a good idea. You know, seeing him pull that thing out, it makes sense. You know, it really does.
I can't walk around with that thing. You know?
I mean, you're on your way to work. You're not exactly, you know, you just sit down and play. Limp from Negreanu. Petrangelo completes. Check here from Chewy.
I definitely sponsor a small corner of the Pacific garbage patch, what with my consumption habits. I've made peace with it.
100.
But apologies to all the sea life affected.
That's lovely, Ali. Thank you for... That was really just... That's great.
Trip aces against aces up for Negreanu. Pre-flop action, a limp from D-Negs.
Interesting. Negreanu still pursuing value. Aces and eights with a 9 in this sort of awkward line, if you will. Again, the limping. Nick just completes the small.
Well, Petrangelo has gone from check calling 100,000 as we saw the departure of Chewy on the flop to check calling 150,000. Backdoor hearts show up and snap check back.
Oh, you're good. I have an 8.
Say, that's not good news.
No, yeah, I have an 8. Good hand. He's like, oh, damn.
So almost the worst one.
Daniel feeling a little impish out there. I can relate. I too, occasionally guilty, predominantly guilty, as it were, of impish tendencies.
What does impish mean, Ali? I've heard it. I've
Provocative,
heard the word, but
sort of jovially antagonistic.
shoot me a Google there for that.
Yeah?
I don't think you're right.
No? Okay.
Oh, inclined to do slightly naughty things for fun. Mischievous. Okay, fair enough. Apologies for questioning you. 10-8 suited for Petrangelo. Yes, he kind of, the reverse slow roll, as they say.
Right. It's a good one.
Listen, I like the windbreaker a lot, and you should be able to wear what you want out there. But this is a bit with the microphone.
Yeah,
we got to sort of do something here. I mean,
the dermal nylon abrasion.
I mean, this is unbelievable. We have the headphones on, so it's really pronounced. I mean, it's Jack 3 Ace Rainbow.
Obviously,
Excuse
Nicky
me.
P with other things on his mind.
Top pair for Negreanu, middle for Chewy. Yes,
Perhaps.
of course. That's the thing. He's out there battling for millions of dollars. I understand, but
On your mind, perhaps, should be your impending emphysema. I don't know what exactly that was. Meanwhile, top pair, backdoor diamonds for second pair. Negreanu and Chewy, respectively. Gutty arrives for Petrangelo on the button, and chips now being inserted by the man with the lead in this pot, 200,000.
and for Chewy, obviously a very comfortable continue.
Running sevens as Negreanu improves upon his kicker. Note the pre-flop, it was Nicky P who opened with that 10-8 suited. Both blinds called a round of checks, and then it was Negreanu who had defended his big who decided to come out swinging. And I believe that's a time bank being utilized.
Yes, Negreanu weighing whether to bet or check. Deeming it time bank worthy, and indeed it seems that it is. Goes for check.
Ace.
River shut down by both parties. Negreanu gets to haul one in. Slide in front of Chewy as he's back in the chip lead by a nose.
Oopsie.
On the topic of by a nose, when's the last time you went down to the horse track? Nick, I know we don't have one here in Vegas. Maybe is it Aqueduct out in New York? Belmont? What? East Coast?
1 second, Ali. I swallowed wrong there. I need
back,
a moment.
baby?
I'm back, Ali.
Okay. Talk to me. You've been out and soaked up the ponies?
It's been a while for me with the ponies. You?
You know, my parents' home is not but a half a mile from Golden Gate Fields up in Northern California. I don't mind going out and taking in the smell of horse manure and desperation out at the track.
Another one of Ali's just dynamite bits here.
I wasn't where I was going with it, but, you know, I thought maybe you and I at some point could go to the horse track. Put a little glimmer in action.
Eggs. I'll go to the track with you sometime, buddy.
Okay.
You know?
All right. I'm in. Let's do it.
I'm just kind of phoning it in when I say that's a bad habit, you know?
Wait a minute.
Absolutely, I would love to. You know, let's link up, but really, of course I'm not going to the track with you. Or really doing anything socially at all. I mean, No, I'll go to the track. We could fire a little.
No, it's okay.
Petrangelo out. 3 deuce off for Chewy. Out as well.
Thought we were going to go to the track. Are we really going to go or we're not going to go? So we're not going to go. It's okay. We'll just see each other at work.
I feel like this is a little bit what it's like kind of behind closed doors, though, in your personal life. I really feel for anyone who's gotten sucked in. I can feel it, man. You big guilt tripper?
Good old-fashioned check in the dark.
There it is.
Defend, check in the dark. King, queen for Negreanu. Queen of hearts working. King high for Chewy. Black variety. Goes for 1 BB.
Cool. Check. Check.
I mean, this is crazy. Hopefully that was the sound of him taking it off.
And
Grind
that
goes
is
for a little value here, just north of 10%.
the sound of D-Negs barreling 40,000
it
into
down, sir.
340 in the King 5.
Just
totally
so you know, the min bets
disinterested.
are not bluffs, ever. Like, if I bet one bit, I'm not bluffing. It just, you know. It could be a lot of things, but not a bluff.
Yeah.
So you good folds if you have no pair. No
had-
pair, you could call.
No pair. No
yeah,
pair.
see, I did, right?
Thank you.
Just a heads up. You know. In case you wondered.
Advisories being
Help you
issued.
sleep at night.
Perhaps
Very
seeds
kind of you.
planted.
Yeah.
I'm back.
You're back?
Yeah.
I didn't realize you had left, Ali.
Are you suggesting that you would be able to man this cockpit alone, Nicholas? Are you marginalizing my contributions to this joint effort?
No, I said nothing of the sort. Limp here from Daniel.
180.
Upstairs we go, says Nikki P.
4.5 bigs to go from Nikki B. Indeed. Chewy out, and for Daniel with Jack 10 off, let's see. Quite a lot of hand, all things considered.
And we don't want to get into a habit of high-frequency limp folds. Can kind of register in the subconscious of the opposition as perhaps money up for grabs. We see the ace, ace, queen. Both players with the Broadway draw. Daniel with the benefit of a 10 of clubs and position.
$85.
85?
Daniel going to march on for 85K, despite the presence of the 2 aces. Oh, a nice development for him upon the arrival of the 9 of hearts as he works the other direction on the straight draw as well. These ones are weird for me out of position, Nick. You put the raise in, It wasn't small. You got called, you barreled. You got called again, and now here you are, a bit adrift with the king-jack.
$360.
And yet, calling upon the courage is Nick P. to quell any of his apprehensions and barrel once more. 360,000. That 360 is ready to be placed into the middle, but first a time bank.
Highly awkward spot for Daniel, was awkward for Nick as well, as you said. One of Daniel's issues is the king might not be clean.
Right, ace
Of course,
king.
there are many holdings beyond ace king for a spot like this. But he did elect to go 4.5 times the limp from the small.
Ace 8 ever there with some small frequency?
Maybe a little bit.
Far less likely, of course.
Very nice. Best hand winner, but very nice indeed from Petrangelo there. And just like that, the stacks are very close. 2.2 for Chewy, 2.355 for Nick, and 2.625 for Daniel. 40K on the BB and the Annie.
Nickel sit this one out.
Chewy with the limp.
Jack deuce turns into jacks on the all club board, but it is up against top pair for Negreanu. Now the turn giving Chewy the lead with trip jacks as he checks again. And a snap check back for Negreanu, who rivers kings full. Only 120 out there, but more inbound.
Yeah, the best hands seem to change on every street. More inbound indeed. Chewy goes for 90 into 120, 75%. After the ensuing raise from Daniel, very awkward navigations for Chewy. See if he can get away. Hard spot.
Going to a bank here is Daniel. Occasionally these are employed despite some premeditation in an effort to perhaps sell the idea that real considerations in terms of whether or not to put the raise in were afoot.
Yeah, and I think against this kind of friendly size, for lack of a better, we just pay off. This would really be outstanding if Chewy finds the fold.
Well, his man checked back 2 streets and
Yeah,
suddenly will show us the king.
The king is very possible in that line. You could check twice easily, but it's just, he went with a smallish raise after time banking. Does get away, I'll tell you what. Chewy's played some extraordinary 2-card today, both for value and the folding of hands as well. Very difficult fold there.
I mean,
just kind of had his man exactly where he was, you know. Very strong.
I go back to that concept I submitted earlier that perhaps we've just grown a bit desensitized to the quality of play that we're seeing over here and aren't adequately delivering the sort of praise because it starts to become somewhat garden variety, but that is outstanding from Chewy.
Yeah, I didn't have a particularly desensitized reaction to it, but I understand what you're saying.
It's the kind of stuff we've just come to expect from this caliber of player. And that
I'm having fun. This is great stuff. You guys are fun.
It's wonderful.
Good poker.
Yeah.
It's good poker.
Yeah. We think, but we don't just. It's good. Well, I'm saying everyone thinks, which is good, but nobody's like
Yeah.
excessive. I like it.
Agreed.
That's what these are for when you need them.
Queen 4 off for Chewy button.
Wait, you just walked me the big one.
I did. Correct. He's right.
Yeah.
correct.
I thought. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. I take
Misdeal,
this
rather.
All good.
I don't know how that happened.
kind of a
I
cool
was ready to
exchange
post the
there
big blind, and I was like, oh, I guess I'm just the button.
between the fellas.
I didn't remember folding last hand, so I
Seem rather
not trying to pull one
self-aware
over on you guys.
Of course.
about what they're a part of
Yeah.
here.
Poker Integrity Council. People will be watching you. You guys glad you did it, or are you getting a lot of flack?
We haven't done too much yet, so.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, but like, you know, it's a good thing to be a part of.
I've
Totally.
actually done it for a different site forever.
Right.
Or like not forever, but for a long time.
Good thing. 40, right?
Sixes slither in from the button. Ace 10 from the
180.
small for Nikki P. Upstairs we go.
Saw these two tussle a moment ago. King, Jack, Jack 10 off. Decision for Chewy here. Does slide it under normal circumstances with no page up implications and such. He surely would be peeling. But final tables were a little bit reverse incentivized sometimes to kind of Negreanu in. These two meet again, 440 in the middle.
Note that one of those sixes he's pursuing end up in the muck. Two undercards to the sixes as the jack is the lone object of concern on this rainbow board. And Petrangelo is the man who breathed life into this one pre and is added respiration upon us.
175.
The answer is yes.
For Daniel with the 3-5-6 working. Prospect of still having the best hand. He's in, Ali.
Understandable. And now a very nice turn card as it gives him the gut shot. Note that that gut shot could potentially leave Petrangelo with the wheel and add value. It's also not an overcard to the pair. And we saw Petrangelo go two streets with that King-Jack. Different texture, different setup, but this time he does check it.
Nice hand, sir.
Good hand.
Yeah.
I had you the whole way. Every street. Pre-flop, flop, third.
Maybe not pre-flop.
I had you pre-flop. 100%. You didn't fold. You fold a big pair?
Oh, you had a big pair?
I had a pair. It's big, but you know, it's a pair.
Eights.
Something in that neighborhood. Couple of sixes, Nick.
Yeah.
Two sixes. Turn
Confirmed.
straight draw.
So you're not folding the turn either.
Well, if you check raise all in, I am. But if you just bet, no. Check raise all in, I don't think I can call.
Petrangelo slipping down to level with Chewy.
Check.
Negreanu with an ace-4 of his own out of the big blind. Checking. Neither player improved on the 9-7 deuce rainbow board.
Yep.
Sort of a who wants it proposition from here forward. Wheel draw arrives after 2 checks. In comes 40,000. Third pot seasoning. Chewy delivers his 40 to take the river, which does not change things.
Okay, gentlemen.
No good. Oh, I was like ace high. What do I beat? You win. Oh my goodness.
Almost.
No good. That's my favorite. Wow. If either of us wanted the pot really bad, we could have had it. But again, you know, we talked about this. I didn't really want that pot that bad. Some pots you just want. And others.
Yeah.
But with Nick, I wanted that one. That was a good one. Sixes, yep. No sense in lying when it's on stream. That's what I had. So that's why I said I had you beat, unless you folded like 9s like crazy or something.
Nah, I just had a good ace.
Yeah.
Another ace-4 for Chewy. This time he's a raiser, and this time he's up against a better ace for Negreanu, which finds its way into the muck along with 9-3. I mean, once upon a time, I thought three-handed Nick an ace is an ace. And we just kind of get in there. But
Once upon a time, a lot of stuff went down.
yeah. What?
I don't know.
K9 unit on the button. Gonna run into AJ.
Goes for raise this time, Negreanu.
380.
Here's from Petrangelo. Chewy peeling one at a time. Ace-10 suited, very cuspy. Good 4-bet, good fold. Goes for the ladder.
Keep getting these
So
good
much
aces here.
hand.
Negreanu promptly out.
Decent king, king 9. Let you have it.
Hope so.
Good feeling to hear that from Nicky P, by the way, after we put the ace-10 into the mug from the big.
Definitely. For Chewy, that is.
Yeah. Every now and again, delusions of grandeur enter the fray. With a hand such as that in a spot such as that.
Just get back, or did you see it?
I didn't see anything.
Oh, I didn't see anything.
Okay. It like kind of, it took an adventure.
I never see anything, man. I really don't.
I do. I'm the worst with that too. Generally, people say, "Oh, you see the mark?" I'm like, "No."
Yeah.
Like, put it in front of you. I'm like, "What?"
I say it all the time, but like I don't know how the color up works.
Come on, bro.
Did we just
The
hear
total
that
90?
admission from Petrangelo? He said he does not know how the color up works. One of the most accomplished tournament players on earth. Love that.
What part is elusive to you? The trading the chips in or the race off?
If someone gave me $10 million to run a color up right now, I would fail. 100%.
Oh wow. That's quite spectacular, my friend.
I've only been playing for
Yeah.
Jesus, how old am I now? 15 years.
Oh my.
Well, lucky for Nicky P, the color-up process is one that is handled by the administrative staff in here. Not really something he needs to concern himself with.
That's exactly right, Ali. He just focuses on the comings and goings of
Eyes are blurry.
You had 9-3 off?
Just now.
Texas
I had
Hold'em.
9-3 off.
Here he is.
I think I did. My eyes are blurry. I could have had 9s and just folded. For those wondering, the light's bright,
Eye drops.
burn in my eyes. Yeah, so that it's not me crying about having to fold 9-3. Weeping.
Crying about your chip lead?
Yeah, right? Oh, I should have more. If only. They have no idea. They. I knew when I made it into that club. They, first time Phil called me they, I was like, oh, I'm in. All right. I'm a they now.
You ever fallen into the they characterization, courtesy of Helmuth, Nick?
Ace King off for
You have-
Petrangelo. Yeah,
just
yeah,
under
I
2.
have.
You've
He's-
been on the receiving end?
He's hit me with that before.
Did you hit back?
I actually did. Yeah.
Good for you.
Thanks, pal. I'd tell you the story, but, you know, time and place.
Ace King slithers from the small. 2 spades, 2 jacks, and a 4. No connections.
Value bet here from Petrangelo, winner.
Go on, perhaps, now, with the Helmuth story.
We were playing cash. Little limit
Make
hold'em.
sure you're connected when you hit the flop.
I think we can cover that. Go ahead.
8-handed. I folded and accidentally exposed my hand. Ace-7 offsuit. Under the gun 8. And Phil said, they think they can show their hand on purpose and have me think that they're tight. And I said, Phil, you don't think I know that you know I fold Ace-7 offsuit under the gun? You think I'm like posturing to you in this 8-handed game? And he said, good point, Nick, and started laughing. Fair enough. That's it. Not a great story, you know. But he said they. I remember it was very neatly they. You know what I mean?
You could have hit him with the double birds. But I don't know if that would have been sort of aligned with the provocation. Meanwhile, Ace-8 deuce.
The double bird really is strong. I mean,
Something incredible. Eric Persson, of course, who we're referring to in the heads-up showdown not long
Chewy
ago.
slides into the winner. Form of the 7. 4th pair now. See if he value bets it or just goes for check.
7.
Good. I was ahead before then.
Full check down. I used to play cash with a very young Phil Hellmuth back in the day at the Bay 101 Casino. 6120 limit hold'em.
Yes.
Another one I
Many
didn't
moons
want.
ago, and he was feisty
Can't be
even
greedy,
then.
get them all. Sometimes.
before the jade
But when you want it, you come for
crept
it.
in.
Oh yeah,
so to
I
speak.
come. Oh, I want this one, man.
Yeah, the guns
Dig
come
in. We dig in. I wanted that Ace King of Diamonds ones against you. That one I wanted.
out. Believe that.
Well before
Five
he had
diamonds,
amassed
we'll
all the
make it there,
bracelets.
that'd
Remember, the incredulity was
I have 2.3.
always there. There was that kind of sense that I know
Check.
more than you know. Negreanu knows he's under-repped with ace-jack as he limps. Petrangelo with a free peek at what turns into a gut shot straight draw for his suited king.
Goes for half pot. Negreanu just slides it. Next hand.
What is this footwear that you've you've graced us with this evening? Nick, seems woefully inadequate in terms of comfort. Havaianas, the camo Havaianas here. Is that what we're doing? Man of your stature and bankroll, mind you. But you know what you got? Ladies and gentlemen, he's got the Gucci working.
Woke up a little late, slid the flip-flops on. A little cold in here as well, Ali. Feeling a little cold.
Nippy. Got to bring the layers. You know how it works in the poker room.
Yeah, you're bundled up, pal. Bravo, sir. King 10 suited for Petrangelo. 150 to go. Chewy slides a 9-4 off.
Did those sandals come connected like on a rack? You know what I mean? With like a little plastic thing that you had to break in order to separate them upon purchase? I'm just curious if that's the category of footwear.
You know what? I think they did. Good call, Ali.
Oh, I see. Okay. Nobody gave me any suggestions on how to deal with that approach, by the way. And I am struggling mightily with it, but they go in the lab by the time we come back a year from now. I'll have some strategies.
Great.
Will you please pay the bills one time, just as a favor to me?
Sure.
Okay. There it is.
Well, there is no better I can't do this, Ollie.
Come
This is all you,
on.
pal.
We're
You're the
almost
guy.
out of
Can't do it.
time.
It doesn't feel right. Just doesn't. You know.
There's no better time to be a PokerGo subscriber. Still so
Seamless
much
it
to
is
come
for
in
him. You hear that?
2022. New episodes of No Gamble, No Future airing every Tuesday. December, we got the Run Good All-Stars Pro-Am and then the Star-Studded PGT Championship. See everything that's coming up at pokergo.com/schedule. Meanwhile, coming up is a
Do you
small
practice
blind
in the morning,
response.
the promos, or it's just note the 3-bet from Negreanu? Second 3-bet we've seen here with King 10 off in these same positions. Before it was Chewy Petrangelo. Do you
Timing.
practice? You look. You
Nice.
kind of.
I'm flattered that you think that this wildly inconsistent performance of mine is the product of what you describe as practice, but I've been at it a minute. You know what I mean? When you handily throw chips into a pot, they land exactly where you want. I don't presume that you practice. I just acknowledge that it's the product of repetition. You know?
Absolutely. Limp here from Petrangelo. $8-5 off for Chewy. Goes for 3.5 times the big.
Left brain at
1.7
work.
back, right?
A little bit more, in between 1.7 and 1.8.
Petrangelo. Not exactly heavy artillery with the 10-9 offsuit. Limp defend. 3-4-7. Chewy working a gutter. More than we can say for Nicky P.
Working a kind of exciting gutter naturally. The 6 is a huge card. 320 in the middle.
$120.
Petrangelo leads straight away. Quite interesting limp 3.5x call. And on the strength of the 9 of diamonds and the 10 of spades also interfering with some stuff. Comes right out leading. For Chewy with the gutter you were just mentioning, Ali. He's in.
Yeah. Would seem exceedingly passive to walk away with position and that upside, as the king does not improve upon either holding.
Likely a better card for Chewy's range.
Petrangelo, break check. Chewy just barreling.
Cool little sideline there, if you will, or kind of a road less traveled.
360, by the way.
The limp raise pre-lead from Petrangelo, call and give up on the king. All kind of logical proceedings, but nice to see the ideas executed in real time. Chewy and Petrangelo literally neck and neck in second. Negreanu with the chip lead. Sitting on a cool 3 million, Ali. Negreanu, that is.
You know, he kind of manifested this one. I'm not some card-carrying member of Oprah's book club, or, you know, I don't get the secret newsletter. But you and I remember during the Poker Masters, we've shown the interview with Jeff. Kind of took that nasty exit with aces against jacks against Davies.
He said verbatim, how are they going to get my chips? And thus far they haven't, Ali, so I hear what you're saying. Snowmen for Negreanu. Ace-4 for Chewy. Went for limp, 3.5x from Daniel. Chewy's in.
Nine, 7, 4. Ace of clubs working for Chewy. Negreanu with the snap check back and a beautiful snowman on the turn. Delivering him a set, two-tone coordinated texture though. Chewy checking it.
Is drawing dead, Chewy, that is.
Calls the 225 here. Curious as to what sort of ideas he may have. Fourth straight card comes off. Not looking to represent that part of the deck. He does check and see if Negreanu will pursue value here.
Check.
Doesn't. Plays it safe.
Whole bunch of eights.
That'll do it.
Whole bunch of them.
You at all surprised by that one?
Which part, the Chewy continue or the Negreanu check?
Let's talk about both.
Not particularly, no.
On either front?
I thought the Negreanu check is perhaps a little bit iffy. A lot of two-pair out there as we see the chip counts. 3.365 for Daniel, 2.1 for Nicky P, 1.735. One of the issues and interesting parts of being willing to kind of throw the stack around and so on is it deters people from messing with you. And sometimes your EV isn't just generated in the hand itself, but future sort of hands and orbits and so on. Daniel knows Chewy very capable of check raising, being highly annoying. Thus he checks the set. He wouldn't have gotten paid off in all likelihood by the ace-4, but the sentiment remains. Shows the boys. Ali.
See what I raised with?
That's a good one.
You see? You made a good fold. Respect.
Indeed, he
You
did,
know,
Ali.
right? Because I limp, and then when I raise, it's like, oh shit, what is he gonna have? You know, 3 cards. Kings. And if you raised, I was not scared. Nope, not at all. Would have gambled.
Two black queens on the button. Going up.
Right on the heels of the 2 kings as well. Card racking a little bit.
He had
Julie
the
goes for
3-bet face
defend.
on. I thought it was the 3-bet face. I really did.
He did have the
He's
3
like, here
bet
it comes.
face.
Here comes
Touch of
Chewy.
posturing, perhaps, by the way. Might represent the higher part of the deck, so on. It all kind of 5, 6, 7 in the clubs working
Yeah.
for Chewy. Queens
Sort of
for
a
Daniel.
free of charge kind of endeavor there in terms of
Just the
perspective
part of the game,
representation.
you posture a little bit. You act like you're thinking about 3-betting, but really you're going low. It's, you know. Nice white flag here from Chewy.
Checkbacks on both the flop and the turn from Daniel initially.
Everyone's gonna laugh at me. Check. They're
Due
gonna
to
laugh
the
at me now.
ace.
7 high.
Yeah, see, they're gonna laugh at me because I had kings and I had queens and I didn't even bet. But you're not calling with 7 high, right? No
Nope.
way. So.
Run out of 10-10 and
They're all laughing at me.
Daniel never put any more out there.
You hear him? Daniel, why don't you bet? You got a pair of queens. You got to bet, protect your hand. Daniel, bet the flop. That's my internet impression.
I see that.
Daniel, don't do that. Stupid.
1.5.
1, 5 and change.
Yeah.
Queen 10 on the button for Petrangelo.
90, right?
Picks up ace 4 for the ride. Queen 8 deuce rainbow, top pair for Nikki P. Follow through, quarter pot, and the ace goes into the muck.
Well, I had you before the flop. I had a higher card than a queen. And I just said, nah, take it.
Round and round we go. King
Who
deuce.
wants it the most, Ali? You know?
They all want it.
I'm getting that feeling as well.
160.
Crazy. This time I have 2 king again. 2 king I have. I have 2 king.
I have a nice hand.
2 king. 2 king. That was
You
good.
were-
I had 2 king.
You were dust.
2 king.
Fair. Technically correct.
I see what he did there.
Make.
This is number 3.
Oh, I forgot. Yeah, we're on break. That's right.
Ace on the button, upstairs we go.
Chewy goes for defend.
Queen 8-4. Got shot straight draw. Yielded to Chewy's additional 60K investment. Now it becomes a two-way straight draw as one of the sevens he seeks is busy in Negreanu's hand, which check back on the flop.
And I would think if Chewy bets here, he bets fairly big on a kind of disconnected rainbow board with a lot of draws. Although other sizes likely can be afforded.
Bro, I don't want this one. I didn't want it at any point.
Does go for 320 into 260, and that's a winner.
Didn't
Very
want
nice,
it.
sir.
All yours, pal.
It's just a feeling thing.
Was that the last hand?
No, one more.
There's
Oh, one more? Oh, I didn't realize. Didn't want it.
Your feelings tell you which ones you want and don't.
Yeah, something inside. Just, oh no, I want this one. This one I flop, nah. Let Chewy go.
Daniel has a knack for making it seem like he's always folding and checking and so on. But then you look at his stack and he has more than he had before. You know what I mean, Ali?
I see it.
Chewy out.
I mean, I'm not sure how effective the chatter really is in terms of divorcing the competition from cognizance of what's happening.
Frankly, with this lot, I think he's having fun more than trying to even employ metagame and so on. Of course, it's a part of his game where he's uses the
2 hands in a row I didn't want.
table talk and
money in
stuff.
anyway.
But you know what I mean?
Stop it.
Just kind of flowing out there.
Yeah,
Right
it would be insulting for him to be doing it with the presumption that it would be effective
A lot
and
of respect for
impactful.
these two,
But,
Nicky P and Chewy.
you know, if there's a little silver lining to it, so be it. Can't hurt. Man's having fun in the zone, and he's sitting on the chip lead right now as some distribution is upon us. There's a look at the chip counts as the players and we head to a break, but keep it close. More three-handed action from the final table after this. The battle rages on. It's the final table of Super High Roller Bowl 7 from inside the PokerGO studio at Aria Resort and Casino. Things getting a little grueling out there. Ali Nejad and Nick Schulman, pleased to be bringing you the call as we're looking for a home for 3.3 milli and a lovely piece of jewelry. There they are, the payouts. 1.15 million already locked up. Big pay jump of 850 plus. If you can slide into second. And then of course, over $1 million more separating second from first as we advance the blinds to level 16, 25 and 50,000. Stacks steadily being diluted every 75 minutes. As Chewy will start things off with a king-queen, raise and take it from the button. Any takeaways, Nick, since the onset of three-handed play? Things you've kind of taken note of at all out of any of these three? No, it's a bit ambiguous a question to be thrown your way.
I've really enjoyed watching the Negreanu kind of unconventional navigations and so on. Intrigued to see if he can keep it up. Nicky P, as always, just, you know, utterly world-class navigations, and Chewy kind of coming into his own on a very big stage. If he had a chess rating, I can assure you it would be over 2,700 poker-wise. I know that's a little bit smug. No way to know, but it's been a very spirited three-handed battle. And we'll see what happens, Bell. You?
I mean, certainly not lost on me is the Negreanu lack of convention and coming into today.
You love to see that in a spot like this.
Very
it's cool.
much so, because
King-Queen here for Petrangelo.
if it becomes an exercise in who retained the most information while out there in the lab in terms of what the solver is dictating in any given situation, it can become a bit drab, a bit monotonous, if you will. But here we are seeing truly a broad-ranging deployment of approaches from Negreanu, who is dominated heading to this Jack-9-7 board by the King-Queen of Petrangelo. Nicky P, the opener, to a $10. And Negreanu with the two-way straight draw, interacting quite nicely. Check, check, and now the Queen of Diamonds slides right in to give Negreanu the nuts, and Petrangelo top pair.
Very much a terrible card for Petrangelo. He goes for half pod. Nick drawing to the chop. A little bit cold button BB three-handed.
No doubt.
Comes with call. 175 rather. Oh, and a terrible card for Petrangelo. Let's see if Negreanu elects to go for check raise or just pursues big value straight away. Whatever the case may be, disastrous river for Nicky P, Ali.
Already spent $1.75 on the turn to take this card, which he imagines is a good one for him. Oh, Negreanu decides to slip it to him.
Indeed he does.
Reptilian.
$645 in the middle.
180.
180.
180.
Very interesting sizing choice from Petrangelo. To be continued on that.
Both of us anticipating something meatier.
Daniel goes for 580.
580.
Not often you see a vegan deliver the meat, but there it is.
Call.
Straight.
Does pay it off, Ali.
It didn't make a meal of it
A
either.
vegan delivery of the meat. And Petrangelo sees the bad news. What an incredible pickup for Negreanu. He says he almost checked it. I believe him.
Nicky P, that is.
Yes, he found a way to go for third, some odd, less even, and then call the raise as opposed to, let's say he goes for half and Negreanu puts him in or makes it $1 million and so on. Live to fight another day, if you will, down to 1.33.
Was 580 available to Negreanu as a bet instead of a check raise?
Yes. But, you know, there's many different ways to go. I think check raise is very logical. Nick just hits trips a lot. He'll just go for call if we bet very big. But the sizing scheme was certainly unorthodox, perhaps by both. Really good instincts from Petrangelo there to find a way to kind of avoid total disaster. Queen 9 off for Lichtenberger here, 10 deuce suited for Nicky P. He's in.
On the topic of very big, by the way,
Start
Nick,
one
take a
touch.
look at the top of
Yeah,
the screen.
1.3.
We've breached the 4 million chip barrier for Negreanu. Real distance between he and the other two stacks as a clear front runner has emerged, more pronounced than at any other point.
It's been a
Same story
charmed-
here for Petrangelo with the 10s and 5s. Go on, charmed.
Been a charmed tournament for Daniel. Somewhat start to finish. He put that wild beat on Bryn Kenny early day one.
Ace is full against quad threes,
The running
runner.
quads, ace 5, 4, 3, 3. And he really never looked back. Here he is north of 4 million. No Petrangelo raising right away. Just on the strength of his 10s and 5s. Chewy gone. Yeah, he just sort of hasn't looked back, Daniel. Held on to the chip lead for most of day one, or a lot of it, most of day two, and sort of a lot of today. Petrangelo entered with the lead, but it was close. It's gone back and forth. See if he can close it out. Ace-king suited here.
Lovely path to a closeout.
But it's 125.
Kind of nonchalantly flicks 125 out there. Petrangelo gone.
Got the caffeine working, it would seem, perhaps, in the
Look at these.
sippy cup.
Great cards.
Shows him.
Look at that. So pretty. Suited never.
True indeed.
Few raise, bro. I was prepared to do
I'm
it.
not sure if he's still
certainly
going
were.
coffee or if he's, you know,
Prepared, ready and willing.
Matcha.
maybe a little matcha, a little hot water with a lemon.
St. John's wort.
Maybe a little SJW, you know?
Ginger and echinacea. I mean, just say when. I've got all kinds of this garbage from walking down the wrong aisle at Whole Foods.
8-7 off here for Chewy. Goes for call. And a couple ladies for Negreanu right on the heels of the ace-king suited.
But it's 175.
Okay. See this hand? Almost the same, but you know, pair.
Pair.
Yeah. You would raise my hand.
Even better.
Look at that.
Yeah.
Just in case you were wondering, if you know old D Negs is speeding right now. Ace king suited, straight, queens. It's there.
I see it. I see it.
It's there. Sometimes it won't be, but you know, hey.
There it is.
I have 1.4. I guess 1.35 actually. Actually, I'll check that. 1375.
Limp and concede from Chewy as Negreanu attempts to weave a tale of the goods are present,
All right, buddy.
ever
need one,
present.
You know? There.
Ooh, and Petrangelo getting a walk when he didn't really need one.
But it's 125.
$125 to go. Chewy slides a 7-6 off.
See, when I don't show one, you guys are like, oh, geez. But it wasn't even that bad. King 3 suited.
Yeah, it's not that bad.
No. But like that's what TJ used to do. TJ was the best. He would always show a card, like, oh, look, I had the ace or whatever, right? Then when he didn't, he would muck his hand and be like, remember that time we were out in Tunica a couple years ago? I feel like just changed the subject completely, so as if you didn't notice that he just slid that one into the muck.
Very crafty.
Oh yeah, all the moves.
Old school vets.
Remember that hand? What was that hand you had there against that guy back in Tunica?
10-5 suited for Chewy here.
It's 165.
Goes for raise first in, intriguing. Suited 10.
Yep.
Suited queen
Yep,
for
yep,
Daniel. Yep, declared.
Got me a hand that could do some damage.
380 in the
see.
middle.
Like that.
Oh, and the damage comes early in the form of top pair. Granted, Chewy 10-5 suited, not a lot on the stovetop.
You're relegated nearly dead. Just by the flop and the cards that Negreanu holds, of course.
Following through on the 165 pre.
Undeterred, Chewy that is, indeed following through, trying to lean on Daniel a bit.
Note the significance of this 110 in terms of his remaining stack, which has really dwindled. Does pick up the open ender as Negreanu binks queens up. Neither player with the hard draw, 600 out there.
Jack Daniel with top 2.
300.
Kind of snap goes for half pot.
Dude, damage. Queen's up, bro.
Chewy does get away.
Queen's end.
Good end.
Queen's end.
That 6 isn't a third heart, different proposition altogether.
Yes, although we're not loving just check calling with 10 high in the open ender. Perhaps Chewy is doing the barreling himself.
Even though I didn't win, somehow I feel I did what needed to be done there.
Yeah, yeah. That was a good flop for me. Queen 6 of spades, backdoor flush, and
That it was.
the queen, which is handy.
The queen comes in handy for sure.
Ace
Love
10
that.
suited now for Chewy, 20 BBs, yeah.
Catch that from Chewy? Even though I didn't win, I feel like I did what needed to be done there.
Very much a window into the mindset. Very centered player, you know.
That's something that I think many of us who play could benefit from, just recognizing that independent of the outcomes, if we get out there and we do what needs to be done, in the long run, the money will come our way.
The game within the game, if you will.
Today's coverage brought to you in part by Hair Club.
Raise 125.
7-6 off for Negreanu here. Petrangelo out. Chewy out as well.
Tunica again?
Oh, yeah, well, you remember little Chewy, what were we young? What was that? That was definitely a tunica right there. That was just, ooh, that was the worst hand I raised on the button so far. Like the whole tournament. I was like, I got to steal one. I built up the credit with these king suited, the queens. Come on. I get to get away with it.
Unfortunately, you still had a better hand than me.
I was connected.
Yeah.
Tunica.
Shout out TJ Cloutier. Haven't seen that man around the circuit in a long
Raise
time.
110.
Definitely Ali. Shout out TJC, you know. King Queen off for Nikki P. Jack 8 off for Dean Eggs.
Wasn't that long ago if you lost track of our buddy.
Call.
Just work your way down to the craps pit.
Heads up.
Chances were you'd find him. 10-7 deuce.
Check.
2 diamonds. Got shot straight draw, checks over. Petrangelo unimproved with the king queen that made it 110 to skate,
100.
but undeterred as well as he follows through for a bird.
Go.
And the 9 of spades. A run pure proposition for Negreanu as he calls and just smashes the nuts. Petrangelo picking up a gutter.
200.
40%.
Obviously dire straits for Petrangelo.
Not great. And the 4 of hearts is absolutely not in his area code.
Suppose the lack of a king or queen on the end is a saving grace of sorts. 895 in the middle. See what speaks to Daniel.
I have nothing.
You didn't want to have nothing here.
It was 750.
You're dead.
Winner.
I had a nut.
Well, I'm saying, yeah, but like, oh, you had nut diamonds. Yeah.
I had a
turned,
nut draw.
I turned straight.
6-8.
Oh, I had jack 8. Even better.
Quick peek at the chip counts,
nut
and
diamond,
Negreanu
nut
has
straight.
promptly eclipsed the
straight,
5
Jack queen. Oh, that
million
would've
mark,
been 8 combs, you got me there.
5.25 plus.
One bigger piece.
And it's a bit of a one-horse race at present, with both Chewy and Petrangelo at 20 blinds or less.
Very much so. It happened quickly. The Price of poker has gone up. Of course, the 50K BB lock can happen. Petrangelo and Chewy neck and neck with the 20 bigs. And as you said, Ali, Daniel finds himself north of 5 million. Trying to close out Super High Roller Bowl 7. Jack 5 off here in the small.
Note that a lot of his activation has come here in the elevated blind level.
Jack 9 for Petrangelo.
Real gains can be found. $175 on request. Call it full retail pricing for Jack 9. No promo code. But top pair yielded. $400,000 in the middle, courtesy of Daniel's small blind raise.
Stranglehold for Nicky P as it stands.
$250.
Nope. No way. I got nothing. I was just stealing. I had dog doo-doo. What a bad hand. What am I even playing that hand for? They're laughing at me again. Daniel, what are you raising with that for? It's not even suited. Bad boy.
Sounds a little bit like the fight doctor
Pacheco.
Pacheco.
My hand in the cookie jar.
Yeah. Yeah. Right? What did they go to in between rounds? All right, Jim, I got the fight scored.
That's right, Ali.
Ernie Pacheco, is that his name?
Yeah.
How much you got?
950 total, I believe. Yes, 950 total.
You're thinking of Howard Letterman, Ali.
Am I?
I think so.
Fernando Ferdy Pacheco, maybe?
No,
But I
that's a
think
guy, but...
Right, but I'm thinking of Howard Letterman.
Harold.
Harold.
Yeah,
I
you are.
conflated with Howard Lederer there.
9-3 suited for Petrangelo.
175.
Right, it's 175.
Goes for RFI. Note how Chewy and Nick are under such pressure. They can kind of lean on each other, and in return, Daniel can lean on them, if you will. Jack 7 off for Chewy, cuspy here. A lot of hand in this situation. Under normal circumstances, so to speak. But here, with the kind of massive pay jump, getting heads up. Sticky affair.
By the way, R.I.P. Mr. Letterman.
Of course, legend.
Passed away. Did not know that. Look no further than the Twitter sphere to solve all of our mysteries, by the way. Shout out to Ryan Frederick, who advises that TJ Cloutier is a regular at the card houses in the Dallas area these days. Texas poker alive and well, really blooming right now. You've got the likes of Doug Polk out there, the Lodge, I believe it is.
A lot of hands here in the small. Absolutely, shout out Texas, you know, the Lone Star State, Ali. 18 BBs for Chewy.
I don't know about Texas.
24 for Nicky P, piles for Negreanu.
On.
Interesting setup. He goes for jam.
Aw, man. I'm not going to call you 6 high, but what a nice hand.
Sharing the 5 was bad news as well. Yeah, I'm good on Texas.
Boo.
Just in general, as just a blanket. They can secede if they want.
Well, you're soft, you know? You're not built for them guys, you know? For me, I grew up around some killers, Ali, so I like Texas, you know what I'm saying? I'm not saying I'm from the streets, but just, you're too soft for that environment, so I understand. 6-4 suited for Chewy here.
I'd like to perceive that declaration as a compliment, but I feel I would be ill-served to do so.
That's a good read. It was an insult. It was an intended insult. 4x here from Negreanu, a6 off. Deuces for Petrangelo. Interesting decision. Perhaps we put it in with the kind of anti-blocky deuce-deuce, but it's not clear to me. Navigation's here uncomfortable. Maybe it goes in.
And Nicky P tends to agree, though he did leave a little something back. $70K to be exact.
Like,
1.15.
Somewhat risky business for
oh, that's over 20 big blinds.
Petrangelo.
More than I'd like to pay, right? I think so. Oh yeah, way more than I want to pay. Fold then. You win.
Fair
Good
enough.
hand.
Any hand that would call or ask for the rest of it would either be the bigger pairs or, of course, inescapably 2 overs on a full run out. Very vulnerable, those deuces, but he rides them to glory there. The 850K pay jump, by the way, with these 2 stacks kind of lurking at that 20-some-odd blind level.
Highly real, and part of that, forgive cutting you off, is why Negreanu has started to now finally open up his game, raising a lot from the small, raising from the button. It's because Petrangelo and Lichtenberger are just objectively under a lot of pressure. They're both kind of hoping the other one busts, if you will. Looks like a jam is coming. Keeping the 1 chip back. Let's see. Possibly suited. I'm getting suited vibes from Nicky P.
I note the riskiness of Petrangelo's willingness to get
Ace-10
involved.
off, fair enough.
8 big blinds in front of Lucky Chewy. Nick, the ICM very real.
It's incredibly real, Ali.
Nice.
Winner.
Ace-10 just too good.
Ace-10 just too good, 3-handed with that meaty BB Annie out there. And a pesky Negreanu at the moment. Opened up his game.
Yeah.
Gear switched, if you will.
And at the exact right time. Didn't get impatient, didn't get too antsy, just sat back and finds himself in a wonderful position to really hoist hardware when it's all said and done.
Sorry.
It's all right.
Ooh, a call. That qualifies as a call.
Yes, it does.
Ill-timed, the walk for Negreanu, as far as he's concerned. Ace-Jack with no customers.
Daniel can really mess with Petrangelo, and he does indeed put out the stack of white chips, the 100Ks. Nicky P gone.
10-4, not something to make a meal of course, but
That one you really wanted.
I don't know. I just wanted him to fold. I had a suited ace.
for
Just go
850K,
away.
Nick,
Yeah, get him out.
Don't have it.
you can put me
Go
in a
away.
cage.
What do you got?
I'm all right with it.
I think 8 1/4.
It's a short sentence, presumably,
Yeah, 775. 775
although
behind
not
the
if
line.
Chewy has something to say about it.
Hear that, Ali.
Raise 125.
Wielding the stack around.
Yeah, we're starting to see the abusive side of the spectrum.
Nicky P out. Defendable here for Chewy. He's now comfortably in third, if you will, so he has to kind of take some chances, so to speak. Jack 9, a lot of hand for this situation. He is in. Dominating Negreanu.
one could maybe call it uncomfortably in third, as
Right.
he's lost contact with Nicky P and contact with this flop as well. Note the banana for Negreanu. Just
175.
Goes for kind of a big sort of size. And that's another winner, Ali.
got some
Back
pace
up
on
to
him right
5
now,
million.
too. You know, the clip is brisk. There's some clarity being afforded Daniel in terms of procedure at this point. Just 700,000 for Lucky Chewy. Petrangelo very much looking to see the rest of that stack be called into the center and have its fate determined sooner rather than later with a massive 850K pay jump.
Just over 1.5.
Entanglement. And that King-9 suited
Good cards.
right into the muck. This behavior here is just complete command for Negreanu of all that goes into this situation. Not particularly cryptic for any experienced tournament player in terms of an appropriate charting, of course, but
13.5 for Chewy. Note the Jack-9 fold.
Raise 200.
yeah.
Very much hoping something crazy goes down between Daniel and Petrangelo. Obviously a driving idea in these intense ICM situations. Forgive the repetitive nature of the pay jumps and so on, but it really is the overarching kind of macro lurking idea in these spots. Tricky navigations to a very kind of endless realm, if you will, with some objectively and empirically correct approaches, but then there's some interpretation, so on.
I get this weird sense, and I don't know if you share it,
Queen
based
8 here
on
for Negreanu. Go on.
some of the glimpses we've gotten thus far, that Nicky P could find himself in a little bit of an ICM be damned departure, entanglement with Daniel in an effort to set himself up better for a prospective heads-up match.
No, I don't agree with that.
No?
I think Nick is a technician to the utmost and kind of follows the work of the Lord and the theory that he deems fit. Not to say he doesn't have tremendous feel, because he does, but if he does something like that, he will deem it in the realm of correct. I don't see him taking unusual chances to jockey himself better. So, but it's all part of the conversation.
The
So-
ace-10 jumps out a
But
little bit, but it's within the
ace-10
realm of
over
correct.
a wide
Yeah.
opener, and
Okay.
not allowing yourself to just get run over
Yeah.
is a part of the theory. Offsuit king here, 11.5 bigs for Chewy. Does go in.
Owen.
Daniel squeezing.
What's
and
the
has
total?
him in all sorts of
575.
bad shape. Ali.
A shared 6 with an ace.
575.
Negreanu.
That's 11 big blinds and a bit. This is an obvious slam dunk, but I kind of like the situation right now. We're having fun, but should we double up old Chewy there? Chewy want to get doubled up? I'm gonna have to gamble with Chewy.
Well, he does want to
Need
get
a
doubled up.
mandatory
Ace
call.
That's unfortunate.
This does not appear to be the time, and that's unfortunate is an understatement, perhaps. 23% is the king 6.
Dire straits for Chewy as it stands,
Yeah.
Ali.
Yeah.
Big flop
Maybe I'll be
coming.
fortunate.
Yeah, no, I mean, hey, it's a flip.
The coin
That's one way to look at it.
very weighted toward ace 6. The flop, ace, deuce, deuce, and now the diamond
Diamond, diamond.
does work.
Has the diamonds working? Has
That is a
deuce, deuce
possibility.
working? Chop it up, quads with an ace. Or running kings.
Turn card, help needed, and the 10 of hearts
game,
is
Chewy.
not it.
Nice battle, bro.
Yeah. Good game, guys.
That was a pleasure.
It was a lot of
Yeah,
fun.
man. Cheers.
Yeah.
Lichtenberger gave it all he had and did
Where do
so
they make
with
it sit? Do I have to go to the
class
end?
I'm
and
not sure.
grace
As he always does, Ali. Congratulations, Chewy.
in order.
Third is a fantastic result. One of the best ever.
1.15.
Such a pleasure
fantastic
to watch
payout.
him navigate, Ali.
Are we?
And just like
we
that,
don't
we're
start
heads
right
up.
away,
Though.
right?
I truly don't know.
Are we starting right away, or do we get a? Okay.
You guys got it, Brett. Honestly, about 10 minutes.
Okay, can I get a?
Put it on the table.
Get my phone.
Yeah, of course.
Well, the stage is now set upon the elimination of Andrew Lichtenberger, who takes home the $1.15 million for a heads-up battle between the short-stacked Nick Petrangelo, just 25 bigs, and Daniel Negreanu with 118 bigs. Might he have called his shot? Only time will tell. Let's send it down to Jeff Platt, who's with Chewy.
Well, Chewy, your first super high roller bowl cash is a third place finish. How would you describe what your experience was like over these last 3 days?
It was very intense. Yeah, it's a lot of high-level poker. Requires so much focus. Like you lose focus for 1 minute and you can just be out. So it's a bit draining, but it's also super fun. I love it. So yeah, I'm just grateful to have had the experience. It was a great run.
Where do you think you stack up nowadays amongst the high roller scene?
I mean, I've been working pretty hard to improve my poker game. So I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of great players, right? I think, honestly, like the skill disparity between the best is kind of a thing that can fluctuate day to day. Like, it really matters, like, how focused you are, how well-rested you are, how much you're trusting yourself. I think some players are technically better than others in certain areas, but in that respect, you don't necessarily always find yourself in the situations where your technical advantage is something that you can use to triumph over your opponents.
Great run at it. Appreciate the time. Thanks,
Yeah.
Chewy. Guys.
Love
Replete
that guy, Ali.
with
You know?
positivity. Love him too. He will be missed, but not by Daniel Negreanu and Nick Petrangelo, who will square off to crown a champion after the break. Stay close. Welcome back. As night has fallen upon the PokerGO studio, the final table consists of just two hopefuls. Over $2 million secured by each, with 3.3 available, along with the title. Here at Super High Roller Bowl 7, Ali Nejad and Nick Schulman here at Aria Resort and Casino on the Las Vegas Strip. There he is, third all-time on the money list at 46.2 million, closing in on that 50 million mark. Meanwhile, Negreanu faces off with Nick Petrangelo, 27th on the all-time money list at 24.6 million. Petrangelo's work is cut out for him, as he will kick things off in pursuit of a $1.3 million pay jump, operating off of the shorter of the two stacks. Outchipped almost 5-1, Nick. Roughly.
Tall order for Nicky P. We see the bundles of cash, that beautiful diamond ring in the middle there. Petrangelo and Negreanu heads up. How sweet it is for these two. Congratulations on getting to this point. Limp from Negreanu, check from Petrangelo.
Ace 4-5.
Check.
Petrangelo with the
Snap
wheel
check
draw.
here from Daniel, and the wheel does slide right in. Also the hearts for dessert, if you will.
Beautiful
150 in the middle. Note the size, 200 into 150. Winner.
Is that a 3 of spades that rolled off there suddenly?
You want to just leave the small blind empty?
What do you mean?
Like, not post 20, you know what I mean?
Well, you don't have to, yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, doesn't matter. Yeah. It'll get in when it needs to.
King Queen off for Petrangelo here, button. Heads up with the big blind ante. It's a very specific form of poker. If you haven't familiarized yourself with the ideas, there's some highly counterintuitive procedures and so on. Middle pair for Daniel, top pair for Nick.
Certainly added chips.
Daniel leads out straight away with half pot, and he's walking right into it, if you will. Comes with a little bit of a sneak, Ali.
Yeah, to go with that button limp, a flat call in position. Negreanu's boldness gives way to a check.
$225.
No time wasted sending it right into the muck there for Daniel after the 225 was announced by Nick. And
that wasn't really his card. And for Daniel, it's just south of a 4-1 favorite. You have to kind of, you know, it's a little bit emotional out there. You're in the driver's seat, if you will, but there's work to be done. You just kind of have to take it one hand at a time. But we know how bad he wants it.
forgive the prospective distastefulness of invoking this memory at a moment like this where things have gone so well for Daniel. But you and I were front and center, I believe, for a true unraveling when he was facing Phil Hellmuth in the high-stakes duel and had Phil to just a nublet.
Had him down to a couple of bigs. 4s for Petrangelo, 30 BBs. Odd little format of poker here. You can jam up to 50 BBs with some stuff in this big blind ante. Indeed, he had Phil relegated to a few big blinds. Phil clawed his way back, beat him again, and then I believe beat him a third time. A lot of trauma out there for anybody gracing the high-stakes circuit, all of them. But that one was particularly, you know, Daniel has incurred some heads-up trauma. The loss to poke as well. It is what it is.
There are some matches that stick with us.
And he's also won huge tournaments many times. Of course. So it isn't as if he's never crossed the finish line. But the point being, stay composed out there. And he is. You can tell looking at him. They're both doing their thing. Min raise here from Petrangelo. Queen deuce off. Daniel's in. 5-4.
Dare I speak for us both when I say we've been impressed by what we've seen from Daniel thus far. Really just composed procedures to great effect.
Queen of diamonds, deuce of hearts here. 75 into 250.
Negreanu defended against the min-raise open, check called 75, now comes out swinging upon the pairing of the 6. 175 into 400.
And for Nick with the queen deuce, perhaps this one is a wrap. Fair enough, best hand winner.
Kind of the look away over the shoulder, the mild zest on the muck. I mean, this, you know, these guys want to win every pot.
Yeah, Petrangelo, I mean, hockey, you know what I mean?
Right.
Like
warrior.
Yeah. Great player. I'll talk about the hand, chop it up in the post-mortem. Honest assessments, very friendly chat, but he's got that little extra that you often see at these levels. We're talking about a true kind of, you know? 5 ace 4, 2 clubs and a diamond. Queen 8 for Petrangelo. Middle pair for Negreanu. Clubs working as well.
This one was linked pre. Swing and take it for Daniel. Early jousting between the boys.
Tall order for Nicky P as a 4-1 chip deficit, if you will. more now, but going into heads up. Tall order, tall mountain to climb. See if he can do it. Ace-7 off here. A lot of limping on the button in this format. We're really never folding due to the big blind ante, so we often limp tons of hands just to kind of protect the range and so on. Negreanu shoots it up with Jack-10 off. See how Petrangelo responds.
$200, not at all insignificant in relation to his remaining biscuits.
All in.
Ooh, and a limp jam from Petrangelo.
Crafty
as
little play there.
He shaves the 200 right off of Daniel's stack. Crafty indeed. Mercifully devoid of the windbreaker, by the way, as we begin heads-up play. That really was...
The windbreaker was too much. It's just that material in conjunction with the microphone and the zipping. We might need to really have a talk with the players. If you're going to go windbreaker, you just have to go half zip, and you can't jockey the breaker kind of and move around because it's a very sort of Negreanu with middle pair, bottom pair for Petrangelo. Not a desired situation. Heads up, obviously, wide ranges, so on.
It's
calls.
An audible faux pas. Meanwhile, 200 more slides into the middle in a limp pot pre. 6 on the turn, doesn't change anything.
Daniel continues to kind of pursue value. A nice choice indeed. Snap mug from Petrangelo, very nice. Winner for Negreanu.
Daniel, there's a brisk, just a pep.
He's close,
of
Solly.
sorts.
He's close to doing it, you know. This would be a monumental moment for him. He's been very public about a disappointment, if you will, in the last year or two. He's worn his heart on his sleeve. He's talked about it. Queen 8-5 here, top pair for Negreanu.
Things continuing to go his way.
Leads out straight away, fair enough, winner.
But go on.
And this win would be just a very kind of seminal moment in a storied career. It would mean a lot to him. And I feel that briskness that you're speaking to. He's excited. You can't jump up and down and, you know, if it's online though and you're pacing around the room, you know what I mean? But here you have to keep it together, so on. But he's very excited for sure, and that's a great kind of way to proceed when excited. Ace-ace on the button goes for limp. Petrangelo with the snap, 5-3 off.
Jack 9-6. And mercifully for Petrangelo, he is nowhere near that board. As quietly the aces.
Note the no-show, by the way, the no chatter here. This is real deal business. When we were 3-4-handed, 5-handed and such, Daniel might show, so on and so forth. Right now, it's business time. These two are not talking to each other. They're getting on with it, Ali.
They're playing for $1 million right now. Advantage Negreanu, who's gotten a real spot to start this one. And the advantage continues in the form of ace-king out of the big blind, smothering this king-8. Petrangelo's going to hang in there. These are big, significant investments. No returns on the 9-3 deuce board. But the king of spades does work. Check back from Daniel now. Check, rather. Forgive me.
Petrangelo stabs on the strength of his king of spades. Future ideas, perhaps. Negreanu still with a ton of hand. He's in. Ace of clubs, king of hearts.
Oh, and now an ace of diamonds on the turn leaves Petrangelo drawing dead.
Potentially leadable card for Daniel in this line. Limp raise call, check bet call, and now the ace. A very favorable development. Seemingly a nice idea here from Daniel, albeit it didn't pan out as far as Petrangelo having any connection. But he extends his lead, Ali. 6.3 now for Negreanu, just 885 for Petrangelo. Sub 20 BBs.
This is that kind of territory where a bit of haste can be very punitive.
Limp check here. Indeed, Ali.
Nine, 6-5 rainbow. Negreanu continuing to run pure. Deuce on the turn, delivering a gutter to Petrangelo.
Stabs on the strength of the gut shot, the kind of high-low disconnected hand, a very typical idea. Unfortunately for him, he's run into the fives with a king kicker. Daniel is in.
Unpleasant that Daniel would remain involved. Now a pair of threes for Nicky P. 4 to a straight out there. Operates off of 635 with 450 in the middle.
Check.
3.
Oh, man.
5.
Thought he might get after that one.
You know, he just slid into enough to check. It's been a rather cold start for Nick. He's gone about his business nicely. Heads up is swingy, if you will.
No doubt about it. Look, it's been a very steady ascent for Negreanu since the onset of heads up. Conversely for Petrangelo, red candles as he is sitting on 12 bigs. Limps the jack 5. No connections in either chair. Negreanu able to
Here's 4.
lead out and take it, making change now. Feeling swaggy out there. Ace on the button. Now he asks for it all. Nicky P with King Jack makes the call. We're going to spin the wheel here early.
Best hand for Negreanu, all in for the W, Ali. Good luck, gentlemen.
Deuce 3, or just ace. Ace, deuce 3. Ace.
What a huge moment this is for Daniel.
All in win. Ace to the face.
Willing an ace out there. Instead, he gets a couple of clubs.
Fair fight, if you will.
King now. Ace still.
Gutter, plus the clean cards for Petrangelo. 10 outs. And the king comes in on the turn. Daniel taking his seat, shaking his head, but does have 3 outs. Is an ace available to end this thing right here, right now? Or will Petrangelo double up? The river, another king, trips for Nicky P. And he's going to haul in 1.1 plus
535
when it's said and done.
Can be hard to win, Ali.
Okay.
Don't I know it?
And the 50, yeah.
And forgive the obvious, 10 to 1, it's a little bit ridiculous. 5 to 1.
Make it easy, huh? Why would they do such a thing? Why would they do that with these all-ins? Can I play a tournament where you just never go all in? Or you just stop there and don't deal any more cards? Those are scary all-ins.
Ask your doctor if your heart is healthy enough for heads up at the Super High Roller Bowl.
Check.
Side
Mystery
effects
hand for Petrangelo.
include nausea, vomiting.
Check.
Check.
Ace Jack 7. Second pair here for Negreanu.
Seemingly in a quite nice position, Negreanu, just as far as Petrangelo's range. Sometimes it's enjoyable when we don't pick up the cards. There they are, the Ninas.
100.
Negreanu
Stone
with the better,
dominated, if you will. Yes,
exactly,
Ali.
the better club draw and the better hand to boot. Nicky P being milked for 100. Ace pairs on the end. Kind of card that could leave Negreanu continuing to cobble, which we see him do.
Nick kind of immediately gesticulating. It's sort of like it's a call, but we kind of
Jack
know
10.
we're beat.
Yeah.
Those were sort of the mannerisms. We hope for the 5-6, so on, but Nick did not feel good about that one at all. Understandably so, given what we've seen from Negreanu.
And it didn't take long for Daniel to replace his thumb upon Petrangelo.
That's right, Ali. King deuce off. Nick with 14 BBs, some odd. Goes for limp. Queen 8 suited for Petrangelo. A typical kind of check hand. 150 in the middle.
10-8 trade 2 spades.
Check.
Check.
Advantage Petrangelo, who checks it.
Check.
Daniel checks back, and now the spade arrives.
Check.
50.
Bet up 50.
Value pursuit here, Daniel with the king high. Of course, that key spade. Let's see what speaks to him. Folds.
Ain't no quitting that seat. That's for sure. Two red queens for Nicky P, limping in. Daniel says run it, picks up a gut shot straight draw on this 4-5-6 board.
75.
Comes out swinging, half pot.
All in.
Players on.
Nicky P just decides to jam, given that texture. As his resiliency is on full display here. Hanging around with 20 bigs.
Nice shot there, Ali. Daniel on the left, Nicky P on the right. Big screen. Sits above the players in the studio. Jack deuce suited here. Looks like 150 to go.
That's the only size screen that should be granted a collision of this sort.
Hear that, brother.
That is an awfully large sum of cash. Salivary glands have been activated.
Goes for limp, queen 10 off for Negreanu. Checks.
Monotone king high board.
Middle pair ace kicker for Petrangelo indeed. Negreanu with the 10 of spades, Ali queen high.
Picks up the gutter. Aces and fives now for Nicky P.
50.
Goes for third. Interesting spot for Daniel. I think we often go for call. I suppose raise isn't out of the question. Perhaps it is. 250 in the middle. Clean river for Petrangelo, 7 of diamonds. And for Daniel, still something of a decision with ace, king, queen, 10, 5, and the flush blocker. Petrangelo goes for full pot. Again, that limping range is so wide in this BB ante format. Things like 3-8 offsuit, so on. There are hands that we beat, albeit queen high, but
10 seconds.
fold would be a normal route to go.
Time bank utilized here. Negreanu wondering just how often Nicky P is firing here with worse than queen 10. Oh, and he pays off.
Good.
Pretty key payoff there in terms of Petrangelo, as the collar can be loosened a touch with 30-plus bigs. 25 at present, pardon me. Nevertheless.
Of course, a massive pickup for Petrangelo. Indeed, the collar is loosened, and an understandable payoff for Negreanu again. Dealing with a very wide range there. And a card that Nick might start barreling the ace. As you said, 25 BBs, Ali. Let's see. Negreanu goes for fold.
Forgive perhaps the obvious, but when Nicky P begins to string together a few pots, ward off the finishing blow, and seem to begin an ascent of sorts, as we see Negreanu jamming and the 8-9 suited has no interest. I believe the way you characterized it once was that ominous sense of doom that begins to sort of enshroud us psychologically, and you just see it happening, and you fear not like this. And he's been down that road before, but important to keep those monsters under the bed where they belong and at bay.
Well said, Ali. Limp check here.
Ace Jack 7. Nary a heart to be found. It's the bottom pair. Fires and takes it. $79 pots won by Daniel Negreanu here at this final table. Onset was 5-handed during today's coverage. On the stone bubble is where Orpen Kisacioglu found himself. Unfortunately, no money for him. And it was Bonomo finishing in 4th, Lucky Chewy in 3rd. Here we are, heads up. Limped pre. Petrangelo sneakily hits the ace.
75.
King high disinterested as Daniel check folds it.
And a nice choice it was. Nicky P hanging around, Ali. Not going quietly.
Another limp pot pre and dynamite texture for Negreanu. Yeah,
Love it.
a bazooka of sorts.
8 and a king and a diamonds, and it's like, go for it, buddy, do it. That was the one.
Call.
Another limped one pre, Jack 9-5, bottom pair for Negreanu. This ace-king slithered its way in on the button, checks back, picks up the Broadway draw, courtesy of the queen.
100.
It's 9s and 5s, by the way, for Negreanu. Apologies.
Very sneaky procedures from Petrangelo. Indeed, 9s and 5s for Negreanu. Goes for 100 into 150. Nick, of course, in.
Now it's 5s full for Daniel. Overkill.
Very much overkill and highly tricky road for Petrangelo. As you often espouse when the board pairs on the end, it doesn't really change, if you will. All of the 10-4s of the world and so on have now missed. Hard spot for Petrangelo here. Definitely call sometimes.
He's thinking about it. 300 is 30% of his remaining stack, though.
Extension.
One day you're gonna bluff, right?
Full house.
Not today. A pricey cape.
One day perhaps, but not today, if you will. Back up to 10 to 1, Ali, chip lead wise.
Hopefully don't have to.
He's been joking since the very start. He prefers to have it. And have it he has, my friend. Queen 6 off.
Call.
Wait, I didn't.
He hasn't,
wait,
he hasn't
I
acted.
didn't
He
do
just put the chip in.
Yeah,
Yeah, you're
this
good.
would just pull in his, and I pulled in yours, so I'm being an idiot, sorry.
anything. You're good. All in.
Winner.
Limp fold to the gem. Shout out, by the way, to Jen Harden, our dealer in the box there.
Love Jen. She's
Complete
incredible.
legend,
Of course.
and perhaps one of the best to get in the box here in the 702.
Absolutely one of the best of all time. Shout out John, by the way. You know?
John Harden, her husband, the legendary floor man, presides over the boys and bobbies.
Very
at
much
Bellagio.
presides. Smooth little golf swing, too, on John. Anyway, back to the
All in.
proceedings. Jam's 10-9 off here. Just south of 15, not the one for Negreanu.
John's Sox game also quite strong, if you've ever caught a glimpse. Always a little flavor.
Haven't really picked up on John Sock's game. An odd kind of, you know, tidbit from you there. I suppose that you have. I don't know what the backstory is on that, but Negreanu limp, Petrangelo check.
Check it out.
Okay.
Jack 8-5,
All right.
2 hearts. It's a gutter. Backdoor spades versus top pair. The 7 of hearts working.
Very much so. Not going anywhere for Petrangelo.
100 a man to the turn. Now 9s for Nicky P.
When we make middle pair and so on, note the very sneaky check from Negreanu and a glorious river for him in this line. Comes with the highly trappy, sort of unusual check on the turn. And for Petrangelo, he has to think jacks and 9s are good right here, albeit sharing a kicker with the board.
225.
Good enough for 225K. of his 645 to be delivered into the middle. And one would imagine that Daniel...
9.
I thought he would be putting the remaining 420 on request, Nick, in the form of a raise, but instead just flats and leaves Petrangelo.
I very much thought he would as well.
At the low water mark.
But whatever the case may be, indeed, it is the low water mark. 420 for Nicky P. 6.8 for Negreanu Samad. Just 8 big blinds for Petrangelo, as opposed to the 135 for Negreanu Ali.
All in.
Jam here.
To be expected, perhaps, at this depth. Urgency from Petrangelo. Not the first time he's gotten through a 10-7. King deuce, as it were.
Queen 7 suited for Daniel now. Puts him in. Nick with an offsuit king. 10 BBs with the big blind ante. He's counting down, Ali. Does call. Best hand.
Decides to defend on the strength of a king. No pair against no pair. Let's have the worst hand win again.
Recognizing.
3 clubs, queen. Let me win it all in. One time. Let's just do it. This is the one, right? We win it all in with the worst hand? Come on. Begging.
Would be willing to get after him with less than a king, as we see here.
Do it.
To the flop.
Oh, and he slides into a commanding lead here. Top pair with the clubs working.
Bazooka. Just 2 red kings. For the time being, can rescue Nick Petrangelo from a second place fate. Can hardly look. Now the board pairs, and it is indeed just 2 outs, 1 time.
What a feeling this must be for Daniel. For Nick, the light is dimming.
Will the monkey finally be removed from Daniel's back over the better part of these last 2 years? The answer is yes.
Congrats, man. Cheers. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
As he takes the worst of it and rides it to glory. 3.3
Remember
million
the
plus.
interview from the other one? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. What'd I tell you? How do you get them chips? How do you get them chips when you play some defense? Oh, yeah. We got them all.
Good game, man.
Thanks,
Congrats.
bud. Oh, yeah. Macho Man told you what was going to happen, didn't he? All this pretty money right here. Oh, yeah. You step into my ring right here at the Super High Roller Bowl, eh? Ooh, that felt good. I won with the worst hand all in. Oh, let's go. Okay, now what? Huh?
Perhaps
Okay.
not the soundtrack that Nicky P was seeking on his way out the door.
Didn't even wait for him to leave. Listen, heartfelt congratulations to Petrangelo. What a great player he is. And for Daniel, you did it, pal. Monkey off his back, if you will. What a win. Super High Roller Bowl 7 champ, Ali.
Hats off to all 4 of the players in the money. Bonomo, 720. Chewy, 1.15. Nicky P, the most disappointed you'll see a man taking home $2 million will ever be. And for Negreanu, elated. $3.3 million richer. As the payouts brought to you by Hair Club. Let's send it down to Jeff Platt, who is standing by with your Super High Roller Bowl 7 champion.
Well, Daniel, congratulations. What's it feel like to come out on top of this one?
I got to tell you, like the last 2 years, I hate whining about bad luck. It's the worst. Like nobody wants to hear it, right? I've been feeling it. My wife, when I come home, she feels what it's like so frustrated. You feel like you're playing well and the results are not there. And you hear the internet, Daniel, we got to play your way. You know what? I just did play my way and it felt really, really good. And I felt super confident coming into this one. Deep stack, no limit hold'em. not all this all-in stuff. I'm petrified to go all in. Like, I don't ever want to be all in any state. But actually, in this tournament, I was never all in, like for my tournament life, which is a blessing.
You touched on it briefly. We've talked a lot about resilience over these last 2 years. Is this win proof of just how important resilience is?
Absolutely. Listen, everybody goes through it. If you play poker for a living, you're going to go through streaks. I've been playing 30 years, right? What good is it of me telling you? Like, I promise you, the last 2 years and all this has been the worst I've ever seen. And if you told me this happened to you, I'd be going, you're just playing bad. I'm like, no, I'm really playing well. I swear. I tell Paul when I come in every day, I'm like, buddy, I'm playing good. you know, what's going on here? But, I tested out some things at the Poker Masters, and I put them into play there, and I really started with some new material, if you will, and found it really, really effective. I think, like, if people talk about no limit hold'em, right, and solving it, there's an evolution still to be had, right? Especially deep stack poker, 100 deep, adding that limping strategy that nobody studies for, and I knew that going into this, and I'm like, I don't think they're going to be prepared as I am. I've been doing it for 3 decades.
What's it mean to you to win a super high roller bowl ring, especially considering this kind of competition?
A few years ago, I was heads up for one, a super high roller bowl, had the big crowd of friends come, and I'm like, I punted, because I was like trying to get out with them. And this year I told people, I said, don't come. Really, don't come. Let me just win this, and I'll come home, we'll open a bottle of champagne, and then we'll go to the hockey game tomorrow. And, just let me do my thing,
Time for that champagne. But first, it's an honor of mine to present you with your
What a pretty ring.
high roller bowl ring.
Oh, yeah, I'll wear that.
You can take it
Love
out of the box.
Sweet.
That is yours.
That is awesome. Thank you so much. Check it out.
Right there. There he is, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah!
Your super high roller bowl 7 champion, Daniel Negreanu.
All right.
Couldn't be happier for that man right there. He came, he saw, he conquered, Nick.
Indeed he did, Ali. What a performance from Daniel. What a win, And his interview there really said it all. It was a great sweat these last few days, Ali.
Really
I
was.
enjoyed it. Honored to be in the booth for events such as this.
Pleasure to be alongside you as always. We certainly hope you all enjoyed coverage of Super High Roller Bowl 7. On behalf of our entire crew here in Las Vegas and my partner Nick Schulman, this is Ali Nejad saying congratulations, Daniel, and good night from Las Vegas.